Important than any session. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in wishing Preeti a very happy birthday.
Well, you're very kind, sir. Thank you. I think, we're doing it on national television. It's a first, but thank you. I appreciate it, sir. I hope you'd be kind.
This is your first birthday you're celebrating on national television?
Yes, sir. Thank you. But let's quickly now move on before...
To lesser important things.
Yes, well, no, for bigger important things at this point of time. Mr. O'Brien, we've seen you over the past couple of months, sometimes, like I said, single-handedly championing the cause of the opposition. We saw you in Hathras getting roughed up by the police. We saw you rush to the well of the house when the farm laws were going on. We saw you get suspended. We saw you squat outside the parliament after that. Very recently, about 4 days ago, we also saw you being named in the speech by the Prime Minister, where he said, Mr. O'Brien, when you talk about freedom of expression, when you talk about intimidation, very good speech, but make it in your own state. Today, your party, sir, stands charged with exactly what you charge the BJP in the center of running a fascist state.
Well, firstly, in all those various events you saw, not events, those situations you saw me, I was there simply because I was wearing a Mamata Banerjee jersey. When you wear the Mamata Banerjee jersey, you look good. So whether it was Hathras, whether it was Shinghu on the border, this is the way Mamata Di looks at the way she looks at life. So on the 4th of December, in fact, we went to that farmer border and I said, do I go there now? So she said, yes, go there, but make sure there's no television cameras. Just quietly go there with 3-4 MPs and listen to people. Don't give any bites also. So I think that's the whole thing about the way Didi looks at it. This particular one you're talking about is that the Prime Minister's speech where he mentioned...
He said that I heard मैंने derek-obrien जी को सुना, उन्होंने freedom of expression, intimidation जैसे शब्द इस्तेमाल किए, अच्छे शब्द हैं, जाके अपनी state में सुनाइएगा.
Preeti, I'll answer this in 2 parts. Firstly, we raised 11 issues there about how this government had failed the country. They had failed to maintain the sanctity of parliament. They had failed to protect migrant workers. They had failed to boost the economy. They had failed India's women and children. They had failed on the prep for COVID. All these. We were expecting some answers on any of these 11 issues. Did we get any answers from the Prime Minister? No. 2, this is the classic case of playing the victim card. This is a classic case, if you go back even to World War II, when you are the aggressor, when you are the bully is actually a very slight word, when you are the intimidator, that's the time you come here and hope to play victim. This is the strategy of MSP. MSP as in not in, this is Modi-Shah partnership.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this is their strategy. So this is their strategy to come to Bengal to intimidate. But the lady sitting on this chair yesterday at 5:30 in the evening has ensured that people like us, be it MPs, be it MLAs, and more importantly, be it the Trinamool workers on the ground, we shall not be intimidated by the tourist gang because they keep coming here. Let them keep coming here. If it was such a fascist state, how come Mr. Modi, Mr. Shah, and their minions all come and make speeches here every day and make false promises every day and tell the people that the Citizenship Amendment Act is coming, and now they're spinning it around and saying it's not coming. So you're coming here, you're making your speeches, but we're not going to give you lollipops when you come here. You're coming here and fighting a political battle. So come, here's the suggestion. You come and tell us what you have done for this country in the last 6 years. We will tell you what Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool Congress have done for the last 10 years, and then let people decide. India today is one of the few, quote-unquote, independent platforms where you present both sides of the stories. I think it'll be wonderful if you have on television Mamata Banerjee versus Prime Minister Modi. You'll only need one teleprompter for that. But then you'll have Dr. Amit Mitra debate the economy with Nirmala ji. Or you'll have Mr. Amit Shah choose whoever he wants from Trinamool. We'll debate him on parliament. And we'll do a tutorial on Parliament. That you can't say you're going to put a farm laws on hold. What do you mean you're going to put the farm laws on hold? Understand, I think they're missing Arun Jaitley, because Arun Jaitley would never have allowed this to happen, because he told them, listen, when you pass 3 bills and you want to put a pause on it, there's a method. You have to bring another bill, you have to repeal those 3 bills. But then this is different. This is the Gujarat Gymkhana trying to be the government of India.
Mr. O'Brien, you say that we're a neutral channel. We wear our neutrality with immense pride.
Most of the time.
No, sir, all the time.
Okay,
Sometimes it might not suit you.
Preeti, it's your birthday. I'm trying to lighten things up, you know.
No, sir, but let me come back to it. Like I said, we wear our neutrality with immense pride. Therefore, I'll come back to the question I began with. You say that you're not a fascist state, is the charge which is made by the BJP.
Of course not. This is their victim card. Listen, you have to understand this. Now, during the lockdown, it gave us a lot of extra reading, you know, to do. I mean, Naomi Klein, I think she's in her 50s, she's written this fabulous book, which I was reading during the lockdown. It's fabulous, you know, and she tries to explain how this is done. It's called shock therapy. This is what is being done. You're talking about cult.
Okay.
What is shock therapy? Shock therapy is the ability to intimidate and influence through shock.
Okay.
How is it done? You go and after you intimidate, then you influence. So what do? You announce demonetization at 4 hours notice. Bang! And then you hope to change perception. It's another matter that within 2 hours, Chief Minister of West Bengal said, withdraw this draconian decision. No other party said it, only one. More shock therapy. Bang, you announce. Another 4-hour lockdown, 21-day lockdown, 4 hours notice. Bang. Monday morning, you bring the Article 370, you bring it in Parliament. Another occasion, farmer bill, bang. No ordinance, no select committee, no scrutiny, bang. This is what is known as shock therapy.
Okay.
And shock therapy is a strategy to intimidate, to influence. If you're talking about cult, the people who do this cult, you know, they're a good cult. I mean, I don't want to get into dictionary definitions, but as I understand it, there's a cult and there's an icon. There's a good, like, I was, you know, a Beatles fan. You know, you grow your long hair and that's cult. Rajesh Khanna, to me, when I was in middle school, to me, Rajesh Khanna was an iconic positive. There's also the bad cult, Jonestown massacres in the 70s, where 900 people died. 300 of those people were below the age of 17. The cult in California gave them all cyanide, so they all drank the cyanide. So we need to be careful.
Okay.
And we need to rationally ask questions and not allow the cult to happen.
All right, sir. Let me ask you a question. When we talk about freedom of expression.
Preeti, I just want to give you 2 pictures. If you allow me to paint 2 pictures, because otherwise all these words I've used will not get across what is the cult and what is the ideology.
Paint the picture, sir, then I'll ask
2
my
pictures
question.
only.
Yes.
So one picture is during COVID. There is this lady, COVID is just like March. There is this lady who goes to the marketplaces and everyone's trying to communicate through words, through graphs, is how do you do physical distancing? What does she do? She goes there and she starts drawing circles. Not perfect circles, but she starts doing circles. Now that's one photograph of COVID. Here's the second photograph. Garden, man, peacock.
All right, sir. Can I ask my question? Yeah. We talk about freedom of expression. Last week in Alipur North, one BJP worker was arrested for a Facebook post. Last year, Saifukul Islam, Arambagh TV editor, arrested because he exposed corruption. Last year, BJP girl from Howrah, young girl, 21, arrested for a Facebook post. How are we different than what's happening in the country?
Very nice. It takes me back to my first argument. Victim card. You've given me 3 names.
I can give you more, sir, but then...
Please give me, I'll give you only 1. Allow me 1.
Yes.
Again, trying to play the victim card when you are the intimidator. Here's it. I'll give you only 1. 2018, location, Rajasthan, rally. Here's the quote. My Hindi is very bad, so I won't try. In English. We can make fake news turn true. We can make the truth turn fake. जो सच वो झूठा कर देंगे और वो झूठा है वो सच कर देंगे. मुलायम जी को थप्पड़ मारा उसका लड़का अखिलेश जी. That's the quote, unquote. How do we do this? हम लोग कैसा करेंगे? हमारा 31 WhatsApp groups है. Who said this? Video. The Home Minister of India. The Home Minister of India said this. By the way, he may have said this because he was distracted in 2018. I don't know why he said it. Last night in Calcutta, at the Science City Auditorium, if you look at what he said this in a more decorative way for the Bengal elections. So again I say, stop playing the victim. Fake news today, IT cell and all small things. These
so
names
are these names fake news? These arrests? Sorry? So were these arrests fake news? Did these arrests not happen? I don't know these. I gave you a bigger example about the. But if you're looking at Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress government, of course you could pick up 1, 2, 3 examples from anywhere. I'm giving you a more macro issue where the Home Minister of India is telling 31 lakh WhatsApp groups to go out and do. Sometimes Mr. Shah and Mr. Modi, we expect, listen, he's our Prime Minister. He's our Home Minister. So we expect a little bit of dignity. We expect a little bit of grace. What happened to all these little things which we'd normally expect? They are missing. And I think it's showing in Parliament also. You know, there was a bonhomie in Central Hall where you could go and have a coffee without bothering as to what jersey you were. And those were nice coffees. And that time it was subsidized. Now I think we have to pay a little more. But that is missing. I think there's a decency. And I saw what Mamta Di said yesterday. Yeah, we can be very decent, but then you come here, then... But she also said to be fearless and report. But if you're going to be arresting editors, then how can you be fearless and report?
Who did we? I don't know this.
Shafiqul Islam, Arambagh TV editor, last year. But okay, let me move on. Let's move on from there, sir. You also had a Mahua Moitra, who's an MP, in her constituency called journalists, do paise ka journalists. And at the same time, you say that journalists need to be respected, journalists need to be honored. How does it work?
Well, firstly, since you brought up Mahua's name, Mahua, Professor Shogota Roy, and Trinamool, in the last 10 days, for everybody, anyone who thinks that there is no opposition in India, quote unquote, we must give credit where it is due. The Trinamool is speaking out in Parliament. This one issue, since she said it, and it was her personal opinion, I think in all fairness to her, the next time she is on your channel, you can ask her why she said it, and she'll certainly give you a reason why she said it. But you saw yesterday the way Mamta Di not only respects journalists, she has a lot of time, and she's a very emotional lady, right? So she's a very emotional person. But you see, not only does she respect journalists, she speaks out, and sometimes, oh, she spoke out, but this is the way she does it. She has a fabulous relationship, not only with journalists, because of the small things she does with people. And you know, you keep talking about cult, and these are the things, these are the little things which mean a lot. I don't know if you've ever traveled with Mamta Di or we've seen her at an airport, and sometimes we find it difficult to follow her example.
Even follow her, because she's quite quick on her feet.
Try to walk with her?
Yeah.
No, I've never tried. I tried once or twice in Delhi. Very early, I got to know that don't go there, okay? Because she can multitask also on that treadmill. Yeah. But she gets into the airline queue. She goes into the airline, the bus, and she travels in the bus. That's the way. So hers is not a put on. Hers is not a peacock photo opportunity. Hers is, Mamta Di, what you see and what you get. Now, don't get me wrong. In all this, there is deep ideology. It's not photo op. And by deep ideology means sometimes you can disagree with her, but in the long run, you'll know the ideology. For example, the best example is her view on land acquisition and farmers. The most consistent is Didi. Demonetization. Let me tell you a story. As soon as this demonetization happened, it's a true story. We were all kind of thinking what to say. It happened about 8 o'clock, 8:30, the usual time for shock therapy time. So, and suddenly, boom, went this tweet from Mamta Di. Withdraw this draconian decision. And so many are thinking, oh gosh, did we consult any economist? Did we consult? No, she just did it. And what happened? 10 days or 2 weeks later, we were in Parliament, and I was told, let's get some political parties together. We'll march from Parliament to Rashtrapati Bhavan. Nobody came, Preeti. Only Shiv Sena, excuse me, and Omar Abdullah, we called him and said he came down. That was it. She said, go for it. Another example, you're talking about ideology. Farm bill. Shingur, everybody knows, 26-day hunger strike. But when the farm bills came to Parliament, I remember that, 2013, the bill was about to be voted on. I went out to Central Hall because there's no network in, actually there is network in Rajya Sabha, but that's a secret. But you come to Central Hall, and I made a call saying that it looks like we are going to be in single digit votes in Rajya Sabha opposing this bill, single digits. And the other side is like huge. And I'm not talking about BJP, by the way, huh?
Okay.
This is Congress-BJP partnership, because that was 2013. 2013. So she said, how many? I said, maybe 7, maybe 8. She's saying, even if it's 3, oppose the bill with a division, means you have to, not a voice vote. We opposed that bill in 2013. Check the records of Parliament. 7 votes of Trinamool against the bill in 2013. What happened after that? What did Supreme Court say in 2016? That's the law. BJP government after that came. They brought a bill with a modified bill. What has happened to land? Today, India's view on land, which is industry must benefit, farmers must not be conned, is Mamta Banerjee's view. It's not the Congress view or the BJP view.
All right, okay. Mr. O'Brien, you talk about how different, you gave us those two splitting images. But away from the optics of the circle and the peacock, would you reckon there are huge amounts of similarities with Mr. Modi and Mamta Banerjee? Both, you talk about cult, both are cult figures. Both are, run their party with an iron hand. They pretty much manage affairs, micromanage affairs. Would you reckon, do you see a similarity between the two? You're talking about personalities. We'll talk about ideology as well and what the Trinamool ideology is.
For me, a cult figure is a negative figure. So Mamata Banerjee can never be a cult figure.
Do you see any similarities between Modi and Mamta?
And the two people you're talking about is someone who I have admired, respected, loved, and look up to from 2004. That's a long time. The other gentleman, I see him when Parliament is on for about 7 minutes during question hour. How can you even think about comparing these two people? I mean, I think with all due respect to the Honorable Prime Minister, you can't compare this in a difficult political, in a mostly misogynistic political environment, to make it first. Mamta Banerjee, everyone talks about the fight with the CPM. No, read so many of her books. Her first fight was not against CPM. Her first fight was against the pressures she was through the 80s and the 90s after Rajiv Gandhi's death with the Congress party. That was her first big battle.
So you see no similarities at all?
After that came what? She was down to one MP. One MP. From one MP to 26 MLAs, look where she is today. So it's a very different, you can't compare chai and, no, I can't do this because I don't know the second gentleman, but I'll give you 3 examples. One, demonetization. Who handled it better? Mamta. Let's talk about, this is not about people, this is about...
Mamta Banerjee reacted to demonetization.
Not reacted.
Mr.
Not reacted. Why on the other day you get what did she say? Withdraw this draconian decision. Give me 50 days and after that, any punishment is good for me. Trash. Trash. What happened after 50 days? Come on, let's get real. All the hype and the hoopla and everything else, where has Narendra Modi and Amit Shah delivered? Delivered. We're talking about comparing one lady with chappals with a man in a Kashmiri shawl. That's not important.
Those are optics, sir. Those are optics. We're not talking about...
This is not about optics. This is about ideology. What do you believe in? Do you believe that those farmers... Do you believe that a bill can be passed in Rajya Sabha in that way? Can you believe that be it Congress MPs or CPM MPs or Trinamool MPs standing there and asking for a division? It's my right not as an MP. It is my right as a citizen of India to ask for a vote. Why didn't you ask for a vote? Why? You really want to know the story why? With all respect to the chairman, because Modi and Shah told them, no vote, pass this bill. So Mamta Di has a deep ideology. GST, what did you do for GST? We were pro-GST. We all cooperated with Mr. Jaitley. Dr. Mitra was the chairman of the Empowerment Committee. What did you do? You just screwed up the implementation of GST.
So
we start comparing. Yes, you have every right as a journalist to ask me about comparing. But one delivers, the other doesn't deliver. And only hype. Another hype will come yesterday. Citizenship Amendment Act. Where is your Citizenship Amendment Act? Where? You want to talk real parliament? You want to talk real issues? When a bill gets passed in both houses of parliament, sorry Preeti, when a bill gets passed both houses of parliament, what happens? President signs it. Within 6 months, you have to have the rules. All bills. Within 6 months, 95, 99%, the rules are made. What have you done with the Citizenship Act? You say no rules. 6 months, no rules. 3 months, no rules. 3 months, no rules. Now you're saying COVID.
All right, sir. So
Murgi mat banao. And that is why, with all humility, we really do believe this kind of mahal banane, we will win this seats, we will win that seats. I heard what the number Mamta Di gave yesterday. I heard. And I heard the number Mr. Shah gave.
200 se upar Purn Bahumat.
So there aren't 400 seats in the assembly, na? Please call us back at next year's conclave to see whether the lady with the chappals were right or the manager of the tourist gang was right.
All right. Now we have 7 minutes. We're going to go express on all our questions. You talk about ideology, sir. The TMC ideology, what is the constructive ideology of the TMC? It's steeped in anti-left, anti-Congress. If there is no Mamta, what is the TMC ideology? You already have defection. You have an Adhiranjan Chaudhary who comes out and says, merge with us.
I'm a little sad that you're asking me this now. I've just told you on land what is our ideology. I've just told you when we give out a health card here in Bengal, 10 crore health cards are being given out. That's our ideology. It's a blue card. It doesn't matter. A blood test is not done to check whether you're Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Buddhist before you're given the blue card. That is our ideology. Our ideology is that 69 lakh girls get the scheme, which is a Wave Kanyashri scheme which got a UN award, unlike a Beti Bachao, where more than 70% of the Beti Bachao expenditure is based on advertising. That is our ideology. So when you talk about ideology, you have to talk to me about facts. Our ideology is, when you say you will double farmer income, the Honorable Prime Minister said it, he said he'll double farmer income by 2022. At current rates, that will not happen before 2028. Mamta Banerjee didn't double farmer income in Bengal from 2011 to now. She's tripled farmer income. This is ideology. There's a difference between ideology and hype. You can change your t-shirt, you can change your shawl, you can change your kurta, but you can't change your ideology. If you really had ideology, why aren't you talking about demonetization anymore? If you really have ideology, why did you all oppose GST when you were in Gujarat?
Will this ideology sustain if there is no Mamata Banerjee? You already have an Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary who in Parliament 3 days ago said, merge with us, you're losing so many people every day.
Since he said that, and I don't know what he said, Congress could consider a demerger with the Trinamool Congress. It can happen in the reverse. It can happen in the reverse. You know, I'll tell you something. You watch the fun after May 15. After May 15, you watch. There's a lot of things which we discuss in Central Hall, which can't be discussed in conclaves. I can tell you something. Across the board, this country is looking for one man or woman who they can all rally around. And my guess is it's a woman from Eastern India.
You're saying Mamata Banerjee now will go national after this election? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the opposition is going to rally behind the name of Mamata Banerjee and the TMC going ahead for 2024, sir? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sad you used the word that Mamata Banerjee is going national. Mamata Banerjee is already international. There are a couple of international, again, positive icons who've come out of Bengal. And I'm not comparing anybody. In the 70s and 80s, we had a woman with a blue sari who went beyond national and international boundaries in a different way, in a different way. Don't mix up the two. This is a different way. I'm using it as an analogy, not to create a controversy.
Does Mamata Banerjee have prime ministerial ambitions? Because that's what you're indicating.
People decide. People will decide. People will decide. Our focus now is what? Our focus is that here's the focus of the All India Trinamool Congress in the next 2 months. Focus, they're coming at you, the tourist gang, money, media power, all kinds of dirty tricks department, social media, all this pressure. And what do we have on this side? We have one lady with a team, This lady with her team, we'll take them, because this is not only about tourist gang versus Trinamool. This is a much bigger fight.
And she's going to lead this fight in 2024, you're saying? You
just
said it, there's a woman in chappals in a white sari.
Anything I say about 2024 will be very, very inappropriate, because that means I am not focused. And the focus is 2021. In the name, it's a battle for Bengal, but it's truly a battle for all what India stands for the economy. Okay. That's the story. And I'm not a psephologist, but after the Tamil Nadu results, and after the Kerala results, no BJP, and after the Bengal results, no BJP, Assam, I'm told by my psephologist friends, BJP is slightly ahead. I don't know, I don't have information. Then the whole outlook will change, but I don't want to go there, because as I said, now it's very simple. How have we touched lives of people in Bengal? For health, for education, for food, in their outlook. That's the focus. Anything else is a distraction.
Okay. Let's talk about the current aspect of it all where your party is concerned. Are you not getting along with your campaign manager, sir? Because there's enough going on where whoever is defecting saying that the reason that they're doing so is because it's not Mamata Dey anymore. This is another man who's at the forefront of it. Mr. Prashant Kishore.
Mr. You can't use the word legend very often, so I use it very carefully. Mr. Arun Puri is one of the legends in Indian journalism. If anything goes wonky with the India Today group, Mr. Arun Puri or Kali Puri are here, the buck stops with them. So you can't blame A, B, C, D. Let me say this on record. Mr. Prashant Kishore had a role to play in 2014 as an agency hired. That time nobody said anything. Let me say this on record. IPAC and Prashant Kishore are doing a very, very good job working with us. What is the second part of it? The people who are leaving. Very good. Yesterday, you all could not ask Mamata Dey some specific questions. So here it is, very simple and no big talk, because there's no GST on big talk. One MLA left from Nandigram. He said, now Mamata Dey will stand there and lose by 50,000 votes. Yeah. Mamta perhaps will win by 50,000 votes.
Why give him the time of
Just
day
one
to
second.
run
I'll tell
from
you why.
Nandigram?
I'll tell you why. Because the way you all are making it out to be that people are leaving. If I leave, I have to go somewhere to fight. If you are an MLA and you leave, you fight from that seat. No. 3-4 of them have left. So 3-4, and it's good. Actually, it's very good because when you have a team, when you have a full team of 218 MLAs and 35 MPs, 3-4, it's better you go now because otherwise, BJP, even when they lose an election, this is the new trend, they try and win an election after the election.
But sir, if
so that will not happen.
If he's so inconsequential.
Who?
The Nandigram person you're talking about is, if Mr. Suvendu Adhikari is so inconsequential, why give him the time of day and Mamta Banerjee fight against him? Why?
The reasons are strategic.
Okay.
The reasons are strategic. I can give you a example which would be unrelated to this. You know, let's say there's a journalist of yours who's running your Mumbai office for last 15 years, and that journalist goes. So obviously you'll have to step in and do your bit. I think it's a challenge. I think it's a challenge because there are a lot of people who are wanting to appropriate that story, the struggle of Nandigram. So there are a lot of people who are trying to appropriate the struggle of Nandigram. So this will set it right once and for all.
Sir, we are out of time. I'm going to ask you one question, and it's actually a compliment I'd like to give you. You know, when we talk about freedom of expression, all of that, that's debatable. It's arguable where your state's record is concerned. But what is fabulous in your state record and your party record is the representation of women that you give at the Gram Panchayat level, in the parliament as well. How do you get them? How does it work? Like I had Nusrat
Again,
yesterday, and she was like, you know, when I got the call by Mamta, it was Mamta Banerjee who picked her, handpicked her.
There's an interesting point about beyond Trinamool about women's reservation. You see, it's a serious issue. So we should take it Trinamool and beyond Trinamool. The firstly is when you say women's reservation, we're not only talking about giving 33 and 1/3% seats.
I admit you have a good record there.
Tickets.
Not in freedom of expression,
I'm telling you what is the solution. In a conclave like this, let's offer a solution how to enshrine this. So the first thing which this government needs to do is bring the women's reservation bill and please bring it in the Rajya Sabha. Why Rajya Sabha? Because then the bill will be permanent, it will not lapse. Number two, it's important. Number two, Trinamool doesn't need the women's reservation bill because it's 41% women in Lok Sabha and 31% in Rajya Sabha. This is the way it is. However, so I think there can be a broad consensus on this. It's not only the MPs, it's the MLAs and it's down the line. The problem here is, and that's why Parliament should do this in March. I'm sure the Congress party will join. I'm sure the communists will have no problem. The problem will be somewhere else. Because the ideologues of the BJP, the original rumors... One second, let me finish. What is their view on women, which is the rumor-spreading society?
So I'll talk about your own state. At the Gram Panchayat level, out of 5,029, if I'm not wrong, 2,000 which won from the BJP are women. So let's not get there because that, in terms of just figures.
You see, I've spent a lot of time, again, everything discussed in Central Hall sometimes remains in Central Hall. But Sushma ji, may her soul rest in peace. So women have to be empowered, and it's not only about MPs. And I think when it comes to women empowerment, again, you have to look at numbers. We don't have time. I've given you 3-4 numbers where women are empowered. I complimented you in the beginning.
I said you've done a tremendous job.
But yes. It's Preeti, that's not enough. It's not enough. We now need to take it to the next step. We need to convince this, the BJP, who draws their inspiration from someone else, who are basically and where they draw it from, it's a completely misogynistic view. So we need to convert it, we need to do it by legislation, not by discussing it at conclaves. So bring the bill, discuss it. It's already got lapsed twice. Bring the bill, discuss it, and let's pass this bill in Parliament.
Okay, with that, we conclude this session, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Mr. Derek-Obrien. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. You're very kind. Ladies and gentlemen, just give us about a minute of turnaround time, and we'll be in with our next session this morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly introduce you to our second session on day 2 of the East Conclave 21. Flashpoint Battle for Bengal, Ram versus Durga. To take it from here, I want to hand it over to our executive editor, Shivarur.
Flashpoint, Battle for Bengal, Ram versus Durga. It's become a headline point across television debates. In most coverage you've been seeing in the recent days as far as West Bengal is concerned, especially since all the rallies began gathering tempo and the rollout of the BJP's Rath Yatra, the Paribartan Yatra, which the Trinamool calls the polarization Yatra. You've heard the BJP invoking Ram, you've heard Mamata Banerjee invoking Durga. And therefore, we thought this particular panel should be called Flashpoint Bengal, Ram versus Durga. I'd like to welcome onto stage, we've got a wonderful lineup and representation for this, which I will be leading. Please, welcoming on stage, Mr. Dilip Ghosh, Lok Sabha member, President of the West Bengal BJP. Please, sir. Dr. Kakoli Ghosh Dastidar, Member of Parliament, Trinamool Congress in the Lok Sabha. Madam. Dr. Fuad Halim, Senior Leader of the Communist Party of India, Marxist. And Pawan Khera ji, Senior Leader and Spokesperson of the Indian National Congress. Welcome to all of you. Dr. Dastidar, I want to start with you, ma'am. Jai Shri Ram has become perhaps the most common three-word refrain one is hearing. Certainly if you watch television, perhaps if you attend some rallies, it's happening. If you were at the conclave yesterday on day 1, it was uttered quite a few times across panels. Mamata Didi has invoked Durga in response to this question quite a few times. So my first question to you, ma'am, is, has this election, in one way, I know there are other issues, I will not deny that, but in one way, has this election been framed as a Ram versus Durga election?
Thank you. I really don't want to go into a rhetoric of religious discourse where mob lynching is the order of the day. India is a confluence of thoughts, sentiments, religious beliefs handed down through ages. It's nearly more than 3,000 years that saints and sages have been developing Hinduism. And in that, many states invoke the name of Sri Ram, as we do. We have our Kittibashi Raman. But even Durga is the mother goddess, which is looked upon as the protector. Particularly in Bengal, we worship women goddesses, Ma Durga, Ma Kali, Ma Saraswati. 16th, we have Saraswati Puja. It is not for a young political party to decide and change the course of history, the religious history. So what is happening? What is happening is actually the overwhelming failure of the Bharatiya Jumla Party regime, and I say regime because it is literally a fiefdom of ultra-right fundamentalists. It is certainly not a government here, because from Kashmir to Karnataka, Maharashtra to Tripura, Assam, in all 4 corners of the country, there is only incontrovertible evidence of shocking lack of governance, malfeasance, and political match-fixing. Their overwhelming failure is that today in the world's largest democracy, there is a struggling with 45-year-old high unemployment. We are here today in this August gathering in a discussion of Ram versus Durga. Who is the guardian of Hinduism? This regime is truly a political satirist's guilty dream. This is where BJP has dragged politics down to the country. They are trying to redo the religious history of the country, which is shameful.
Dilip Ghosh, many issues have been highlighted by Dr. Kakoli Ghosh Dastidar. Would you like to respond to that? She says that nobody is the custodian of Hinduism. It is the BJP that has sidetracked other issues and made Lord Shri Ram or Jai Shri Ram the big election topic because there is nothing else to talk about. How would you defend that?
देखिए, ये बड़ी दुर्भाग्य की बात है। पार्टी जिनका सिर नहीं, पैर नहीं, कोई आइडियोलॉजी नहीं, ऐसे पार्टी होते हैं तो धर्म के जगह राजनीति की बात करते हैं, राजनीति की जगह धर्म बात करते हैं। हम ऐसा नहीं करते हैं। हम राजनीति करते हैं, खुल्लम खुल्ला करते हैं। भगवान राम एक राजा थे, कोई अवतार मानता है उनको, और उनकी 14 जो पूर्व पुरुष थे उनका नाम भी आपको मिलेगा, दुर्गा का मिलेगा क्या? तो इसलिए एक राजा, एक सुशासक, मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम ऐसा माना जाता है। और हमारे यहाँ भी राम की जो चरित्र लिखा गया, बंगाली ने लिखा है। रामचरित मानस का पहले वाल्मीकि से रामायण होकर यहाँ भी बांग्ला रामायण है, बंगाल में लिखा गया। तो एक आदर्श पुरुष, मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम एक राजा, गांधी जी ने राम राज्य का कल्पना हमको दिया है। दुर्गा पता नहीं कहाँ से आ जाते हैं। दुर्गा तो भगवान राम की आराध्य थी, और रावण को वध करने के लिए दुर्गा का उन्होंने पूजा किया, उनसे आराधना की, उनका आशीर्वाद से रावण का वध हुआ। इसलिए वो अलग मैटर है। आप भगवान राम के खिलाफ दुर्गा को कैसे खड़ा कर देते, मुझे समझ नहीं आता है। राम भक्त तो पूरा देश में है। बंगाल में हर घर में, हर तीसरे पीढ़ी में कोई ना कोई राम मिल जाएगा। ये हमारी कल्चर है। पहले लोग पढ़ाया कि राम बंगाल की देवता नहीं है। अब पता नहीं कहाँ से ये कॉन्सेप्शन आ गया। अब मैं तो सुना कल शायद मैडम यहाँ आई थी, उन्होंने बोल गए नहीं जय श्री राम की मैंने विरोध नहीं किया, किसी और लोगों की नारा लगाया इसीलिए। अब पता नहीं, सारे लोग मौजूद थे, कैमरा मौजूद थी। सुबह शाम अगर स्टेटमेंट बदल जाए तो हम किसका उत्तर दें? वहाँ एक प्रकार बात करेंगे, यहाँ कोई आके और दूसरा बात करेगा। हम तो रिलीजियस बातें कर ही नहीं रहे हैं। उसके लिए हमारे देश में हजारों साल से साधु संत महापुरुष हैं, प्रवचन करते हैं। भगवान अपने जगह पर अपना अपना होते हैं, और व्यक्तिगत रूप से लोग धर्म को मानते हैं, हम इसको मानते हैं।
Dr. Dasida, the suggestion is that this Jai Shri Ram has caused some discomfiture, and that Mamta, this is a suggestion from the BJP, that Mamta Didi is not comfortable engaging on this particular refrain, and that's where the invocation of Durga came from. When she was asked about it yesterday, she said religion is a personal thing, keep that out of politics. When Amit Shah was asked about it, he said it's a cultural aspect, and why shouldn't these cultural things like Jai Shri Ram be an election issue as well? Is there a sense of discomfort over Jai Shri Ram in the Trinamool?
Well, first let me tell you that they are themselves divided. Amongst themselves, they are divided whether to invoke Shri Ramji or not. And Ram Naam Satya Hai is chanted when somebody is leaving this world. They are very soon going to be absolutely out from the political scene of Bengal. So we should actually do Ram Naam Satya Hai for them. But it is shocking. I am so shocked at the gentleman's statement when he is challenging Durga. I mean, I think the people of Bengal and people of India, the Hindus actually should decide, because Durga is a concept not only in Bengal. It is a very strong pillar of Hinduism, and just now the state president of the Bharatiya Janata Party here has challenged the very existence in the minds of the people of Durga by saying that can we take the 14 forefathers' name of Durga? It is shameful. I, as a Hindu, I am shocked, and this kind of Hinduism will not stand the test of time. This much I can tell you.
Dr. Dasida, but you are confirming in that case that this has become a sort of Ram versus Durga election in that case. If Ram is being thrown at you and you are throwing Durga back at the BJP, Dilip Ghoshji, it has become a Ram versus Durga election in that case.
हम तो राम भक्त बचपन से ही
TMC का बोलना है कि you have insulted Durga.
नहीं, कहाँ से पता नहीं उनका समझदारी कितनी है। दुर्गा पूजा घर घर में होता है। जो दुर्गा की बात करें या दुर्गा पूजा विसर्जन में उनको हमको बाधा देते हैं, हमको हाईकोर्ट जाना पड़ता है, और हाईकोर्ट का जजमेंट से दुर्गा पूजा का विसर्जन होता है। ये मैंने कह रहा हूँ, कोर्ट का जजमेंट है। और यहाँ तक बताया गया, लॉजिक पूछा गया क्यों ना उस दिन मुहर्रम है इसलिए दुर्गा पूजा का विसर्जन नहीं होगा। सैकड़ों साल से दुर्गा पूजा का विसर्जन हो रही, और कोर्ट ने इस प्रकार पूछा अगर माननीय 26 जनवरी उस दिन आएगा तो आप क्या परेड बंद कर देंगे मुहर्रम के लिए? इनका प्रश्न उत्तर नहीं था, और विसर्जन भी हुआ है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि ममता बनर्जी रोज नया नया नारा लगाती हैं और कल लोग भूल जाते हैं। हम तो एक बोलते हैं उसी में कायम रहते हैं, लोगों का नारा को हम फॉलो करते हैं। आज देश के नहीं, बंगाल के लोग जय श्री राम बोल रहे हैं और इनकी सरकार और प्रशासन के खिलाफ ये नारा है।
Let's get the other players in Bengal also to comment on this.
Can I interrupt for
yes.
1 second? You
Quickly,
see, I would really suggest that the Bharatiya Janata Party read up the scriptures, because the 3,500 years old Rig Veda talks about the Devi Durga, and in the Devi Shuktam hymn, they have invoked upon the goddess. They don't know.
Okay.
They don't know.
But, you
and
know,
that is why they're insulting Durga.
One of the amazing things about this election is also that an entire generation of not just people in Bengal but in India are probably getting a tutorial in our folklore, mythology and our epics, because many people who've been looking for the intricacies, like the ones you just mentioned, Dr. Dasidar, are new to many people. The nitty-gritties of our epics, some people will be learning about as well. Pavanji, I want to bring you in on this, because this is references to the epics are not new. We've seen election campaigns in the past as well, where Jai Shri Ram has been a refrain. We've seen it in Karnataka, sir. We've seen it in Gujarat. We've seen it in even in Bengal during the last Lok Sabha election. We saw it. How do you view this? Because it appears to be a template, and this current engagement between the BJP and the Trinamool appears to be dominating with that one refrain.
Shiv, the template is not new. We've seen the template of the BJP much before the BJP was born, when it was Jansangh, before that when it was the RSS or even the Hindu Mahasabha. The template is to look for fault lines where they exist, to create fault lines where they don't exist. I mean, imagine dividing gods now. I was amused when they were trying to divide the film industry on the Sushant Singh Rajput case. I was depressed when they were trying to polarize icons which are no longer alive. Nehruji versus Patel versus Netaji versus XY. Everybody, they will divide everyone. Because, why do they do that? They do that because there is no agenda. There is no vision. Shortcut. What is the shortcut? I create a rift between two groups and try and rule. I was listening to Ms. Kakoli Ghosh. India is indeed a confluence of various ideologies, belief systems, religions, languages, cultures. And Congress party is also the confluence of all of the above. Have you seen rivers fighting with each other before they enter the sea? If the rivers start fighting, the sea will dry up and there will be mayhem. त्राही त्राही मच जाएगी अगर नदियां आपस में लड़ेंगी, सागर सूख जाए. ये बात भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सिर्फ चुनाव जीतना आता है. इनको लगता है इन्हें चुनाव जीतना आता है.
I will put that question. You want to finish your point?
Yes, I want to.
Please finish your point. And then
आप चुनाव जीत जाएं और देश हार जाएं, ये कैसी जीत है आपकी? इस जीत पर आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए. देश को शर्म आ रही है आपकी जीत पर.
Dilip Ghosh, do you want to respond to that? The allegation against the BJP is कि कोई agenda नहीं है, कोई issue नहीं है और इसलिए ये जो divisions है ये ला रहे हैं आपके चुनाव प्रचार में.
नहीं, देखिए ये एजेंडा कोई अचानक
And they've also said you are dividing the gods. वो है एक allegation.
नहीं, हम गॉड्स के बारे में बात यहाँ नहीं करते. हमारे लिए अलग जगह है. हम राम मंदिर बना रहे हैं, मंदिर में पूजा करने जाते हैं, यहाँ टीएमसी पुलिस हमको डंडा मारती है, जेल में भर देती है. वो अलग है. कांग्रेसों ने राम मंदिर के लिए बहुत विरोध किया है, आज भी कर रहे हैं जगह जगह, वो अलग बात है. बात वो नहीं है. डिवाइड रूल किसने किया है? इतिहास है, कांग्रेस ने किया है. उनकी बाई प्रोडक्ट टीएमसी ने की है. यहाँ मुसलमानों के लिए हर प्रकार की सुविधा, यहाँ ITI पॉलिटेक्निक बनाया, मुअज्जिम निजाम भाता दिया, इमाम भाता दिया. आज जब उल्टा पड़ गया मामला तो पुरोहित भाता की बात कर रहे हैं. हमने तो सबका साथ सबका विकास की बात की हमेशा और काम भी की. और इसीलिए जहाँ कभी बीजेपी की झंडा नहीं थी, आज वहाँ सरकार है. और जहाँ कांग्रेस की झंडा सरकार थी, आज वहाँ तो नाम लेने वाला कोई, दुकान खोलने वाला कोई नहीं है, ऑफिस में ताला है. तो लोगों के सामने हम जाते हैं. जिन्होंने लोगों को आज तक धोखा किया है, लोग उनको सजा दिया है. आज तो देश भर में कांग्रेस मुक्त नहीं हुआ है, बंगाल भी कांग्रेस मुक्त हो रहा है. जिन कम्युनिस्ट पार्टियों की यहाँ 36 MP थी 42 में, आज उनका एक भी नहीं है. और टीएमसी की भी ये समय देखने के लिए अगले चुनाव के बाद मिल जाएगा. इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी लोगों के साथ जाती है, लोगों के समस्याओं को लेकर बात करती है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री शौचालय की बात करते हैं, आवास योजना की बात करते हैं, गैस की बात करते हैं, घर घर तक पानी बिजली की बात करते हैं, और लोग विश्वास करते हैं। इसलिए गांव गांव में मोदी, सारा दुनिया में मोदी मोदी हो रही है, और इनके नाम कौन ले रहा है?
Dr. Halim, to bring you in on this, Pavanji, I know you wanted to respond. I'll come to you. I'll just want to get an opening comment from Dr. Halim as well. Mamta Banerjee, just a few days ago, sir, speaking about the Rath Yatra, had said that even Ravan had, continuing the metaphor of the epics, said even Ravan had used a Rath to take Sita away. And the BJP has reacted to that, saying that, in a way, seen that as having lured Mamta Banerjee into speaking in that language and using the metaphor that they have set the agenda with. And that is why this whole Ram versus Durga metaphor has come to the forefront. What is your view on that and from the left?
Well, our view from the left is very clear that this binary of using gods between the Trinamool and the Bharatiya Janata Party has an old legacy. There is not a single Bharatiya Janata Party leader in Bengal who has not uttered the slogan Mamta Banerjee Zindabad and taken the Trinamool flag on his or her shoulder and gone through the streets of Calcutta and Bengal saying that vote for the TMC. Vice versa, there is not a single Trinamool senior leader, including Mamta Banerjee herself, who has not raised the slogan BJP Zindabad and gone through the streets of Bengal saying that BJP ko vote do. So that's the historical legacy. The historical legacy you have to understand in Bengal is such that even after the left going away from here, 10 years down the line, the Bharatiya Janata Party is so poverty-stricken that they have to harvest Trinamool Congress leaders to actually become candidates for themselves. That's the reality.
You're talking about the
reality today. Okay. Now, in this context, when Modi's governance cannot be placed before the people of West Bengal, Mamta's governance cannot be placed before the people of Bengal, in that case, you need to have this narrative and binary. You are bringing in Ram and Durga. Let's see what's happening.
Are you saying it benefits both? Is that what you're saying?
It's a milli bhagat.
So you're saying like it's a fixed match?
It's a very, very thought out plan between the Trinamool Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Are you saying that Ram versus Durga is a fixed match between the BJP and the Trinamool?
It's absolutely a fixed match because neither the BJP nor the Trinamool Congress wants to talk about governance. Now it's very interesting. If you look at the epics are actually a fight between the good and the bad. But it doesn't come to talk about what happens after Lord Ram actually accedes to power.
Okay.
So governance is not a quotient of the epics. It's about a fight between good and bad.
Okay.
So it's the same narrative that is being replayed here in Bengal. They have their cushy, what you call, relationship. They are working with each other. They are sharing human resource in terms. And on the corruption issue, it is very clear that neither wants to take a potentially, what you call, strong stand, either from the government of India or from the government of West Bengal.
Both Dilip Ghosh and Dr. Dasidar will probably want to answer that. That's the first that I've at least heard that this is a fixed match where both will benefit from the Ram versus Durga frame debate. But Pavanji, you wanted to respond to what the BJP had said. Because we are talking about a time when there is undeniable traction as far as the phrase is concerned. An entire Rath Yatra has been, constructed around this particular phrase, this refrain as well, that's going through Bengal right now. So it also can't be seen that this isn't something that's finding some resonance on the ground.
Shiv, the larger question here is, should our politics be played on emotional cards which have the potential to divide the society? Should politics divide society, or should politics bring people together towards a larger goal, towards development of all? Why don't they talk about the farmers in this election? Why don't they talk about China in this election? Why don't they talk about unemployment in this election? Because they have no answers. Since they have no answers, they'll create their own question sheet. They'll change the curriculum. They do not want Shiv Arur and Pawan Khera and all the others here discussing the fundamental issue of unemployment, of price rise, of small traders, of MSMEs.
Are you talking about both or just the BJP?
I am talking about both, obviously. Of course I am talking about both. And Dilip Dada, आप राम मंदिर के बारे में हमारे लिए कुछ टिप्पणी किए थे. 1950 से भी पहले से, 1949 से जब ये मुद्दा शुरू हुआ, हम तब से कहते थे जो अदालत कहेगी वह सबको मंजूर होगा, क्योंकि देश संविधान से चलता है, कानून से चलता है. आडवाणी जी क्या कहते थे तब कि ये दिस इज अ मैटर ऑफ फेथ, हमारा श्रद्धा का मामला है, कोर्ट क्या करेगा इसमें. हम नहीं बदले, आप बदल गए। अब 4-5 साल से आप कहते आ रहे हैं कि जो कोर्ट कहेगा वो हम मान लेंगे। हम तो शुरू से कह रहे थे जो कोर्ट कहेगा वो मानिए। तब आप क्यों दंगा करा रहे थे? 1400 करोड़ का घपला क्यों करवा रहे थे राम मंदिर के नाम पर, जो आपने चंदा इकट्ठा किया? मैं नहीं बोल रहा, अखाड़े वाले बोलते हैं, मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं। शिकायत आपके खिलाफ अखाड़े वालों ने की है कि 1400 करोड़ रुपए खा गए राम के नाम पे, सत्ता ले गए राम के नाम पे। और राम जो आदर्श हैं, आदर्श राजा हैं, आप ही कहते हैं, मैं आपसे सहमत हूं, आदर्श राजा हैं, उसके आदर्श को तो मान लेते। क्या किया आपने किसानों का? मैं दिल्ली से आ रहा हूं, दिल्ली के बाहर किसान 2.5 महीने से क्यों ठंड में पड़े हैं? 200 किसान क्यों मर गए हैं? अगर राहुल गांधी ने 2 मिनट का मौन संसद में रखा तो आपने हिम्मत नहीं दिखाई खड़े होकर 2 मिनट का मौन उन किसानों के लिए दे दें। यह है आपकी श्रद्धा किसानों के लिए, यह है आपकी श्रद्धा भगवान राम के लिए, यह है आपकी श्रद्धा देश के लिए।
Dilip Ghosh, respond to that, to what Pavan ji said, that the name of Ram is being used by the BJP is the allegation. Respond.
नहीं, पवन जी ने जो बात बोला कि पैसा खा गया, किसने खाया, किसका खाया, वो तो इतिहास है। कोर्ट में जा सकते हैं, कोई बोल दिया, आप उसका बात उठा लिया, आपको ये शोभा नहीं देता है। कितना अखाड़ा कौन क्या है, सब कोर्ट खुला हुआ है। जाके बोले किसने पैसा दिया, किसने खाया। मैं चैलेंज करता हूँ, एक पैसा का इधर उधर दिखाइए तो जो भी होगा उसका जो कानून बोलेगा वो होगा। लेकिन किसान की जो आपने किसानों को जमीन पर ला करके इतने ठंडे में क्यों रखे हैं, क्यों उनका हवा पानी दे रहे हैं? बेचारे किसान कहाँ हैं? कांग्रेसी और कम्युनिस्ट लोग तो लीडरशिप दे रहे हैं वहाँ, किसान मिला ही नहीं। ये मीडिया वाले सारे साबित कर दिए। अगर किसान मोदी के खिलाफ है तो बंगाल में 2000 किसान का नारा लगाइए ना आप दीदी दादा सब मिल जाइए, 2000 लाइए, मैं 2 लाख किसान को रास्ता में उतारूंगा। मैं यहाँ चैलेंज करता हूँ, आपका दम नहीं, क्योंकि आप धोखा किया किसानों के साथ। आज किसान इसीलिए वहाँ मर रहे हैं बेचारे, उनको जिनका खेत नहीं है खुद का, वो भाड़े का लोग हैं और मासूम लोग हैं, उनको सामने कर दिए क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट है, आपको कुछ दिखाना है। तो वो आप जीएसटी का विरोध किए, सीए का विरोध किए, अब ये आ गया किसान बिल। आप बोलिए, आपने जितना बिल पास कराया, हमारे भी कभी सरकार था, हम विरोध में थे, एक का हमने विरोध किया विधानसभा में, इसका खिलाफ कोई प्रस्ताव लिया?
जीएसटी का विरोध किया था,
उदाहरण
जीएसटी का विरोध किया था,
पार्लियामेंट का विरोध,
जीएसटी का विरोध किया था या नहीं किया था? जीएसटी का विरोध नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया था जब वो मुख्यमंत्री थे। क्या बात कर रहे हैं आप? आप पहले थोड़ा तैयारी करके आया करिए। क्या बात?
अच्छा, सीए पास हो गया,
क्या बात कर रहे हैं आप?
ना वो
क्या आपने कैसा
जीएसटी कानून बनाया था? अरे आपका तो 17 साल दम ही नहीं था, जीएसटी बोलते थे।
जब
बाबू बुढ़े हो गए बोलते बोलते आप तो पास ही नहीं करा पाए। हम सब
पार्लियामेंट नहीं चलने दे,
पार्लियामेंट का कानून का विधानसभा में चलन होता है क्या?
संविधान नहीं मानता है क्या?
Let's go one at a time.
दीदी के पीछे घूम रहे हैं,
करते रहिए घर घर मोदी। अगले चुनाव में घर चले जाएंगे मोदी, अगले चुनाव में घर चले जाएंगे मोदी। करते रहिए आप घर घर मोदी।
तो आप सपना देखते हैं, आपका जिंदगी बीत जाएगा, अब हिला नहीं सकते मोदी को।
देश का सपना है और देश ये सपना पूरा करने वाला है।
चले गए कांग्रेस का, कांग्रेस नहीं रहेगा, गांधी परिवार नहीं रहेगा, मोदी जय जयकार रहेगा पूरी दुनिया में।
This is an emotive topic, so this is an emotive topic, but I would request all of our panel one at a time so all of our viewers can also hear them.
No.
Doctor, yeah, you want to add something?
I'd like to intervene because the farmers' issues has been raised.
Yeah.
Now, two questions are very clear. The Bharatiya Janata Party MLA in Kerala has supported the state government's resolution on the farmers' bill. In West Bengal, the Bharatiya Janata Party MLAs did not vote against the state government's resolution against the farmers' bill. These are two things that need to be recorded.
Okay.
Third thing is that if you look at the farmers in Delhi, very clearly, when the central government on the 27th of January blocked internet, blocked mobile phones, then it was the mandirs and the masjids microphones that actually gave a call to the people of entire North India to rally in Delhi. So the narrative that the people of India against this Ram and Durga narrative that the BJP and the Trinamool are unleashing on the people of West Bengal is a very secular narrative. There are more dimensions to what's happening to the farmers' movement.
Okay.
And cannot be restricted just to the religiosity of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
That's a twin-pronged attack on both your parties. Both the Trinamool and the BJP face that charge, Dr. Dasdar. You want to answer that? Dilip Ghosh has answered already.
No, whatever he was speaking, I would just pick up from there, you know. Like I said, that Hinduism is as ancient as life itself. And this political party, they think they are the custodian of the religion. पहले से हमारी हिंदुइज्म और हमारा देश बुलंद था, अभी भी बुलंद है, आगे भी रहेगा, और इनकी चौकीदारी की जरूरत नहीं है हिंदुस्तान को बुलंद रहने के लिए। और हमारे देशवासी का जो रिलीजियस बिलीफ है उनको रक्षा करने के लिए इनकी चौकीदारी की जरूरत नहीं है, ये नहीं समझते हैं। चिल्लाने से पॉलिटिक्स नहीं होता है, राजनीति नहीं होता है। देश का रक्षा करने से, देश को गवर्नेंस, प्रॉपर गवर्नेंस देने से, इनका मिस गवर्नेंस अभी इतना ज्यादा है कि आप देखिए, they can't protect their soldiers in Kashmir, but when the soldiers, brave soldiers, lay down their life, then they use the dead body for political mileage. They can't protect their women. When the women are raped in Uttar Pradesh, then they put kerosene and burn them, and they don't allow the opposition MPs to reach. Mr. Derek-Obrien is here. We were there. We weren't even allowed. Thousands of police people stopped us in Hathras.
Okay.
They can't protect their farmers like the other speakers were saying. We have so many deaths on our hands, and he goes first to challenge the existence of Devi Durga, and then he challenges the farmers' agitation by saying that kiraye ke hai. He should be ashamed. The
Okay.
farmers are listening, Mr.
We
Ghosh.
have- we
You are
have-
saying they are kiraye ki hai,
I want to
or
keep-
they are dying, and you don't even have the courtesy to call them and listen to them. In 3 ordinances, you have devastated the lives of the farmers of the country. You have devastated for whose benefit? For the benefit of the multinationals.
Okay.
You should be really ashamed because you don't know anything about politics.
the
You
short
don't know
po-
anything about India.
देखिए,
And you can't protect their
देखिए।
farmers, they can't protect their
अरे,
youth.
election late
There
है
is
अभी।
no
अभी
job.
election
And
देरी है,
just
अभी आगे
because
बढ़
there
रही
is
है।
no agenda for jobs or farmers
No, so-
or
so-
governance,
Election
they are
देरी है, दीदी।
hiding behind Ramji, who's always been revered here. और यहाँ नकले ये
Which
लोग
is what
निकले हैं
Pawan ji
श्री
also
राम
said.
जी को रक्षा करने, देशवासी को रक्षा नहीं कर सकते हैं, राम जी को रक्षा करेंगे ये लोग।
It's not the first time that it has been said.
देखिए
Dilip
जी,
Joshi,
ये धर्म की चर्चा करने के लिए
you
हम
are-
यहाँ
you're
नहीं बैठे
putting
हैं।
the farmers
ना हम
aside
लोग
and
धार्मिक
hiding
आदमी
behind
हैं।
Ram is the allegation against you. Yes, answer
देखिए,
that.
ये लोग कुछ होता है तो कहीं उत्तर प्रदेश हरियाणा चले जाते हैं। यहाँ तो द्वार द्वार में रेप और मर्डर हो रहा
हत्या कर रहे हैं,
है।
हम
एक
चुप
चार्जशीट
रहे।
नहीं होती है। चुप करिए। डॉक्टर को उत्तेजित नहीं होना चाहिए, पेशेंट उत्तेजित
उत्तेजित
होता
कोई
है।
नहीं है।
हाँ,
हमारा
सुनिए,
आदत है।
सुनिए,
आप
मैं
पॉलिटिक्स
बता
में
रहा हूँ आपको।
नया है, इसलिए नहीं
सुनिए,
जानते हैं कि
सुनिए।
देशवासी का
अच्छा,
रक्षा
मैं
करना
आपको पूछता हूँ,
आपका धर्म
दीदी,
है।
अरे
आप
सुनिए।
नहीं कर रहे हैं, फार्मर्स मर रहे हैं,
आप बीपी बढ़
मौज
जाएगी,
कर रहे
सुनिए।
हैं।
आप सुनिए, आप लोग फोटो खींचने दिल्ली क्यों जाते हैं? कलकत्ता में रैली करके फोटो खींचे ना किसान के साथ। किसान दिलीप के साथ है, काकोली घोष के साथ नहीं है। इसीलिए हिम्मत नहीं 2000
चुनाव
किसान
आने
के
दीजिए
फोटो
ना,
खींचने।
चुनाव आने दीजिए। खाता
इसीलिए-
नहीं खोल पाएंगे, बंगाल में खाता नहीं खोल पाएंगे।
आपने
मैं बोल
नारा
रही हूँ।
लगाया था 42 में 42 चाहिए, 12 सीट कहाँ गया? मेरा पॉकेट में है। दीदी कहाँ ढूंढ
बताओ
रही 12
कैसे?
सीट?
बताओ कैसे? बताओ कैसे?
अरे क्या
मैं भी
बताओगे?
चुनाव
जीता
लड़ी थी।
जो जीता वो
मैं भी
सिकंदर,
चुनाव
बताएगा
लड़ी
क्या?
थी। हाटखोला में बड़ी पिटाई हुई थी, घर घर में पहुंचा था पैसा लेके। हाटखोला बारासात में बड़ी पिटाई, जमकर पिटाई हुई थी जब पैसा देने गया था। बताओ सबके सामने आप लोग कैसे सीट जीते?
कोई विश्वास नहीं करता आपको, झूठ बोलते हैं आप लोग।
वो बता के ले आए, हाटखोला
कोई नहीं
बता दिया
विश्वास
जाओ।
करेगा। ये सब बात बोल, हार जाने के बाद बहुत
I
बहाना
just
आती है।
want- I just
आप
want-
बैलेट में हार जाते हैं तो ईवीएम की बात करती हैं, ईवीएम में हार जाते हो तो बैलेट की बात करते हैं। सब हार जाते हैं तो इलेक्शन बंद कर देती हैं।
I don't think it-
डेमोक्रेसी है क्या?
Both Dilip Ghosh and Kakulidi should take a leaf out of Manipur. You know, the Trinamool sitting MLA is actually supporting the BJP government as we speak here today. And that's the reality of the Trinamool Congress and the BJP.
So you're saying there's a hypocrisy there.
We don't
Pure-
have any
pure
MLA there.
hypocrisy.
We don't have any MLA there. You are mistaken, sir.
Anyway, if you can withdraw his letterhead contains your party's stamp and symbol, and it's on your
Okay,
party's
okay.
letterhead that he is giving support to the BJP government
But
as
let's
we
focus
speak
on
today.
Bengal. Let's focus on Bengal.
Yeah, coming back to Bengal, this exact narrative is what needs to be spoken of, and in a lighter mood, I'll say, do you know what the Baba Ramdev syndrome is? Since we are discussing Lord Ram.
Please enlighten.
So in a room, if you keep BJP and Trinamool leaders and you run the Narada, what you call clip over there, then the moment the clip will show what you call Shubhendu Adhikari and Shobhan Chattopadhyay, you'll see the Trinamool leaders ekdam jump up and say, see, look, corruption is there. And the moment they will show Firad Hakim or other people who are still in the Trinamool, then they will have a spasm of Ramdev syndrome. Their left eye will go like this, like this, like this. And they will say that, no, we don't see that part of it. And exactly the reverse will happen with the BJP leaders. If you say clips shows people who are in the BJP taking money, towel wrapped money into their hands, they will have a spasm of Ramdev syndrome. They'll say, no, we can't see that. The moment they see Firad Hakim, they'll jump up and say.
You're making the same
So
point.
what I'm saying is that the BJP and the Trinamool are the same set of leaders. There's no difference between them. They've governed Bengal. They've represented Bengal in different forums in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, the same set of people.
Okay.
Their principles are same. The farmers' law that Modi has passed, exactly the same set of laws have been passed here in West Bengal by Mamata Banerjee.
Okay.
So they can't claim to be a holier than thou situation on this issue.
This is
There is
ultimately,
just a second.
Yes, yes.
I would request Honorable Dr. Fuad Halim here just to contemplate and, very openly say here in this August gathering how the 17% to 22% votes of the CPIM in the Lok Sabha got reduced and how that 17% increased in BJP.
Okay,
Have
but-
you contemplated on that?
We are very clear. No party or no organization owns votes anywhere in India.
Okay, but
people make a choice.
Okay,
and
but
people
this
have
is-
made a choice.
this
So we
is-
are not going to that.
But this panel is not about whether the left has benefited the BJP.
What I
That's
want
not
to
this
ask,
panel
what I
is
want
about.
to ask specifically, Rajiv Banerjee, who was a minister in the TMC, says he has information in his back pocket regarding corruption. Today he is moved on to the BJP.
These are nitty-gritty, sir. You're
No,
talking about the allegations
what I
within
want
the
to know
parties.
from the BJP,
I want to bring it back to
BJP
Ram
and
versus
the-
Durga.
What I want to know is that on the question of values, Maryada Purushottam Ram, a person who represented values, Durga who fought for good and bad. This information is in Rajiv Banerjee's back pocket. What is Dilip Ghosh doing about it? What is Kakuli Ghosh doing about it?
Okay, so, again, Dr. Halim, you were making the argument that this Ram versus Durga framed debate is bogus because you're saying both these parties are hypocritical. I don't think you're going to get an answer straight from either of them on that. But Dr. Dastidar, ultimately this is a political campaign. Ultimately, there are many lofty things that can be said about ideology, the main issues, as Pavanji also said, that there's a reason why certain things are said during campaigns because there are not other issues. They are sticky, they have a lot of traction. Ultimately, would it be fair to interpret, madam, that the reason why the Jai Shri Ram, the Durga invocations are happening so much is also an acceptance by the Trinamool that there is some resonance for this. And the BJP is finding some resonance for this refrain and whatever surrounds it during this Rath Yatra, during the rallies, during the campaigning.
We've always been on the road. Trinamool Congress has always been on the road. Our leader, Srimati Mamata Banerjee, has always been a street fighter, fighting for the common man. So being on the road, we don't call them Rath Yatras. What do they mean by Rath Yatras? They are insulting the gods. Rathas were used by gods. They have been mentioned in the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, and now they think that they are themselves gods. And as to an answer to Dr. Halim here, you see, Honorable Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah, he himself has accepted that they had received support from the CPIM in the Lok Sabha election by means of transfer of votes. And as far as your question is concerned, election is
I'll just add to that. Shubhendu Adhikari is already declared from the BJP forum that in 2011 the RSS and the BJP supported, and you have another person who clearly mentioned that in 2016 the spokesperson of the BJP has said that the BJP had voted for the TMC to stop the left.
Okay.
So those
what
explanations
credibility
are
has
already
Shubhendu
there.
Adhikari got? What credibility has he got?
Well, for 10
He
years,
has left the party
10 years he
to
was with
say,
you.
No, we were not going to give him a nomination. That's why he's left. You please be informed.
That's a separate
What
matter.
credibility has he
That's
got?
a
He's
separate-
changing
Finish your
party
point,
like he's
Dr.
changing
Dasidar.
clothes.
Yeah.
Dr.
देखिए,
Dasidar,
एक-
finish
एक
your
minute.
point on the Rath Yatra, then
एक-
I'll get Dilip Ghosh. Let us just
एक
finish your
minute.
point, sir. Just finish your point on the Rath Yatras that you were mentioning.
I said that the Raths in our mythology, in our history, it has been seen to be used by gods and goddesses. So what does the Bharatiya Janata Party leadership think? They think they are themselves gods and goddesses. They can't even walk straight. To reach to the interior villages, they have to walk there like we normally do, Trinamool Congress. My leader, Mamata Banerjee, walks for 9, 10, 11 kilometers at a high speed to reach the common man.
So now
and they come with mechanized, superstar, with the 5-star facilities. 6 people only in what they call Rath. Actually, they are Toyota or Mercedes vans with all kinds of facilities. I don't want to go into the details.
Okay.
They are insulting the mythology. First they insult Devi Durga, then they insult the farmers. Now they are insulting other gods and goddesses by using
Dilip
the term
Ghosh,
Rath Yatra.
Ram versus Durga से Rath versus street fighter हो गया
पहली
है.
बात मैं इसका प्रोटेस्ट करता हूँ, कोई रथ यात्रा नहीं, परिवर्तन यात्रा है। इन लोग परिवर्तन से डरते हैं, एक बार परिवर्तन करके लोगों को धोखा दिया।
वो पोलराइजेशन बोलते हैं कि
परिवर्तन, हाँ पोलराइजेशन अवल बोल सकते हैं आप, मुझे आपत्ति नहीं, लेकिन हम परिवर्तन करने वाले इसलिए परिवर्तन यात्रा लेके, ये पॉलिटिकल यात्रा है। अब फुआद साहब बोल रहे थे कि इसका वोट किसका पास गया। पहली बार डेमोक्रेसी में किसी को वोटार समझ कर रखना बहुत बड़ी अन्याय है, और बंगाल के जागरूक जनता इसी ने कांग्रेस से सीपीएम, सीपीएम से टीएमसी, टीएमसी से बीजेपी की तरफ जा रहे हैं, किसी का खरीदा हुआ नहीं है। कितना भी परसेंट हो, कुछ भी हो, जागरूक जनता जिसको लगता है कि इनका कुशासन से समाज को निकालने के लिए हिम्मत है टीएमसी बीजेपी में, तो लोगों ने हमको वोट किया है। जब कांग्रेस से सीपीएम से इनके पास वोट आया था तो किसका था, किसी का खरीदा हुआ नहीं है। सरासर बंगाल की जनता को अपमान करना इस प्रकार बोलकर, मैं इसका प्रोटेस्ट करता हूं। दूसरी बात है, यात्रा देश में जुग जुग से होते आ रहा है। पॉलिटिकल यात्रा बिहार में हुआ, अभी दूसरी जगह, हाँ किसी ने नहीं किया होगा, बंगाल में हमने शुरू किया तो हमको थैंक यू करना चाहिए। राजनीति में यात्रा ये जनजागरण का है, समाज के सामने हम अपना विषय को ले जा रहे हैं। डेमोक्रेसी में हर पार्टी का अपना अधिकार है समाज के सामने जाकर अपना विषय रखना। उसको इन्होंने हर बार रोकने का प्रयास किया है। पिछले बार गणतंत्र बचाओ यात्रा रोक दिया, इस बार इनकी ताकत नहीं हमारी यात्रा रोकने के लिए, इसलिए रो रहे हैं।
आप जाइए ना, बिल्कुल जाइए, लेकिन मैं जो कहना चाहती हूं कि आपको बंगाल में राजनीति करने से पहले यू शुड नो द सेंटिमेंट ऑफ बंगाल। The Bengalis don't like this kind of pompous behavior, and you are taking out Rath Yatras by insulting the gods. Nobody stops your Raths. It is you. When you see in a field there are no people to listen to your president, then the meeting is not held. You can't blame it on Trinamool Congress. Trinamool Congress has nothing to do with it. And how we won in 2011 is because of the hard work the workers put under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee. 26 days she was fasting for the farmlands. She's been with the farmers. The farmers' income has increased nearly threefold. Annually it was about 90,000 when she took over, and now it is 2,97,000 per annum. The farmers are getting much more than anywhere in the world. They also, the small farmers, large farmers, marginal farmers, and the landless laborers, everybody get benefit of the Samman, that Kisan credit card and the Mamata Banerjee's proposal. The central proposal leaves out a lot of people. Here, out of the 77 lakhs of farmers in Bengal, 97% have got the support of the government. So you don't have to say why they got the vote and how they got the vote. They got it because Mamata Banerjee has been working from them.
Pavanji, I want to draw you back on in on this. I want to get, as we come towards the end of this discussion, I want to get quickly into some of the nuts and bolts of what's going on, because the BJP is the challenger in this particular case. I've already told you that it's been framed as a Ram versus Durga at one level, the conversation that's happening at rallies, etc. Do you see this as, given the BJP's appetite for elections? You've already commented on the ruthlessness. You're saying that there's no agenda and that's why they need to do this. But ultimately, with an election to win, a prestigious big election where the BJP has never really held power, would you see this as anything other than just the practice of politics? Because like you yourself have said, the use of Jai Shri Ram is something that has happened many, many times in the past. And the BJP says, what is wrong with Jai Shri Ram? Why are people so, shaken by the use of Jai Shri Ram?
They want us to start getting into the discourse which suits them. We don't want to.
But Mamata
Congress
has.
party.
Mamata Banerjee has.
Both of them. When I say they, I mean both of them. When people think of the Congress party in Bengal, they think of the Haldia dock complex, they think of the IIT, they think of the IIM, they think of the Kolkata Metro, they think of the Bengal chemicals, they think of a lot of developments that happened here. Today, what are we discussing? Durga versus Ram, for God's sake. Is this what democracy has been reduced to? And who are the culprits? Who are the people responsible for this level of discourse? Bengal is watching. Congress party has always talked about all-round development despite fault lines that existed in our society. BJP and Trinamool, I'm afraid, they will keep harping around the fault lines so that we do not remind them of their failed promises, so that we do not remind them of their failures, so that we do not remind them of our ambitions. The manifestos, the farmers, the unemployed youth, the MSMEs, the traders, the women, these are the issues that Bengal wants to hear its politicians discuss.
But both the parties say that those are also issues that they discuss.
If it's a footnote, then there will be a footnote very soon. This can't be a footnote. Development of a state, development of the country is the main agenda. That's the main curriculum. That's not a co-curricular activity, for God's sake.
Dilip Ghosh, would you like to answer that? इनका कहना है कि development and progress under Prime Minister Modi's leadership cannot be a footnote.
मैं इस बार की बजट की बात कर रहा हूँ. 675 किलोमीटर रोड नॉर्थ साउथ जोड़ने के लिए 25,000 करोड़ रुपए इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ है केंद्र सरकार की. ये डेवलपमेंट नहीं है क्या? दिखता नहीं इनको? 2 कॉरिडोर आ रही है, एक इधर विजयवाड़ा से और मुंबई से डनकुनी. इसमें डेवलपमेंट नहीं होगा. इसमें लेबर ऑफिसर और इंजीनियर से लेकर के कॉन्ट्रैक्टर सबको काम मिलेगा. डेवलपमेंट मतलब क्या होता है? अपना घर 3 तल्ला बनाना है, जैसे कि टीएमसी के काउंसिलर पंचायत बना रहे हैं ना, कांग्रेस के नेता लोग जैसा बनाए हैं. आज विसर्जन क्यों हो रही कांग्रेस की? पिछले बार हाफ हुआ, अगले बार साफ हो जाएगा. 4 से 2 आया है एमपी. और विधानसभा जो भी थे वहाँ विधानसभा में इनकी तरफ से नारा लगाने वाला कोई नहीं रहेगा. अगर डेवलपमेंट आपने इतनी की तो लोग आपको इतनी जल्दी कैसे भूल गए? लोगों के सामने बोलिए, हमने देखा है आपका डेवलपमेंट, आज लोग देख रहे हैं हमारे डेवलपमेंट. ये बीजेपी और बाकी लोगों में तब इनके पास इशू नहीं है बीजेपी के विरोध करने के लिए. जय श्री राम हमारी नारा नहीं है. आप चलिए मेरे साथ रोड में, पब्लिक खड़ा होकर जय श्री राम देखेगा मेरी गाड़ी देखते हुए.
आप बोल रहे हैं कि ये रेजोनेंस है.
पब्लिक जैसे वंदे मातरम से अंग्रेज डरते थे, अब दीदी वंदे जय श्री राम से डरती है.
दिलीप जी,
और इनकी ये श्रेय जाता है कि गांव-गांव तो लोगों को जय श्री राम बुलवा दिया जेल में डाल के, नहीं तो कोई नहीं बोलता. आज क्यों बोल रहे हैं? ये सब श्रेय दीदी को है और टीएमसी को है.
Dr. Dasar, yeah. The BJP is saying that they're finding echoes of it when they go out, and that's the reason why it is increasing more and more.
No, I should really actually, appreciate his guts when he says they have done a lot of development, and he's talking about some kind of a road which is about to come 650 kilometers. West Bengal has seen the development of 90,000 kilometers of road under the rule of Mamata Banerjee. 97 to 98% rural and urban homes have been electrified. 67 lakh girl children have received educational funds. So if this is not development, then what is development? And what about they're always lying about the 15 lakhs of rupees that they promised in 2014 for every poor person. Where is that? Where is the promise of the Achhe Din? They are just trying to divide on the basis of gods and goddesses because they have done nothing for the country. They are selling the PSUs. All public sector undertakings are under threat. Rail has been sold. Air India has been sold. LIC has been sold. They are playing into the hands of the multinationals, and India will never forgive them.
Okay.
I think all of you saw when I started talking about development, I forced these two gentlemen and the lady here to start talking about development. Otherwise, they would keep you all busy. Ram versus Durga. Jai Shri Ram or Jai Siya Ram. Hare, please talk about development.
That is the topic of the host. When the host asks, we have to be relevant.
Congress party will keep bringing the narrative back on development from every platform in every election, and we'll force you all to acknowledge that development, and development, there is nothing else the country wants from you.
Dr. Dasida, do you want to answer that? Because, I'll tell you why. Because, see, the idea, with the greatest of respect to all of you, there is a sense, and I know that there is already this insider-outsider debate that is happening, and I'm sure we TV walas are seen as outsiders.
Well, the insider-outsider debate is within the BJP now.
I'm just saying.
Dilip Ghosh is at the receiving end of the outsiders.
My question is, there is a sense that if you look at many of the things that are making headlines, it looks like the BJP is setting the agenda and the Trinamool is joining issue with them. Whether it is the Netaji issue, whether it is Joy Shri Ram, whether it is certain other things, there is that sense, ma'am, that the Trinamool is being lured into those conversations.
Do you think the Bengalis and Trinamool Congress will keep quiet when the BJP hooligans come and break the statue of Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, who taught us to read and write? Do you think Trinamool Congress will keep quiet when their leaders go to Shantiniketan and they say that Rabindranath Tagore was born in Shantiniketan? Ridiculous, isn't it? So we have to reply to what they are saying. We have to always bring their misdeeds to the forefront so that it doesn't go unnoticed. Okay. And about development, whatever happened in the 35 years of misrule under the left front, Bengal was reeling under absolute poverty. There was no electricity, there was no road connectivity, there was no infrastructure built. Mamata Banerjee has done it all, and this is not the topic. Why I was keeping quiet is because my convent background tells me that I will answer the question only when you ask. The host has set a pattern.
Understood.
So according to a pattern, we were coming through the issues and the agenda. And when you come to the nationalism, then I would definitely have spoken about the other issues.
I understand that. I understand that. I only mentioned it as an example. We only have 25 seconds left. Dilip Ghosh, would you like to answer that since nationalism? I'll give you 10 seconds at the end.
एक डेवलपमेंट की मैं जस्ट उदाहरण दे रहा हूँ, हमारे कांग्रेस के मित्र हैं जो ब्रह्मपुत्र ब्रिज मोदी जी ने उद्घाटन किया 8 किलोमीटर, वो शुरू हुआ था अटल जी के समय और समाप्त हुआ मोदी के समय। आपने क्यों पूरा करके उद्घाटन नहीं किया? और उस समय 1 मिनट, ये जो हाईवे जो कर्टन ट्रेंगुलर बना उस समय 19 किलोमीटर पर डे बनता था। 10 साल कांग्रेस में 12 किलोमीटर में ले आए थे, फिर हम 22 किलोमीटर ले गए। ये नमूना है।
मैं बताता हूँ उसकी असलियत बता देता हूँ। डिवाइडर
तो मैं बता रहा हूँ, आप क्या बताएंगे?
डिवाइडर के उधर अलग नापते हो, आपने नापतोल में भी घपला कर दिया। आप लोगों की
सब घपला हमने किया।
पहले सड़क यूं सीधी नापी जाती थी,
आसमान से कोयला
आप डिवाइडर
खा गए, घपला हमने
दोनों नापते हो।
2G 3G सब खा गए, हम घपला किया।
लोग देख रहे हैं,
लोगों ने सजा दिया, कांग्रेस मुक्त कर दिया।
नेशनलिज्म की डेफिनेशन इज डेवलपमेंट, नथिंग एल्स बट डेवलपमेंट, और संविधान के हिसाब से देश चलेगा। आप दोनों जैसे चाहते हैं वैसे नहीं चलेगा।
Let me just bring this to a close. I'll give you 20 seconds. I'm just saying that we started off on Ram versus Durga, but we've ended this debate on highways. So Pavanji, you may be happy about that because suddenly we're talking about infrastructure to end with. But yes, 20 seconds and then I'll give you 10 seconds.
Yeah,
yes.
the situation in Bengal at this point is that we've got 5.5 lakh government jobs that are vacant. We've got para teachers, and nobody is teaching our next generation in schools because the past 10 years teachers have not been appointed in the various examinations, and that situation came to such a head that yesterday the entire left organizations organized a march to Nabanno. They were brutally assaulted. Today we are in the midst of a very successful call called by the left today, and the future of Bengal is not going to be reduced to this binary that the BJP and the Trinamool are trying to create. It's going to be development, it's going to be jobs, it's going to be farmers' rights
15
as far as
to
the
Dr.
produce is
Dasida,
concerned.
As the ruling party representative. 15 seconds.
Me? Yes. You see, I would like to ask the gentleman here why their government in the center opened the FDI, why the joblessness was created here, and why there was a import duty reduction on certain brands. They have to think they are selling the country. But my last statement, the closing statement would definitely be that the BJP, they only believe in the Ram Mandir because it is a political tool. They don't revere or they don't respect Ram, a symbol for aggressive jingoism to the populace is to talk about, chant about the Ram Mandir and just misguide the people. They are not interested in development.
Okay, we are completely out of time. I'd like to thank all of my guests on this. The campaign is really just hitting its climax. We're going to see many more weeks of this campaign. I only wonder what kind of pitch it's going to hit, considering in many ways, especially to us outsiders outside Bengal, it looks like it's already peaked. So where's it going to go from here, whether it's Ram versus Durga or other frames of this debate? We'll have to wait and see. I can promise you that India Today will be covering all sides equally. Thank you very much to all of you for being here.
Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. 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 Hello.
Afternoon. So, heavy duty political conclave, very expected, tectonic election coming, but at the same time, Bengal without culture, without Satyajit Ray, when we are celebrating the 100th year of the maestro, cannot complete a conclave like ours. So, I will start with a Satyajit Ray question to all my panelists, each of them distinguished, each of them icons in their own right, and then get to somebody who, because 25 minutes or 30 minutes is not enough to discuss Satyajit Ray. So I will get to Feluda specifically, because for a national audience, and our whole point here is, have we celebrated Ray enough? And perhaps the best example to debate, discuss this, is this character, Feluda. And we've got two people who have played Feluda. For a long time, Benuda has done that, Shobhoshachi Chakraborty. Most recently, Tota has done that, Tota Rai Chaudhuri. And the person who's made Feluda for the OTT platform, his next one coming out in May, iconic Bengali director, was a junior of mine, Srijit Mukherjee. So that's how I want to go about this particular session. Srijit, I'll start with you. Have we celebrated Satyajit Ray enough? Centenary happening. Where is the national presence in that sense? Do you feel it's our fault in Bengal? Do you feel India has not done enough? What's your take on it?
At an international level and at a regional level, if I may use the term, obviously we still do, he's a part of our everyday life. But at the national level, I'm kind of disappointed that I think, have not celebrated Ray enough. A very telltale sign of that is, if you look at the pan-Indian diaspora and if you ask people about Satyajit Ray, their knowledge is very blurry. A lot of people don't know what are the films that he directed, how he brought glory for India in the international stage. And it didn't help that his only foray into Hindi films was Shatranj Ke Khiladi. So apart from that, somehow it's been a bane for Indian film industry that until and unless you do Hindi films, you're not considered to be an Indian national film director, which is obviously absolutely basis. We've seen most of the films which have done commercially well and in fact, has got festival laurels from abroad, prestigious festivals, have been mostly from Maharashtra, Marathi films, Telugu films, Tamil films, Bengali films. So, quote unquote, the regional film industry has always, in actuality, dominated the film scenario. But some of the perception is India is equal to Bollywood. And though he did win the Filmfare Award for Shatranj Ke Khiladi, his single foray in Bollywood, I think it has left a very kind of a half-baked image of the man in the pan-Indian imagination. And of course, the comment that he was selling poverty in Pothir Pachali, that didn't help the cause either. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Benuda, Srijit said internationally and regionally we have, but if I ask this audience, for example, how many know Sherlock Holmes and how many know Feluda, except the people from Bengal, how many actually know Feluda will be a tough one. Having said that, in all our lives, Feluda is all pervasive. I mean, each of us have lived with the man, we will die with the man. Why is it that Feluda has remained Bengali and has not become international?
Well, as far as his writings are concerned, most of his Feluda books have been translated in various languages all over the world, which has been translated in French, Italian, including Japanese and other languages. As far as the literature goes, I mean, as far as his writings go about Feluda, it has, may not be that it has gained a lot of popularity, but then it has reached the masses.
Okay.
But then only the books are, as far as Satyajit Ray is concerned, only the books have not done justice. And I feel that his stories, if they would have been made in the other foreign languages, it could have made a greater impact. But yes, Satyajit Ray, besides, as Sujit said, that he made Shatranj Ke Khiladi, he had done a few in Hindi for the television. So his first telefilm is Sadgati, which he did for television. And later on, he did Satyajit Ray Presents. And which were a lot of Hindi productions which were shown on television. But then, as far as Feluda is concerned, when Shashi Kapoor, an able candidate to play Feluda, when he played Feluda, and
did he do justice to Feluda?
I think he did justice, and it was appreciated all over India, not so in Bengal.
Yeah, and that's the most important question, that can Feluda have a tummy? Can Feluda look overweight? Can Feluda be a particular kind where we Bengalis will not associate? Tota, why is he successful as Feluda? Is why you take a look and you know why. So Tota, my question to you is, if Srijit makes Feluda for Bollywood, will that help? Why is Poirot or Sherlock or Wallander, anyone you call, is way more international than Feluda yet? Has Babuda, by not giving the rights, by trying to tell us that Feluda is more Bengali, has he actually done a bit of a disservice to Feluda and to his father?
No, but Feluda is Bengali by nature, because I believe that I read just one book written, translated in English, and the essence was lost in translation. I just simply couldn't get that feel, that vibe that you get by reading Bangla Feluda. I will quote Rituparna Ghosh. We worked in a film together, a film called Sunglass. He made double versions of it. One was in Hindi and the other one was in Bangla. I think on the 5th or the 6th day, he took me aside and said in Bengali that, nah, what you are doing is my film. What Madhavan is doing is a Hindi film. It's not my film. I said, why do you say that? He's following instructions. He's following your instructions, your directions. He said that, no, those words are not mine. Those words are not mine. The language that you're speaking in, the intonations, the conundrum, everything, the whole effect is what I wanted. But I am simply helpless because I don't have the grasp over Hindi. And then onwards, he never attempted to make a Hindi film.
So if this is the case, so will Feluda and in turn Ray remain confined to Bengal? I mean, will you, for example, you've done Chinnamastar Obhishap, which is supremely successful if you see over the last couple of months. Will you not attempt it, say, for Bollywood or for an international audience? Or are you scared that you cannot actually make that Bengaliness come real? Is this an apprehension?
Not really. First of all, I think Babuda has given a lot of Hindi rights away for Feluda stories, so they are available. It's not that they are not. There is one name which we are missing in this discussion, which is, I think, a very potent name, that is Byomkesh Bakshi. Yep. Now, Byomkesh is also written by one of the iconic writers of Bengal, Sharadindu Bandyopadhyay. So, there is Bangaliana there as well. So I think this lost in translation logic, I do not agree with it. So I will disagree with Tota there, and in association with Rituda as well, because maybe that applies for Rituda's screenplay, but for a franchisee or for a canon like Feluda's, I don't think it's applicable, because there are stories which go beyond the Bangaliana mood or flavor, and it gets into human psychology, it gets into solid plotting, there are plot points, it follows the structure of a whodunit or a howdunit in a very classical way. Something which you set in a maybe in a different era or in a different time, or you sort of tweak a little thing there, which could accommodate technology if you're obviously changing the timeline, then I think it can definitely be made into Hindi. I don't see any impediment over there.
Benuda, tell me something. Two questions, one for you, one for Tota. One, while Feluda remains very Bengalian, coming back to Bengal, while anyone who goes to London will go to 221 Baker Street and go and see that Sherlock Holmes museum, which is a makeshift thing, obviously did not exist. Why is it that we do not have a Feluda museum in Bengal? Is this a problem with our government? Why are we not celebrating Feluda why is it that there are no commercial merchandise for Feluda? If I want to go into a store on Park Street, buy something which is Feluda, t-shirt, anything, why will I not get him? Is it a problem with us in Bengal that we don't know how to commercialize? Is it a problem? What is the problem? Why can't we have a Feluda museum?
I always said that we should have a museum, but the greatest disaster here is we don't even have a museum for Satyajit Ray, who is a greater entity than Feluda himself, Feluda as a character. So I think we firstly should have a museum on Satyajit Ray. And then we can later on think about a museum for Feluda. Because Satyajit Ray's creations are far more than anything else. I mean, it's not just restricted to making films. So firstly, I think, yes, we are lacking enterprise. I think we should give it a good a push. I mean, everyone should try their little bit to see that Satyajit Ray Museum comes up. So and to add on to what Srijit had said, but there are certain things in Feluda which are very, very Bengali. And when he says, Apni eta, he says in Bengali to Lal Mohan Babu, এটা আপনি ভাববেন না এটা করে নেওয়া যাবে আপনি যেটা ভাবছেন সেটা ভুল so Lal Mohan Babu says bojo how do you do that in Hindi and he says এইভাবেই যদি চলতে থাকে তাহলে আমার কি হবে Feluda says bote how do you do that in Hindi or in any other language.
Interesting. So, Mr. O'Brien, after you win your polarizing election, please think of a Feluda museum because that's not something that is too far from you. You must. Tota, coming to you, you've done a lot of cultural work. You've been in this industry for a long, long time. Have people started identifying you? I will ask Benuda the same question. Do they call you Tota? Do they call you Feluda now?
Well, an interesting thing happened during the film festival this year. I was backstage. One of my film was at the closing, on the closing day. And when I came out, these people, they know me for the last 10, 15, 20 years, many of them. Instead of calling me by my name, Tota, they said, Feluda ekta chobi, Feluda ekta chobi. So that stuck me. I went inside, I told Srijit, these people are calling me by Feluda. My 20 years of work, just one character I play and that vanishes overnight. And I'm called Feluda. So that's the magic of the character.
Srijit, same question to you. You've done so much. You've won national awards. You've won all of it. How important was this? Chinno Mostar Obhishap and subsequently the next one which will come out, Jotokando Kathmandu. How important is this for you?
See, connecting with the audience is very important, but that connection can happen at various levels. So with a lot of my films, I have connected at a cerebral level, some at an emotional level. Feluda was primarily a very emotional response from the audience. The audience, they loved it. They kind of celebrated it. But the difference I could understand in that kind of a response is that it was coming from long lost afternoons. You know, these people, they have gone away from the country. Maybe someone is sitting in Germany, someone is sitting in Holland. But the people who were appreciating were actually these guys 20 years back or 30 years back. From that space they were appreciating. And I could feel that emotion, I could feel the nostalgia, I could feel that gratitude. You know, that you've given us back time which we have left far behind. And it gives us back those afternoons, those memories, the smell of a new printed Feluda, small, very, very small, slim Feluda books. So a lot is associated with. So Feluda is not just a sleuth. It encapsulates the growing up of an entire generation. Now, that gratitude, that emotional response, I could understand.
Feluda, that's the point. I mean, when my father died and I was coming back from Oxford, I obviously was in that zone. And on the flight back, I was holding a Feluda book. I wasn't reading. I don't even remember what I was doing, but I was holding a Feluda book because he was survival. For us in Bengal, Feluda is hope, his aspiration, his belief, his confidence, his respect, his dignity. He is an international voice speaking out to an international world. In your oeuvre of work, how important has Feluda been?
Well, I have let me tell you, I'm not a formally trained actor. So I grew up the hard way, because I was, my director didn't spare the rod. So that's how I grew up in theatre, and I have portrayed the character just the way the director wanted it to be done. So I have not really analyzed how Feluda should be and what Feluda has actually done as far as the film.
But how important has Feluda been for you, and portraying someone who is so important in the Satyajit Ray oeuvre for you? Because when we think it's Soumitra Babu, you, Tota now. So how important has it been for you?
It has been very important for me because I always wanted to play Feluda. And because this is a character, as everyone, every boy has his own idol, my idol was my father. And my father resembled a lot of Feluda traits. And so I wanted to be like my father.
You actually met Ray, right?
Huh?
Yeah, he went to Ray and said, allow me to play Feluda. That's what he did, right?
That's what I did. I walked up to Satyajit Ray and said, I want to play Feluda. And he said, well, I have stopped making Feluda, you can talk to my son. And when I said, TK, I'm not going to disturb you anymore, sir. So I stood up and he said, Koto. I said, 6'1.5". He said, I'm 6'4". I said, I know that, sir.
Unbelievable. Last few minutes, Srijit, if you really want to sort of, the way the torchbearer of the Bengali film industry from Ray to now, what are the things that you have imbibed from him? Is he still where you want to reach? How important is Ray in your own collection of work?
He is obviously the person everyone looks up to. I mean, if someone says that I don't look up to Ray, I don't know. I mean, that universe is something which is beyond my comprehension. Because if you look at his filmmaking, he's that storyteller who can appeal to people across intellectual sensibilities, across age, across gender, across social divides, He's like that constant. He's like the pole star who's always giving you that direction. Whenever you're lost, you're wondering what dialogue should come in this particular sequence. Or am I actually writing too much? Should there be more brevity to the entire sequence? Or maybe, even if you're thinking that how much of a balance there should be between interior and exterior shots, screenplay writing, dialogues, costumes, the detailing, the research. So I mean, there was a Satyajit Ray Film and Television Institute much before the actual SRFTI was born. That institute was in Bishop Lefroy Road. He was actually a building. He had floors. Each floor had rooms. Each room had libraries. Each library had books. Each book had chapters. So he was that layered an inspiration. So I think it's very difficult, as you said, to capture that influence in 25 minutes or 30 minutes.
Last question each before I close this session. Tota, I'll start with you. Now that you are playing one of the most iconic characters from one of the most iconic people this state will ever produce, not simply has produced, what does that mean for you?
Honestly, it means total reinvention. And after playing this, I got several pairs of eyeballs which probably never wanted to look at my work or didn't think that my work would be interesting to them. That whole group of 15 plus people, 15 to 25, Now, a few months back, I was their moms, their aunties, or their didi's favorite actor. Now, after playing that, I've become their favorite actor.
But Benuda, tough one. How good is Tota now that you've seen him as Feluda?
I think he's very good. He's extremely good. And I think he'll do justice as time rolls by. And with the stories to come, I think we can look up to it.
A young Soumitra Babu, a young Benuda, a young Tota. Choose.
I'll just come to that, that torture chamber which you just presented to me. But before that, I would like to add something that Benuda actually called Tota immediately after watching Chinnamasta. And that phone call means a lot to both me and Tota. We obviously wanted to show it to Soumitra Chatterjee, Soumitra Jetu, but we couldn't. He only saw some stills which he liked, but he couldn't actually.
He did, right? He saw some stills.
Yes. So Anirban Chakraborty, the person who plays Jatayu, he was acting in a film with Soumitra Jetu. So he showed him the pics, and Soumitra Jetu was looks very good. So he was very appreciative. So these are all, our
Okay, so my time is up. So you give us the news point now, Srijit. For the Bengali audience, when is the next Feluda coming out? When are we expecting that? Give us a date. What's happening?
We are targeting May, 2nd May.
For Satyajit Babu.
Yes. That is our target. But again, it has become such a huge success. The producer now, they have gone back to the drawing boards, and they are now redrawing on the plans of advertisement and promotion and marketing. Because this one, they even want to go bigger. So that's.
And post this, you're doing another one? You have plans?
Yes, for the next 20, 25 years, yes.
Wonderful. So let me finish on these lines. Srijit said there is a Satyajit Ray dialogue for every context. And he's right. And I will take Mr. O'Brien again here. So it's the BJP versus the Trinamool on stage at the India Today Conclave East, and both have been given one dialogue. So Mr. O'Brien gets the first crack. He looks at the BJP fellow and very Feluda, very Satyajit Ray says, highly suspicious. And that chap looks and says, আপনাকে তো কাল্টিভেট করতে হচ্ছে মশাই. I need to cultivate you. That's how important Satyajit Ray is for all of us. I thank my panelists, Srijit Mukherjee, Shobhashachi Chakraborty and Tota Rai Chaudhary for gracing the India Today Conclave East. And thank you for being a wonderful audience.
We thank our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for our panelists. Thank you, Borya. Give us about a minute of turnaround time on the stage, and we are ready to go into our next session. All right, to take it from here, on to our next session, Business Board, Act East, how to balance policy and pragmatism. And for that, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Raj Shengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing India Today Group. Can we please have our esteemed panel on the stage? Harshvardhan Neotia, Chairman, Ambuja Neotia Group. Hemant Kanoria, Chairman, Sri Infrastructure Finance Limited. Chandrasekhar Ghosh, Managing Director, Bandhan Bank. Rudra Chatterjee, Managing Director, Lakshmi Tea.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After that fascinating session, we are back to reality.
And we are looking at how can we achieve the business potential that West Bengal has, but has never achieved in the last 40 years or so. Let's not forget that at one time West Bengal was the leading industrial power at independence. I don't want to go into history, but currently West Bengal stands in terms of industrial growth at position 20 out of the 32 or 34 union territories and states that we have. It has made some progress in the last decade under the Mamata government, but to use a cricketing phrase, Bengal industry is batting less than its potential at the moment. One big thing that is happening is that by May we should have a new government, either a third term for Mamata or an absolutely new disposition, or maybe a coalition, we don't know. But whatever the option, it does provide us an opportunity to look at which I think is the first big question we'll try and answer in this session, what should be the industrial agenda for the new government? The second thing, I think we can take it a little forward if we have the time, is to see whether West Bengal can become the hub for East India. The potential is there, it has never achieved that potential. Can it do so? And even more importantly, the third question, if we really get the time, is to see whether it can go even further and become the true gateway of India towards to Southeast Asia. It had, again, logistically, location-wise, and also the industrial talent to do so. It hasn't achieved that as yet. As we do have an eminent panelist to answer this blueprint for change that we're asking for, and may I quickly introduce them, and the compere had said so, but once again, Harshvardhan Neotia, chairman of the Ambuja Neotia Group, a leading Bengali industrialist whose businesses span real estate, hospitality, healthcare, and education. We have Mr. Hemant Kanoria, chairman, Shrey Industries Finance Limited, one of the major asset finance and leasing institutions in the country. We have Mr. Chandrasekhar Ghosh, managing director, Bandhan Bank, a banking and financial services that resembles the Grameen Bank, that he's the Mohammed Yunus in some senses of India. And we have Mr. Rudra Chatterjee, managing director, Lakshmi Tea, that offers the best Darjeeling and Assam teas, and also now into one of the largest home furnishing companies that's there. So welcome to you all to the India Today Conclave, and let's get to the first question, and I'll ask Mr. Neotia to answer that with this thing. Each one, of course, I'll give 2 or 3 minutes for the same question, so you can do that. What would you think should be the new industrial agenda for the new government? Go ahead, Mr. Neotia, I'll join you there.
Well, you know, one of the things that we have been missing in Bengal is a very large port. The Haldia port and the Calcutta port, because of it being a riverine port, has limitations. So this has been on the works for some time, that we should have one deep sea port, because, you know, shipping is a very, very critical aspect. So I think one of the things to be fast-tracked, whichever government comes, is to put up this deep sea port, for which some initial work has already started. The second thing I think is, we know the importance of Calcutta in the development of Bengal, and the metro railway will be a complete game changer for the city. And I think, if I remember correctly, there's 180 kilometers of metro railway under implementation. I think we need to really fast track that. A lot of it has been done, but for some bottlenecks and some other issues, it's been delayed. And I think it's very important that we can get this done. It will really transform how Calcutta can be actually made the gateway that you talked about. The third thing that I think we need to do is to change the perception that the rest of India thinks about Bengal. I think all my panel members here who are from Kolkata and work in Kolkata will certainly agree that situation here is far, far better than how it is perceived in other parts of India. Somehow, I think some image which started off long ago because of the power problem, the labor trouble, the militancy, etc., has kind of stuck a little. Then, of course, the Singur agitation, which was really land-based sort of agrarian agitation got colored into an industrial agitation as though it was to, anti-industry. That was not the truth, but somehow that got projected in that way because Tatas had to leave. So I think a couple of events have really colored the perception of Bengal in a very adverse way, which is far from the truth. So I think we need to really work hard to correct this image, and therefore whichever government comes in must do this.
Thank you. Let me come to Mr. Hemant Kanoria. Mr. Niyota did talk about infrastructure, but you can go beyond and tell us what do you think the agenda should be?
I think there are two areas which should be of prime importance. One would be on infrastructure, second, manufacturing. I think Calcutta in the last many decades has not been positioned to develop the infrastructure to enable manufacturing to come in. But if you look at it, locationally, Calcutta has a great advantage. We have 8 states in the northeast where Calcutta, as we say, has the chicken neck from Siliguri onwards, so people can get connected from there. We have 3 countries which are neighboring, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal. And then we have 5 states which are large enough, Bihar, Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh. So therefore these, and West Bengal itself. So I think that we as a gateway for the entire eastern region and the northeastern region, Calcutta can really be positioned very well. It would have a population in this particular, if you look at Bangladesh and Nepal and everything taken together, it would have close to about 500 million people of population, which Calcutta can cater to. So I think that the next government, whichever government comes in, if they can have an enabling framework, an environment can be created for infrastructure, development and manufacturing to come in. And also Calcutta has a very big advantage. We are surplus in power. We have power which is at lower rates than compared to other parts of the country. We have coal mines here, so therefore we have the advantage of solar power plants which can be set up in this particular region. So I think that infrastructure can be set up very quickly if there is an enabling framework. The policies have to be simple. It should be something which can be implementable. I think that whichever government comes into power, and what we have seen in the last few decades, that the government have been forward-looking, but now we need to accelerate the pace. And as Harsh mentioned, that marketing. So as soon as we have the right kind of an enabling framework for infrastructure projects to come up, for manufacturing to come up, and what does the manufacturing company need? They need basically power at reasonable cost. They need infrastructure by way of land and water, which we have in abundance here in West Bengal. People don't have to come up and set up plants near to Calcutta. They can be away from Calcutta. There's Purulia, Bankura, all these places where we have arid lands, where manufacturing plants can come up. We have good road network which has already been set up. So I think that infrastructure and manufacturing, according to me, with an enabling framework, with easy policies, with deemed approval, which can be given, so therefore the government can lay down the framework where, if someone wants to set up a manufacturing plant, there is deemed approval, that if you don't get the approval within so many days, it is deemed that you have got the approval. And Telangana has tried it in some of the sectors, and it's really worked out well. So I think that Calcutta and West Bengal has all the elements to have a very successful and vibrant economy because of the huge hinterland that we have, and also the neighboring states, neighboring countries, the raw materials and the resources that we have in this part of the country is just immense. So I think that just, someone needs to just unleash the potential here.
Well, thank you, and let's turn to Chandrasekhar Ghosh, who, can we talk a bit, since you, specialize in microfinance and look at the MSME sector. Yesterday we had Dr. Amit Mitra say that in terms of MSME, West Bengal is #1 in it. What more can be done? What do you expect the new government to do when it has to lay down its agenda for them?
Thank you. This is a good point on that. The West Bengal is as per the central survey also say that the second largest of MSME. And there is another point we see that the vegetable producer is the highest in Bengal. And we grown as a bank from these states and now working in the pan-India. But when the people asking the how much you're lending in Bengal, they are feared about us. Oh, you have that much in Bengal? No, 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 you are the very risky bank on that. So how the government can be focused on that to perception of the people is a negative that can be removed. So that is not in a one day, and this is not like as a mechanical way it can do. It's a need in a good plan on that, how it can be reduced on that mind. Because when I first got the bank license, that time also people surprised. And Mumbai, some of people asking me, oh, who are you? Get the bank license from Mumbai and we do not know you. So every time there is one message in here that we should be like to marketing the states in a better way on that. This is my one thing on that. Then second point on that, if we like to grow the MSME segment or agriculture, there is a need of that, the warehouse on the base of agriculture, how this infrastructure also like to develop more. So when this warehouse will be make more and link with the agriculture production, I hope that the farmers will get the good price on that, that is needed on that. And my next two other points as a banking industry point of view, if you know that the MSME, this is the business, is the West Bengal, in the rural and semi-urban areas is more of that. And they are now growing. The first point on that, they have a need in a trade license. So how government can be focused on that online trade license, they can be get it. And they should not be like to have need any money under table to get it and wait for the long time. So that can be given the speed to this the MSME sector, and they can create the long, the many of the new employment they can be generate on that. This is a very good area which can be possible. Again, next on my point on that, you know, it's not any Bengal only, it is a national issue also, but the Bengal can be like to look early. That is the people, there is a joint family we have in the historically, traditionally. And we have the land, and which land have been not distributed or mutation have been not taken in the name of son or grandson. So till now is a collective land, and they like to make a house and they cannot do it. How it can be easy process on that, there can be mutation done, and they can be convert also the agricultural land to the form as in Vastu, which is called to make a house. What's happened on that? The agricultural land are maximum. So people are making the informal house when the family number is increasing without any kind of the legal construction on that. So we feel that when bank is going to land of this house, as a need on that to approval from the government, there's a first need to conversion from the agriculture to Vastu, and then mutation, then. This is taking long time on that. Can we make in a very easy way to do it in like on that? If a bank approved for a house making of this, the 10 kata of the land automatically converted as a agriculture to the Vastu on that. These are 2-3 things.
Great, great. We'll come back to that. We have finally, but last not the least, Rudra Chatterjee. Now, you are dealing with an area that actually was West Bengal's competitive advantage. Agro-processing, tea, and how can we leverage that? How can the new government leverage some of the things that you're doing? And what would you expect from the new dispensation when it comes in May?
Sure. You started by talking about West Bengal as the leading state in the country. We cannot have the same industries. You know, that during the leading years, it was managing agency, Jomidari, the largest port. Those things are not going to come back. We'll have to find other sources of advantages of West Bengal. And West Bengal has 95 million people. huge consumption base. And things like agro-processing, how we can not only produce but market and use that as a launchpad for global marketing. For example, making Darjeeling tea for, we had Feluda just before this. Feluda's favorite tea was Makai Bari. So use that to promote Darjeeling tea, and then from Darjeeling tea, how it goes globally. Similarly, in terms of manufacturing, we were talking about MSMEs, labor-intensive manufacturing, like in textiles. Not just manufacture textiles and be like Bangladesh, but also create textile brands and then have internet-based brands which can ship directly to the consumer around the world. For these, what is important is not so much what the government does, but creating institutions of training, design, and use the capability of West Bengal in being creative, in having in the world ICE, entertainment, communications, and those sectors. That will be a differentiator. We need to do all the things that Harsda said and Mr. Kanoria said and Mr. Ghosh said. That we need to, but that will only take us to the level of other states of India. But what can differentiate West Bengal is that we can tell a story, we can imagine, we can design, and makes life more interesting for consumers around the world. And that can be our plus to make us into a #1 state. Going back to the days of 1900s, where you had Jomidari and managing agency is not going to be a solution to take us back.
Great. We have time, I think, only for one more round of questions. And let's focus on, now that we've laid some agenda for the next, the new government that's to come in, let's look at center-state relations. And you've had a dispensation here that was adverse to the central government. What do you think should be the center's approach? What do you expect of the center to do for West Bengal? We've now asked for the state. What are the things that you think the center should focus on to make not only just West Bengal industry perk up, but also, as we talked of, being the gateway for Northeast and this, and maybe East Asia as well, Southeast Asia?
Well, in Indian context, the center and state have to work together because there are so many things that emanate from the center. So obviously, it has so happened that West Bengal has had a government which was always different than the party in power, and so this has been a contentious relationship right through at least the last 40, 50 years. The question is, can there be cooperation within this federal structure? I mean, which party will come in which center or the state is for the people to decide. But I think there could be a more healthy relationship between the two to work together, at least for infrastructure projects and things which are of national importance. We are a border state. We are an important part of the Look East policy. And I think, therefore, the maturity has to come in the political dispensation on both sides to rise above the politics and to actually look at it as an important peg in the development of the country. I'd like to pick up one more idea that Rudro referred to. It's very important that we don't look at development with the same lens that we look at development in every part of India. In fact, India should start looking at complementarities of different regions because we have our own different traits and we have our own different capabilities. It is not necessary that every kind of manufacturing that happens in some other part of India must necessarily happen in Bengal. In fact, I feel that we probably need to skip the manufacturing kind of obsession to some extent and actually move into the services area because we are more attuned and capable of that. You know very well that nearly 40-50% of the IT professionals in the whole country are from originally Bengalis or from Bengal. We have people who are doctors, we have people who are lawyers, and they are in very prominent positions. These are in the services sector. If we can build on the idea of Bengal rather than just being or Calcutta being a cultural capital to a more intellectual, research-based kind of city, where the thought process, the kind of research work can happen here, it can develop our economy more conducive to the capabilities of its people and not necessarily go the route of doing exactly what, let's say, a Karnataka does or Tamil Nadu does or some other state does. It's not to say that that's wrong, but it's just that certain things have become suitable for certain kind of people, and perhaps certain other things are suitable for Calcutta.
I see we've got about 4 minutes left, so let's get Hemant in. But can you focus on what are the problems you wanted sorted out? If you list 1 or 2 issues that are problems and you say, look, this is my wish list. This needs to be sorted out quickly for us to grow here.
So I think that very important is putting the policy and, one of the topic here has also been policy and pragmatism. I think that the pragmatic policies are very important. And what you mentioned about the center-state relationship also. So whenever any policy is being declared by founded by the government and even the central government, they have to think about the pragmatism of that and see that whether it can be implemented or not.
Can you give an example of, any concrete thing that you want to change in policy?
Yeah, so let's suppose that today when we are talking about, I'll address the issue of infrastructure, because I think that it is very important, because if you have proper infrastructure, whether it be services, agriculture, industries, everything can come up. So when we are talking about power, let's take power, because power is one of the essential inputs for service, for agriculture, for manufacturing. So therefore the policies on power is not very pragmatic, both from the central government side and from the state. So state also has a policy that they would like to promote more of the government sector. Similarly, the center has also not come out with a policy to enable the states to allow private sector to come in. So therefore, there are a lot of talks which you may be hearing, and you have the intent is there, both of the central government and the state government, but it is not getting implemented. The intent has been there for the last 20 years, but it has not happened. So therefore, where is the gap? The gap is that the policies are not pragmatic. So how do you bring in those pragmatic policies, which is not a big problem? There are simple solutions for it. But therefore, the industry and the government, their interaction, they are being able to have a positive discussion to come out with certain suggestions and can get implemented, which is pragmatic. So I think that there is no problem as such. It's just unlocking these small issues.
Great. I mean, that's a good suggestion. We are running virtually out of time, but Mr. Ghosh, what would be 1 or 2 of your points that you think, particularly you deal with finance, the MSME sector, what can the center do? Has it done enough?
No, the central, I am coming to another point on that.
We have, and I have to give Rudra a last chance also to speak. So, yeah.
But if you see that the West Bengal is a high density population.
Right.
It cannot be compared with the Maharashtra. Their population density is low. So till now, if you compare with even Tamil Nadu population is a 6 crore 30 districts administrative office. And Calcutta is a 23, but 9 crores the population. So it's a need to split the administration, then you can manage the very good way to focusing in the ground level and help to the people and more.
Excellent. Thank you. Rudra, you've got a minute.
I think very simply, and like we should take a target. We have a population of 9 crores, 90 million, as Mr. Ghosh said. GDP, state GDP of $200 billion. Let's look at Vietnam, $250 billion, same population. Furniture exports, food processing exports. We should have a 5-year target, and I think it's a great time now before the elections for the center of state to get together and say, how do we make West Bengal equal to Vietnam, $250 billion in the next 3 years? What do we do in food processing? What do we do in furniture exports? What do we do in textile exports? We can keep a very specific thing, and I think people of Bengal should ask the government, center and state, to come together for the benefit of the Bengal, irrespective of who comes to power, and take this country, state to $250 billion in the next 3-4 years.
Excellent. I think we have truly a blueprint for the new government that is there. I see Derek-Obrien is around here, and he left for the moment, but I'm sure everyone else is taking notes. Thank you very much for coming to the India Today East Conclave and for your contribution. Thank you very much. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm round of applause for our panelists. Thank you, Mr. Chingappa. What we're going to do right now, we're going to break for a quicker lunch than what we had anticipated. We've run a little over time. So 2:20, please find yourselves back in the hall so we can power through. Dinesh Trivedi on the floor of the parliament say he's quitting the TMC. As far as optics go, don't you think it's rather embarrassing?
I think it has given us an opportunity to send one real grassroots worker to Rajya Sabha, because basically Trinamool Congress represents the grassroots workers. And by its name you can understand that Trinamool means basically grassroots. So I think it's a blessing in disguise. One grassroots worker will get an opportunity to represent West Bengal in the upper house.
The fact that you had enlisted him as a speaker, did you see it coming at all? Because he was to speak on your behalf.
Pardon?
Did you see it coming at all? Because he was enlisted as a speaker of the TMC, he was to speak on your behalf, on the behalf of the party.
Yeah, he might be having some personal agenda. He probably was having some discussion with the BJP leaders since long. We were getting some indirect indications. But as you know, our motherly leader, Mamata Banerjee, she always gives opportunities till the final moment. She never throws anyone away. It's his or her personal decision, personal equation, personal calculation. But one thing, you must appreciate that though he got defeated in last Lok Sabha election, even then he was rewarded with this Rajya Sabha seat. Now it's up to his decision what he did.
Deeply embarrassing nevertheless?
I don't believe so. Again I repeat, Trinamool
Congress... on
Congress...
the floor of the house for somebody to say what he did and bow out of your party and say he's leaving?
That is his own decision, I repeat. And it's hardly any embarrassment for Trinamool Congress, because in Trinamool Congress our main TRP is Madam Mamata Banerjee's pro-people activities and the developmental activities that have been done in last 10 years in our state of Bengal.
Mr. Swapan Das Gupta, is he joining the Bharatiya Janata Party?
Dinesh Trivedi is a very erudite, articulate person, and I'm sure Dinesh Trivedi will chalk out his own future in the most appropriate sort of way. But what I'm heartened is that in his speech, his rather dramatic way of resigning from the Rajya Sabha, he did highlight some of the major pressing concerns which we've been talking about for a long time, notably the culture of violence and hatred which is there in the state. And I think it's really important to focus on the song rather than the singer. And I think to actually describe Dinesh Trivedi as a ruthless wonder, it's more a reflection on the people who promote the ruthless wonder rather than anyone else. I'm sure Dinesh Da has his own advantages. He has his own limitations also. We all recognize that. But to say that he was always inherently evil and he was always potentially treacherous is to cast a slur on his integrity, which I think is unwarranted. I think there is a space for disagreements in political life, and Dinesh Da has done the thing. He has disagreed with the political party and he's done the next best thing. He's opted out of it.
Is he welcome in the BJP?
I think everyone who is fighting the good fight is welcome in the BJP.
All right, the good fight, I would reckon, will be defined by what side of the divide you stand on. But let's move on now. Thank you for addressing a topic which wasn't really part of the curriculum, as to speak. But let's just quickly move on to our session for the day, which is appropriation of icons. Who's Netaji, who's Tagore? What's really happened is when we see this, what many suggest is a tectonic election, the icons which say West Bengal associated with have found themselves back in contention with both the BJP and the TMC wanting a piece of them. I'd like to begin with you, sir, Mr. Sen, because you're the grandnephew of Mr. Bose. You're the grandnephew of Netaji. How do you see it all play out? Because at one end, you've got this whole legacy war which is going on where Tagore is concerned. Then you have the Parakram Divas, the Desh Nayak Divas for Netaji. How do you see it all plan out, the politics of it all?
I never speak about Netaji as a family member. I'm happy to talk about this subject as a historian and as a biographer of Netaji and as a scholar who has written about Tagore. So let's directly address the question that has been posed in this session who's Netaji, who's Tagore. And I thought that I'd just quote for you something that Nelson Mandela had said when he came to Calcutta. He was speaking at the Eden Garden Stadium. And he said, "Your heroes of those days became our heroes. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was amongst the great persons of the world whom we black students regarded as being as much our leader as yours. Indeed, Netaji united all militant youth of all the colonially oppressed world. We followed with pride his great contributions." So if Netaji belongs to anyone, he belongs to freedom-loving people all over the world. And as for Rabindranath Tagore, he is called Vishwakobi, a global poet, and he is basically Bengal's gift to the wide world of letters. And that is why when I translated some of Tagore's songs, including the ones that he composed on his overseas journeys, I titled the book Tagore, the World Voyager. Now, political parties will often invoke the names of these icons, and that is in the nature of political parties, and it is for the electorate to be discerning and to figure out who is genuinely following the values and ideals of the icons being invoked, and who is being hypocritical.
I would ask you, what would you prefer, but I'll come down to that question later, especially when you talk about the Parakram Divas or the Desh Nayak Divas. But I want to, come to you, Mr. Sen, and I want to ask you, what is the issue with the Bharatiya Janata Party, this election, celebrating two of not just West Bengal's icons? I would reckon Tagore, Netaji are cult figures across the country. So why is it uneasy if the BJP is wearing them on their sleeve and celebrating them? Isn't it all the good?
See, first of all, I believe if I really need to speak something about Netaji, I should start with the greatest salutation, Jai Hind. Netaji is something like immortality is bird and eternity is follower. The issue is Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, he is an icon. He was the most revered freedom fighter. He went outside India to organize the battle against British rule. And as you know, in 1941, it is Azad Hind Bahini who thought that Rabindranath Tagore's Jana Gana Mana should be the national anthem. It's only Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose who hoisted tricolor national flag in 1942 in Hamburg of Germany. It's only Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose who hoisted national flag in Andaman in 1943. It's only Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose who used to believe that secularism is the most important factor that should prevail everywhere. You must remember that day after formation of Indian National Army. One fine afternoon, he went inside the cabin and he has seen that Hindus were having their food in one corner and the minorities, they were having their food in the other corner. And he categorically told, this is not the way. And on the contrary, you must recall, this is Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose who resigned from ICS in 1921. And in 1939, when Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose went to meet Rabindranath Tagore, he said that the blessings of Kavi Guru is the most important asset for the path of his journey. And he said that I believe till your blessings will be with us, we are on the right track. And on the in the same way, it is only Rabindranath Tagore who renounced knighthood in protest of this 1919 Jallianwala Bagh mass killing. So these two legendary figures are much beyond politics. And it's not only the people of Bengal, it's not only the people of India, the people of whole world remember these two people with deep regards and respects. But on the contrary, when Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was fighting for the freedom of India, he was being opposed tooth and nail by the then Hindu Mahasabha led by Savarkar and others, you know. And as an Indian, as a people of Bengal, we believe, yes, it is good to see that one Indian sage, his statue is being built spending 3,000 crores. We believe that the birthday of Netaji Subhash Chandra should also be declared as national holiday, as requested several times by our Honorable Chief Minister, Madam Mamata Banerjee. And we believe Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue should also be built with same regards and respect as the statue of some other Indian sage was built in one state of our country, spending 3,000 crores. It's very sad to see that before, as the election is knocking the door in our state of West Bengal, those who are hardly having clear-cut idea about the Indian sages, those who do not know what the birthplace of Rabindranath Tagore is, those who cannot pronounce properly the name of the relatives of Rabindranath Tagore, those who say that Swamiji Vivekananda Thakur, is very unfortunate to see them speaking about Indian sages who are being adorned and respected by the people of the world in true sense.
Mr. Swapan Das Gupta, the fact is there's nothing wrong in celebrating icons even before election or just at the anvil of election. There's nothing wrong. But when you go about getting the birthplace wrong, you garland the wrong statues, you get names wrong, some of the readers which have gone to do so, would you reckon questions will be raised? Especially then you will be called the outsider and trying to appropriate inheritance that is not yours?
The first question which arises is, why is Netaji an important aspect of this government's agenda, this Narendra Modi government's agenda? The reason for it is very simple. That the history of India has been taught, has been disseminated in one way, in a way which glorifies certain people and relatively underplays the contribution of others. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose happens to be a target of this, may I say, condescension. One of the worst steps which this government did, much before the West Bengal elections was announced, was one, they celebrated the day Netaji announced the interim government of Azad Hind as one of the days in which the national tricolour was hoisted in Red Fort. Number two, they opened as far as possible, and I think all the correspondence and all the files relating to Netaji, which had been a subject of a lot of speculation, some warranted and some completely unwarranted. These were concrete steps which were done. And finally, this year, on the 125th birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, they announced it as Parakram Divas to commemorate the bravery and the sterling contribution of that man. So, in that sense, Netaji's contribution has been imprinted into the calendar of India. To my mind, that shows a degree of respect and an attempt to rectify some of the imbalances of the past. The role of Rabindranath Tagore is well known. He's been honored in every possible way by this country. People read him in different ways. People see him as a philosopher. Some people see him as someone who's firmly molded the Bangla language. The contributions are different. But I don't think anybody would, in any sense, underplay the importance of this man in the national life of this country. This is beyond politics. We are honoring some of the major icons of India, whether it be Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, whether it be Rishi Aurobindo, whether it be Rabindranath Tagore, or whether it is Subhash Chandra Bose. Now, you come to a more interesting question. What if someone mispronounces a name? Now, I think that must be a terrible crime, and I think we mispronounce names all the time. My Hindi pronunciation is something which really wouldn't pass any exacting scrutiny. And if you ask me to speak in Gujarati, I think I'll make a mockery of that language. And as far as Urdu is concerned, sometimes I do expect subtitles to be placed in front of me.
Getting the birthplace wrong?
No, that was not nobody got the birthplace wrong. One Twitter handle got it wrong. That's the thing. Now, I think that Twitter handle got it wrong, and I think he's wrong. But do you think that a man is being disrespected if someone says he was born in Shantiniketan rather than in Jorashanko? It's not a cardinal crime. I mean, there are people who, if for instance there's a controversy about whether Raja Ram Mohan Roy was born in year X or year X plus 1. Now, is that a great crime?
One second, I think we're having some disturbance. Guys, are we catching somebody else's audio?
Check. Start video. Now they can see us. So how?
I think we're catching the audio of... all right, okay.
Now, for instance, one lady, thinks that Pakistan is a neighbor of Bangladesh. Now, that's a, geographical inexactitude. But I wouldn't really judge her entire record in government on the basis of that one goof up which she did. Okay. So I think when we look at politics, one is to look at it in terms of what are the debating points we make at street corners. There's another way of looking at politics, which is to look at the larger, profound ideas. And I'm glad Sugatu is here, because Sugatu today is wearing the hat of the historian. And Sugatu will say, yes, there is a lot of things which we can debate about the lives, the contribution, the impact of each of these individuals. And we may even have legitimate differences over it. But that doesn't undermine the innate respect we have for the people.
Mr. Dasgupta, you're right. Okay, let's leave the frivolity of getting the name wrong, or let's, leave the place of birth, all of that aside. Let's talk about the fact that you yourself said, and then Mr. Sen also added in, the fact that, let's talk about Subhash Chandra Bose, Netaji. A secular figure, would you reckon it was okay, Mr. Bose, that Jai Shri Ram chants were raised outside the Netaji Bhavan, when maybe Jai Hind should have been raised, because that is what is best attuned to Netaji, but Jai Shri Ram chants were echoed outside Netaji Bhavan?
I think it was wholly inappropriate for that slogan to have been raised both outside Netaji Bhavan and also inside the premises of the Victoria Memorial, where the central government had organized an official function on the occasion of Netaji's birth anniversary. However, we were able to preserve and protect the sanctity of Netaji Bhavan. In Bengali, there is a word called sthan mahatto, the exalted quality of a place. And this is the house from which Netaji escaped in 1941. He drove, my father, Shishir Kumar Bose, drove Netaji all the way from Kolkata to Gomo. That was the beginning of the transition of Subhash Chandra Bose to Netaji. What I will say in response to your question about was not just a warrior hero. He had some very clear ideas about the social and economic reconstruction of India. And as you have just mentioned, he believed in the equality and equal rights for members of all religious communities and all linguistic groups. So if we are to even think of him as a warrior hero, we have to consider who were his fellow warriors. My father just took him up to Gomo, but who received him in Peshawar? It was a man called Mia Akbar Shah, who was Netaji's only Indian companion on his perilous submarine voyage from Europe to Asia. His name was Abid Hassan. That's why we honored him this 23rd January with a posthumous Netaji Award. If you look at those who fought alongside Netaji in Southeast Asia, in Imphal and Kohima, the commander of the 1st Division of the INA was Muhammad Zaman Kiani. I was in Manipur last year. The man who raised the Indian tricolour in Moirang near Imphal was Shaukat Malik. And we all know that at the Red Fort, 3 INA officers were tried: Prem Kumar Saigal, Gurbakh Singh Dhillon, and Shahnawaz Khan. I'm saying their names because that's all that needs to be done to emphasize how he had created equality. There's one other point I'd make, and of course the person on his, who was his only companion on his last journey was Habibur Rahman. But finally, I heard the Prime Minister the other day speaking in Parliament, and he quoted from a speech of Netaji, and in which Netaji says, democracy is not a Western institution, it is a human institution. I had quoted from that same speech, and I had quoted that line in a debate on intolerance in India's 16th Lok Sabha. But I did not stop there. And I was a bit concerned that the Prime Minister was quoting this line in the context of his denunciation of foreign destructive investment. What else did he say in that brilliant speech given as president of the Maharashtra Political Conference in 1928? He evoked a wonderful vision of free India as an independent federal republic. And also, he advocated for the cultural intimacy. That was the phrase that he used, the cultural intimacy of all of India's communities. So I think if you genuinely honor Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, you must work for equal citizenship, equal rights for men and women, Hindus and Muslims, Sikhs and Christians, Punjabis and Tamils, Bengalis and Gujaratis. That is the way to honor Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose.
Well, you're saying that also, I would reckon, a day after where the BJP once again has raised the CAA issue in West Bengal, but that's a debate for another day. Mr. Dasgupta, I'll come back to you, taking off from what Mr. Bose also said. Away from, yes, Jai Shri Ram chants at Netaji Bhavan. On the other hand, if we talk about Tagore, would you reckon there was, at least in terms of ideology, he was divorced from the Hindutva ideology? Not very far back as 2017, sir. The RSS wanted parts of what Tagore defined as nationalism removed from NCRT. So there is a question which emerges on the newfound love that the BJP has found for these icons.
The love for these icons transcends their particular point of view. Now, for example, Subhash Chandra Bose had this view of the equality, and may I add to what Shugato has said, fraternity of Indians. And I think that's an ideal we should all aspire to. And that is an ideal which unfortunately got very badly dented by the events of 1946-47, which led to the partition of India. Much of the suspicion, the air of suspicion, which has come about is absolutely a legacy of that era, which is tragic. Of course, Subhash Chandra Bose by then was out of action and could not influence course of events in any way. Now, the larger question arises. Subhash Chandra Bose also had certain concrete political views in my Indian struggle, in the Indian struggle, for instance. He argued for a vision of a synthesis between communism and fascism. Now, that would become a bit, controversial in today's circumstances. Mahatma Gandhi had a vision of the autonomous, almost self-sufficient village republics. A vision of the Panchayat Raj, which was hotly contested by Baba Sahib Ambedkar. Rabindranath Tagore, for instance, had a particular view of education, which, while very idyllic, may not be entirely practical into today's era. Now, does this undermine any of these people they had definite ideas of their time. And as scholars and academics, we should be debating these, looking at them, what we can to understand them, to get a more in-depth vision of what these people meant. Now you come to the question of whether Jai Shri Ram was pertinent in that. Certainly not. It was not, because that was a different sort of occasion. But let me add one thing about Jai Shri Ram, since I've got the microphone in hand. Jai Shri Ram in India, or Jai Shri Ram particularly in West Bengal, is not a religious slogan. It has, for all practical purposes, become a slogan, a symbol of protest. A protest against various things. It can be a protest against a particular imperious individual who's ruling West Bengal. Because if that person gets irritated by it, you say it a little more loudly and irritate the person a little more vociferously. If it is a slogan against a form of appeasement which is going on in West Bengal, it's a form of, actually it is to say, look, we are invoking some slogan to say we don't like the present dispensation. That is the meaning of Jai Shri Ram. In the same way as young urchins during the freedom struggle used to see a British person walking down the street and from behind shout Bande Mataram and run away. And Shugato will tell you that there are lots of police files which tell you about these street urchins.
We'd like to go there.
But I would not equate that cry of Bande Mataram with the other slogan that you're mentioning,
I'm sure
because it got tainted
in an
act
we're
of
running out of
vandalism
time.
in 1992.
No, because I think a lot of people would say that Bande Mataram, some of your more radical secularist friends, for instance, would say Bande Mataram is tainted. I don't think so. I think Bande Mataram is of something which we...
we're running out of time. I'm really sorry. We've just, I would like all of you to get in a word, to shorten our session a bit. But Mr. Sen, I know you wanted to come in. Though Mr. Dasgupta did not answer the question on the newfound love for Tagore, because just about 2 years ago, the RSS wanted NCRT chapters removed on his definition of nationalism.
The RSS is not the government of India.
All right.
The RSS is not the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Okay, well, Mr.
See, ma'am, it gives me immense pain seeing BJP shouting Jai Shri Ram and worshipping Nathuram, the assassinator of Mahatma Gandhi. In the similar way, it gives me immense pain as well when they talk about Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose.
But sir, just to quicken this up, and I want to just come...
On the contrary, they are simply the followers of Savarkar.
But sir, why the insecurity is what is being asked? Wouldn't you have enough faith in your voter to discern who is the appropriate inheritor of this legacy if there is a war of legacy?
Ma'am, question doesn't arise because since 2011, 20th May, since our Chief Minister took the chair, she has been doing so much of developmental activities. So we have got enough faith on the voters at large, and we strongly believe these type of things cannot change the minds of the voters because they got really benefited by this existing government. And I am sure in the coming election, they will be showering their blessings on Mamata Banerjee only. Thank you.
Right. Okay.
I just say that all it shows is that Netaji or Rabindranath or anyone else is not the private property of anyone. He belongs to the entire nation.
All right, so I'm going to end.
Well, let me just say that how should we remember these two figures? I think they both showed us how it is possible to love one's own country and one's fellow beings, but at the same time have a critical perspective of nationalism and prevent it from degenerating into a crass form of chauvinism.
All right, okay, this can go on and on.
But both had a very different perspective on nationalism. Subhash Chandra Bose and Rabindranath Tagore had diametrically other views on nationalism. And I think you will agree with that. But
Subhash Chandra Bose took on board the critique, the Tagorean critique of nationalism.
Rabindranath's critique of Gandhi, Rabindranath's critique of what was called revolutionary terrorism, Subhash Chandra Bose's advocacy of my enemy's enemy is my friend. That sort of, there were very,
Gentlemen,
very
I need
different
to come
ways.
in. I'm really sorry.
Both of these iconic figures, they used to live with an idea, and perpetually that idea has been incarnated in the lives of many. And let's follow those.
Let me give you a conclusion where the two are the same. I'm not singing the national anthem, by the way, but Tagore had this to say in the second verse of Jana Gana Mana: অহরহ তব আহ্বান প্রচারিত শুনি তব উদার বাণী হিন্দু বৌদ্ধ শিখ জৈন পারসিক মুসলমান খ্রিস্টানি পূরব পশ্চিম আসে তব সিংহাসন পাশে প্রেম হার হয় গাথা। And Netaji, for the Azad Hind soldiers, had this rendered by Abid Hassan and Mumtaz Hussain into Hindustani. सबके दिल में प्रीत बसाए तेरी मीठी वाणी हर सुबह के रहने वाले हर मजहब के प्राणी सब भेद और फर्क मिटा के सब गोद में तेरी आके गुंथे प्रेम की माला. This is the similarity,
Right.
and we have to
I'm going
follow
to take,
them. And
I'm going to take Mr. Dasgupta's mic
a
away.
garland of love should actually
Right.
embrace all of the
I'm going
peoples
to
of
end this
India.
session, but Mr. Dasgupta, I'll give it to you on one condition, if you'll tell us, because there is a lot of intrigue and interest from an academic, and a very eloquent academic at that. Are you going to now get into the dirty politics of it all? Are you going to contest this election?
I don't know whether I'll contest the election, but I'm certainly a lapsed academic, and that's I think a reasonable status to have within the political dispensation. And last thing, I want to tell Shugato, I would quote a relative of his,
Okay.
a very distinguished relative, Nirod Chandra Chaudhary, whose article
This is going to,
on partition of
I'm going to take
Bengal
all the
and
mics
what
now.
Rabindranath meant there is
Right.
something which I
Okay.
would urge you. And why did Nirod Babu always say Rabindranath had a very strong sense of Hindutva? I just leave it at that.
Okay, all right, let's just leave it at that. I think we left it at the rendition as well. Appreciate you all for joining us. I really wish we had more time, but we don't, unfortunately. Thank you, gentlemen. A very warm applause.
But we must close the session saying Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. Thank you. Please raise a warm applause for our panelists. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Request everyone to be seated as we're moving into our next session immediately. I'd like to invite onto stage India Today and Aaj Tak's news director Rahul Kaval to lead forward the next session, Power Politics, the New National in the East, How the Hand Made Way to the Lotus. Rahul.
Hello everyone. What are the national implications of the next round of assembly elections? Not just in West Bengal, Assam, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Puducherry. For a perspective on the broader national import of these assembly elections, we are joined at the India Today Conclave East via satellite links by first and foremost Himant Biswa Sarma, one of the senior most ministers in the Assam government, and he's just come out of having delivered the Assam annual budget. So he's just come after having delivered the budget, and we've got Randeep Singh Surjewala, the chief national spokesperson of the Congress party. So I want to welcome to the India Today Conclave East, Himant Biswa Sarma versus his former colleague, party person, and now on the opposite side of the political fence, Randeep Singh Surjewala. Thank you so much, Mr. Surjewala and Hemant Sharma, for joining us at the India Today Conclave. I want to start this discussion by asking Hemant Biswa Sharma, sitting in Assam on the day of the state's finance budget, what according to you, sir, are the national consequences of this assembly election? Not just in Assam, the one that you're fighting, but across these 5 states. Hemant Sharma. Okay, give me a moment. I think we're having an issue. We'll just check the audio and then we'll start. 1 second, please. Just give me a minute. It's a virtual session and they're joining us from Guwahati.
It started, but I still can't.
Mr. Surjewala, do you hear me?
Yeah, but we started the show. Let's see.
Mr. Surjewala, can you hear me? Hemant-da, can you hear me?
Yeah, I am hearing you, but not, I mean, if visually you are not there, but you are audible.
I see you and you're looking very smart, so thank you. And if I have your permission, we can start. And Mr. Surjewala, you can hear me as well, right?
Yes, I can hear you loud.
Okay, super. Let's go. Hello and welcome. I want to spend some time focusing on the national consequences of this round of assembly elections. And joining us now at the India Today Conclave East, just hours after having presented the state's budget, is the Finance Minister of Assam and the BJP's master strategist or Chanakya for the Northeast, Hemant Biswa Sharma. And squaring off against him, we have his one-time party colleague and now sitting on the opposite side of the political fence, the chief national spokesperson of the Congress party, Randeep Singh Surjewala. Hemant Sharma and Randeep Singh Surjewala, thank you so much for joining us here at the India Today Conclave, and welcome. I want to start by asking Hemant Sharma about what, in the way that he sees it, are the national ramifications of this round of assembly elections. In Assam, in Bengal, in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, in Puducherry, what do you think is at stake for national politics? Mr. Sharma.
I think I'll look at it from the perspective of our party. As you know that 5 years ago, our national party president Amit Shah has called for a national expansion of BJP, basically to the south, east and northeast. So last 5 years we have expanded to northeast. So this election will further reaffirm that yes, BJP is finally there in northeast. And now that will be a settled provision. Expansion of this election will also make BJP a huge political force in West Bengal. We are going to form government there and probably will show extremely good result in Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, etc. So basically BJP will emerge as a complete pan-national party out of this election. And of course, last Lok Sabha has already established that, and this election will take BJP to a further consolidating position in the national politics. I am also of the view that we have seen various agitation across the country. So this election will further reaffirm that people of India is with Narendra Modi and will be with Narendra Modi. I think that message will also go from East and Northeast India very loud and clear.
Mr. Randeep Singh Surjewala, in the way that the Congress sees it, how do you assess the national ramifications of this election? Hemant Sharma speaks of expanding the political and geographic reach of the BJP, which if they win Bengal and now they're in the fight, would be a huge achievement. Whereas over the last 5 years, the Congress seems to continue to cede political ground to the BJP. Mr. Surjewala, opening comments.
I don't know what the false bravado is about. Bharatiya Janata Party is not even fighting the election in 3 out of 5 states. Whether it is Tamil Nadu, Puducherry or Kerala, they are not even present on the ground. Let's come back to Bengal and Assam. Other than Assam, where they are in power, Bengal, they are making their first bid. Yes, there is a lot of pomp and show, but we all know that at the end of the day, like the last time, it would turn out to be a damn squib. So, really, Bharatiya Janata Party is contesting 1 out of the 5 states. And if by expansion, Hemanto Sharma ji means expansion by defections in the northeast, yes. They have succeeded by buying over, by subjugating the people's mandate and by trampling upon every constitutional mode. But let me assure him, as also all friends of the BJP, that people of India are not up for sale. And you cannot buy legislators and win victories every time. So I do not think really BJP is a player in these 5 elections. Vis-a-vis Congress, as you are aware, we are in power in Puducherry. We are the principal opposition party in Assam, as also in Kerala. And our allies and us are the principal party, and we are likely to do extremely well. What if the result is 5-0? I would wonder what would Hemantoji say on that day.
Let's spend a moment talking about the farmers' agitation which Hemanta Sarma referred to, Mr. Surjewala. And the point is, would you concede that these 5 states in some senses, not entirely, but will reflect whether or not the point that you're making about the farmer agitation being a national agitation against the Modi government, it having widespread political support, etc., is true? Because if the BJP does well, for example, in West Bengal, is able to retain power in Assam, then would it not prove the point that Hemanta Sarma is seeking to make, that this is a very, very restricted agitation and no reflection on the popularity of the Modi government?
Well, first and foremost, to undermine and underestimate the pain, suffering and anguish of India's farmers, 62 crore India's farmers, is perhaps undermining this country itself, as also everything that our democracy represents. I understand the optimism that Hemantoji has. For agrarian commodities are slightly different in Assam compared to rest of the country. I understand there are tea gardens and its own specific issues. Of course, there is paddy and other crops that are grown. But right from West Bengal up to Kerala and on the other side up to Gujarat and Jammu and Kashmir, farmers in one way or the other, including in Assam, are up in arms. May I just give a very small example, and Hemantoji with his experience and wisdom should be able to answer that. They are saying one nation, one market. Will Mr. Hemanto Sharma tell us and enlighten us, how would a tea farmer of Assam bring his product to Delhi or Mumbai or Chennai and be able to market and sell it there? That's an impossibility. When you demolish the established grain markets and structures, minimum support price mechanism, of course for tea there are different mechanisms, will just cease to exist for the principal crops of wheat, of paddy, of cotton, of maize and of other crops. And that is what the agitation is all about. For Prime Minister Modi wants to snatch away the agrarian commodities from the hands of millions and millions of people and sell it to 2 or 3 cronies, and that's why Congress pointed out that it's a hum do hamare do sarkar.
Hemanta Biswa Sarma, let's spend a moment talking about the Citizenship Amendment Act and NRC, which is a big issue in Assam, and especially in Upper Assam, a lot of reservations around it, and in some senses, the BJP seems to be in a bind, because in Bengal, the view on the CA, NRC is different from the view in Assam. is this in some senses now a political bind for the BJP, where you don't know how to deal with this issue because if you do it, you are doomed, and if you don't do it, you are doomed?
Rahul, I did not want to interfere when my good friend Randeep was speaking. First of all, let me clarify to him that in Assam, BJP has won popular mandate in 2016, and during the course of last 5 years, there was not a single defection either to BJP or from the BJP, and it is just a popular government owned by the mandate of the people. If a government is owned by a mandate of the people, I don't know how it can be linked up to defection. BJP has established its government in Arunachal Pradesh, in every state of northeastern region, by virtue of people's support, and there is no question of indulging any defection. Now BJP is a party people of Northeast believe, and we are going to win this election also on popular mandate. I think Randeep must rectify his sense of history. Next, regarding the farmers' agitation, I'll give you only one example, that earlier we in Assam used to sell tea to the Bisholia, like what is happening across India today so far as rice, maize and other crops are concerned. Once we establish e-market networking enter India, our tea prices has jumped up. Now, for the first time in the history, the tea garden owners and the laborers are getting a huge benefit out of one nation, one market. I do not want to go into debate on that issue because our national party spokesmen are answering adequately to the Randeep riotics, but at the same time, if Narendra Modi is somehow trying to erase the commission system, Bisholia system then I think country should support him. Congress party must remember what Mr. Kapil Sibal has said in the parliament during the regime of Congress party. Congress has a habit of changing people, Congress has a habit of disowning people, but once people of India goes by the remark of Kapil Sibal made in the parliament, I think there will be no truth then that Rahul Gandhi is changing his viewpoint with every opportunity, because he sees that in every agitation he can become prime minister, which will never happen in this country. Rahul, now coming to your point on CA, now Assam position is completely settled. Neither in Upper Assam nor in Lower Assam, we are disowning our ideological stand. CA is our ideological stand, and that ideological stand will be applicable to Assam, West Bengal and to the pan-India. We are not going to say that we don't support CA in Assam and will not go to say in West Bengal that we support CA in West Bengal. Party stand will be uniform, whether we own or we lost. Party on ideologically remains strong, and we have to support the Hindus and we have to support the minorities from Bangladesh and Pakistan. That is our ideological stand, and we are not going to dilute that.
No, some of the comments that you've made, Mr. Sarma, are often very controversial, especially when you said that you don't want the minorities to give you votes. You don't care whether the Muslims vote for your party or not. Now, you've earlier been part of the Congress. Now, as a BJP leader, and that also one of the tallest leaders of the BJP in the Northeast, how appropriate is it for you to be making such comments?
No, Rahul, first of all, my stand in the politics is very, very clear. I said in the assembly that we work for the development of the minorities in last 5 years. For the this is the first 5 years in the recent history of Assam where we have not seen any communal conflict, and we have seen development across the states, we have seen development across the communities. But the question is that in Assam, there is a recent development that certain so-called Muslim people has claimed themselves as a Mia, although Mia is a word which is being taken out of reverence, but in Assam, a certain section of people has developed a community, so-called community called Mia. They have developed Mia poetry, Mia language, They want to establish their museum in our Shankardev Kalakhetra. So when I say I don't want vote of Mia, I mean that the cultural groups or ethnic groups who are trying to sabotage Assamese culture. I am not meaning Muslim, although I am very firm and clear that those who are trying to destabilize Assam culture, Assam history, and our long legacy, I don't want their vote. I may lose, but I don't want vote. I do not want the vote who are enemy of Assamese people and Assam's culture.
Mr. Surjewala, in Assam, the Congress is tied up with the AIUDF. For the longest time, you didn't want to tie up with the Ajmals in Assam because you thought that the Congress by itself is strong enough to come to power. Now, within 5 years, you have to depend on the crutches of another party, which you opposed for the longest time, whose politics Tarun Gogoi used to have huge ideological problems with. Is the Congress now so enfeebled that even in a state like Assam, you don't want to go it alone, that you need support of alliance partners to be able to take on the BJP?
Well, Rahul, there are two important facets that you raise. Firstly, Congress is not in alliance with just one party. We form a large umbrella coalition of parties, and the party that you named is an important part thereof, that coalition. And that coalition is not for assumption of power alone. That coalition is to rid Assam and Assamese people of the misrule of the Bharatiya Janata Party, whereby doublespeak and deception has become the characteristic style of the Sonowal government. We just heard my learned friend speaking about CAA. Well, we all know that why has CAA not been implemented? Why have the rules not been notified? Only because they know that they have no face to show in Assam, for Assamese people are up in arms against the law. Is that not the only reason why the Home Minister of the country said the other day, after Assam and Bengal elections, we will implement the law? But when they brought the law, they brought it in such a jiffy, in such a hurry, that when we said send it to a select committee for discussion in parliament and for deliberation, they said no, we need to implement it now. They permitted agitations to happen, polarization to take place, but they knew fully well that their entire party is up in arms, including the Chief Minister of Assam had to make statements about CAA which ran completely contrary to the stance of the central government. They are again trying to befool the people of Assam by deferring its implementation. They will seek votes, they will not implement the law. Once it is done, then millions and millions of Assamese origin people, minorities people, all of them will be denied citizenship. The whole idea is to polarize, the whole idea is to divide, the whole idea is to spread hatred. And the coalition that Congress party has constituted is not only for assumption of power alone, but to ensure that there is a broad umbrella of ideological moorings whereby people of Assam, their original culture, as also their traditions and progress is taken care of, and that is the essential fundamentals. We do not indulge in doublespeak and deception like the BJP and the Sonowal government.
Dr. Sarma, respond to that. You're being accused of, wanting to polarize. आप जलेबी बना रहे हो CA के issue पे, you are delaying it because you're worried of political consequences, and if it's actually an ideological commitment, you would have pushed it through. Instead of pushing it, now you're saying let vaccination happen and then we'll see.
Yes. Rahul, ideologically we have committed to the people of India that we will bring Ram Janambhumi, we will build Ram temple. Ideologically we committed people that we will abolish Article 370. And probably at the right time, in right moment, we did all all these ideological things, and people of India are witnessing our ideological commitment. As far as I know, I represent the BJP in Assam to a certain extent. I represent government of Assam to a certain extent. And I am saying equivocally in the national television that BJP is not going to dilute its ideological position on CAA. But timing has to be determined by the government of India, considering the present ground situation, present reality of the nation, including COVID-19 and in vaccination program. Rahul, I want to convey my deep congratulations to Randeep Bhai, because you have come out and you are saying that you want to protect Assamese culture with Badruddin Ajmal as a allies. Very idea of Badruddin Ajmal, when a Assamese person heard his name, I think people got so angry, people got so agitated, and you want to take that person in with you and you want to save Assamese culture? The person and the people who has captured our monastery in Botodroba, who has captured the land in Kaziranga, who is destroying Assamese culture, Assamese, the very meaning of Assamese ethos. If today what Congress is doing today by aligning with Badruddin Ajmal, you have betrayed the trust. People of Assam has little trust. What has left with the Assamese origin people with the Congress for all time to come. I am feeling sad because I was in Congress, but the way Congress has aligned with Badruddin Ajmal today, Randeep, make my word, for next generation, people of Assamese origin will not spare Congress party, and people, new generation of Assamese always hate Congress because you have given political space to Mr. Badruddin Ajmal, who is enemy of our culture, who is enemy of our composite Assamese culture. Make my this word, write in this book, write, just remember this, that by aligning with Badruddin Ajmal, you have betrayed the people of Assam. And my request to you, if you have time, if you have some compassion to people of Assam, if you have some good feelings to people of Assam, still tell Rahul Gandhi not to align with Badruddin Ajmal. We will be politically benefited. But I see that Congress will be get away from the minds and hearts of Assamese people for all time to come. You are committing a huge...
Randeep Surjewala, the Ajmals are considered friends of the illegal migrants who came in, they're helping with documentation, and that's a key part of that vote bank. Hemanta Sarma says, not just is this political harakiri, this is also against India's larger national interest.
Mr. Hemanta Sharma has a lot of advice to offer to me, as also to the Congress party, and I thank him for his compassion and kindness. But he forgot to answer as to why did Mr. Sonowal oppose the CAA law, his own chief minister. While he says he speaks for the BJP, but sadly he is not the chief minister. The leader of his party and the chief minister of Assam is Mr. Sonowal and not Mr. Hemanta Sharma, much as I would like to see him even as the BJP chief minister, because after all he is a good person and a good human being. But that apart, the solid point remains, they implemented the CAA, they brought it in parliament, they refused to discuss it, they refused to send it to a select committee, they polarized the entire country, and now for over a year they are refusing to implement it. And none less than the chief minister of Assam, who is also the leader of the BJP, under whose face and in whose name Mr. Hemanto Biswa Sharma will be seeking votes, opposes the CAA. And Mr. Hemanto Sharma here on your television channel says that no, there is a national policy that we will implement post-vaccination. Was there corona when they brought in CAA? Was there corona anywhere in the realm? Why are they trying to mislead the people of Assam? It is the entire northeast that is being misled by this. And he mentioned Arunachal Pradesh. I just want to take 10 seconds. We saw as to how an entire legislative assembly met in a hotel, and an entire legislative assembly defected not once, not twice, but thrice. I think if you are talking about expansion by defection, Arunachal Pradesh is an ideal example, and many other states in the northeast. So let's face facts and reality check. Instead of abusing an individual or a political party, Mr. Sharma may like somebody, Mr. Sharma may not like somebody. But I believe that he can contribute to the development of Assam, even though we may be on the opposite sides. But the truth remains that they only believe in deception as also hoodwinking the people of Assam and the entire Northeast. And I think that would be decided in these elections.
Do you feel bad, Dr. Sarma? Respond to what he said. But a lot of people who track your politics, track the politics of Assam and the Northeast have this question. Do you feel shortchanged that you were number 2 in the Assam government when you were in the Congress and you're number 2 now? Whereas given the political value you've added to the BJP in Assam and across the Northeast and your popular support on the ground, many on the outside like your well-wisher or so-called well-wisher Mr. Surjewala believe that you're more than competent to be the Chief Minister of Assam.
Yes, Rahul, when I was in Congress party, they did not even consider me to be a minister in government of Assam because I resigned in 2014 and till 2016 they did not remember my name also. But let us not discuss this personal issue. First of all Congress legislature party also met in hotel. So let us not make it a point that only BJP legislature party in Arunachal met in hotel. Congress legislature party also met in hotel. And I have seen that probably in 15 years many times. The point here, Randeep Bhai is repeatedly referring that Sarbananda Sonowal has opposed CAA. I have never come across a single statement of him. Rather, we have together attended rallies after rallies supporting CAA. So let us not go to the national audience in a manner that as if Sarbananda Sonowal is the other side of the platform or other side of the ideological front and we are on the other side. BJP is one, and BJP as an ideology, we are committed to this cause and will prove again and again. When Ram Janambhoomi was delayed, people were questioning, look, you have now national government, you have prime minister, why you have not done Ram Mandir? We done it in the appropriate time. We will not go by the time which will be determined by our opposition, but we will implement it when we feel it appropriate, because this is our prerogative to do that.
Mr. Surjewala, as we come to the final part of this interaction at the India Today Conclave East, I want to talk about the Congress party, because you're seeing it from the inside. Dr. Sarma is seeing it from the outside after having been on the inside. Is the Congress party suffering because of a leadership crisis? You've seen your own internal opposition in the form of the G23, which even the Prime Minister spoke of in Parliament. And you're at this moment very, very close to Rahul Gandhi. And you're seeing his politics from the inside. Dr. Sarma is a bitter critic. How do you see this question about whether the Congress is suffering and not able to play an effective role of an effective opposition because of the fact that you don't have strong leadership?
Well, Rahul, let me begin by saying that whenever a political party is out of power and whenever a political party loses power, some amount of churning always takes place. And we believe in Congress party that it is healthy. Whom Prime Minister would like to call dissidents, for he doesn't think that Mr. Murli Manohar Joshi or Lal Krishna Advani ji or Sanjay ji or many others whom he has forcibly and compulsorily retired and sent them to another era were dissidents. We believe that people who have a viewpoint, whether it is the so-called 23 leaders or others, they are always given a space to say what they want to say and will still continue to be part of our family and contribute to the growth of the party. That is the Congress party. We will not throw out a Sanjay Joshi and retire him from politics. We will not retire our own Guru Lal Krishna Advani or Murli Manohar Joshi ji. We will not forcibly retire Kalraj Mishra ji. And many, many others, a long list of people who were opposed to Narendra Modi ji and Amit Shah ji. But that is for them to decide. But it shows the culture and character of a party and its people and its leaders. Mr. Rahul Gandhi, some may like him, some may not like him, which is perfectly okay in a democracy. Everybody cannot like him, like everybody does not like Mr. Narendra Modi, has the capacity to assimilate criticism, to face criticism, not be dejected about it, and to forcefully carry out the ideological moorings as also ideas of the Congress party forward.
Okay.
Many times we have won under his leadership, many times we have lost under his leadership.
Okay.
But the important part is that the idea of the Congress, which is almost akin to the idea on which this nation was founded, our forefathers founded it, remains firm in our belief, and we continue to tread that path strongly.
Okay. Brief final
Yes,
words, Dr. Sharma, in
reverses,
response to
but we will not be deterred.
the leadership crisis in the Congress. Final words.
Rahul, I do not want to comment on the leadership crisis of the Congress party because Randeep Bhai may be a little upset with me, but all along I am saying that the way Congress party is managing, the way they have converted it to a family affairs, I am all along saying that Congress party will not able to come back, and also the leader who is in abstaining. I mean, with an abstain leader, when there will be action in India, your leader will be found in another country of the globe. So I think with that kind of leadership, you cannot compete with Narendra Modi. And I always believe that let Rahul Gandhi continue to be in Indian politics, because as long as he is there, Congress will not come back to power. You cannot dream of coming back to power. But one thing I must congratulate Randeep Bhai for remembering so many towering personality of BJP party. I am very happy that you have remembered so much grand leaders of our party, and I am sure that the way you are now almost analyze every personality of BJP from Lal Krishna Advani ji to Murali Manohar Joshi, you will inspired by their sacrifice. You will be inspired by the dedication of their commitment to the nation, and you will be with us soon. I am very much convinced about that.
अरे ये तो आपको जॉब ऑफर देके चले गए मिस्टर सुरजेवाला. He is offering you to join the BJP.
इतना बढ़िया अडवाणी जी का बारे में बोला, इतना बढ़िया
He is seeking to poach you.
बारे में बोला, मेरा तो गर्व हो गया.
He is poached so many in the northeast. He says आप भी आ जाओ.
राहुल जी, हेमंतो जी बहुत अच्छे आदमी हैं. थोड़ा सा राजनीतिक तौर से रास्ता भटक गए हैं, पर उनकी घर वापसी भी कभी ना कभी बहुत जल्द आगे आने वाले समय में होगी. और फिर हम
काउंटर जॉब ऑफर. डॉक्टर शर्मा,
बीजेपी लीडर्स का बारे में रणदीप भाई आप जानते हैं, मेरा तो गर्व हो गया. इसलिए मैं जब कांग्रेस में था, इतना बीजेपी का बारे में मेरा रिसर्च नहीं था. आपने इतना बढ़िया रिसर्च किया है, राइट फ्रॉम लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी टू मुरली मनोहर जोशी टू कलराज मिश्र. आई एम श्योर यू विल बी इंस्पायर्ड बाय.
और अब तो हम दोनों पार्टियों के एक्सपर्ट हो गए, तो अब तो दोनों साइड को जानते हैं.
Okay, I'm going to leave it over there. A job offer, a counter job offer, ghar wapsi, and okay, you come join us. Let's see what happens. Randeep Singh Surjewala and Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma for joining us at the India Day Conclave for a national conversation in the middle of this Bengal election. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, from the Congress and the BJP, we're quickly moving to our next session. We're just giving our team a minute to set up on stage for our next session. This is also a power politics session that's coming up right before the Bengal election. Okay, we're ready for our next session now. Once again, power politics. You've just seen the BJP and the Congress fight it out over Assam, Bengal leadership issues. Now I'd like to call upon stage Rahul Kaval once again, our news director, to take forward the next session, Power Politics, Left with Lost Landscape, the Imperfect Future. Rahul.
At the India Today Conclave East, we've heard from the Chief Minister of the state, Mamata Banerjee. We've heard from the BJP Home Minister, Amit Shah. But I am very, very, very curious to know what the man who's on our stage right now has to say about the role that the Left Front and the CPIM will play in the forthcoming assembly election in West Bengal. Because after all, Mr. Yechuri, the CPIM-led government ran West Bengal for 3.5 decades. And now as people watch you here at the India Today Conclave, they wonder what's left of the left. How do you as party general secretary view the role of the CPIM in particular and the left front in general in this assembly election?
Well, all I can say right now is that people who are watching us and who have watched us for 3.5 decades must actually be hoping for that return. They want those days to return when you have. They would want those days to return because you never had this sort of a mayhem that you're seeing today that's spread all over. So what is left of the left is the future. That is
How
the
is
left.
that? I want to talk about whether you believe that the left has a tangible, actionable roadmap for recovery and a strategy to come back to power.
Of course we have.
What is that?
Of course we have. You look at the state of affairs in Bengal today, apart from the country, it's part of the country. But in Bengal, you have unemployment rising, galloping. You have the youth absolutely, wondering where to go, what to do, and most of them are going outside the state, both for jobs and for education. You have your agriculture in doldrums. You have the state finances in absolute doldrums. This is the highest debt ever that's happened. Now, all this, if it has to be changed, you require a concrete game plan. And that concrete game plan is Bengal used to be the state with the highest amount of small savings. Highest amount. Now that is plummeted. Why? Because there's nothing in the hands of the people to save. Now, if these things have to be changed, you require an infrastructural development. For that, resources will have to be mobilized. And that resource mobilization will have to be done and resources used for the development of the state and the people. That concrete roadmap is there, is there with us. It is being told to the people and a large number of people are accepting it. Otherwise, how do you explain this youth yesterday? There's massive turnout, much beyond what we had anticipated.
But the reality is, when you formed the government, you had 37% of the vote share. For example, in 2001, you had 36.59% of the vote share, 2006, 37.13%. In the Lok Sabha elections of 2019, you came down to 6.28% of the vote share. That's 1/6 of where you used to be.
It's a Lok Sabha election.
No, take the last assembly. Even in the last assembly, you were down to 20%.
Yeah. We were down 20%, there's no doubt about it, because the question is that of an alternative. Are you going to give an alternative? Or do you want people to elect you only for your representation in the assembly? That alternative was not able to be projected in the last elections. Now, with this understanding that has come about for seat sharing with the Congress and with larger other parties, not only the left front but also with the non-left front party, this is a much credible alternative for forming a government here, which people see, and that's why we given the call for a secular democratic alternative.
But the reality, political reality is that the 2021 assembly election is being seen as a direct battle between the Trinamool Congress and the BJP, with the left, the Congress and all their allies just really being players in the fringes and the margins.
But remember, the left and the Congress were not in that sense together on the basis of any firm understanding on the seats. It was a loose sort of a combination. And secondly, that is the projection. The entire media, included, apart from the two principal parties, project a binary. They think it is either this or that. And why is it in the parliament elections the BJP gained? That's because of the very high degree of anti-incumbency that the Trinamool government suffers from. In fact, that anti-incumbency is deepened further. And therefore, our objective is to defeat the BJP. If you have to defeat the BJP, politics is not arithmetic. Many people say that why don't all of you get together to defeat the BJP? But the reason why the BJP gained in the last Lok Sabha election is because of this anti-incumbency vote. It could poll and pull. And that anti-incumbency vote, if everybody is together, BJP's winning is a sure shot. No, that is why if you want to defeat the BJP, you have to give a credible alternative, which also means an alternative against the Trinamool Congress.
So you are hoping that the CPIM-led front will rise from the 6% you got in the Lok Sabha elections, and it's only likely that you will. Whose vote, sir, do you see yourself pull? This left front alternative, do you think you're pulling votes away from the BJP, which went to them because of Narendra Modi and the central government in 2019, or are you pulling votes away from the TMC?
No, you see, the vote, major part of the vote, apart from our traditional vote, major part of the vote that will come to us is the anti-incumbency vote against the TMC. And if it doesn't come to us, it will go to the BJP. So that's why, I mean, we will cut into also the vote of the BJP. Of that vote, which thought that BJP is the alternative to Trinamool.
Because we had Mamata Banerjee sitting exactly where you are right now, and when I asked her yesterday, you know, the sense that I got, and by speaking to Trinamool leaders also, is that they accuse the CPIM of being the B team of the BJP. That the theory in the left cadre now is, pehle Ram fir Vam, that if the left is to come back, because Mamata Banerjee's party is seen as a one-person party, that if the BJP can come to power now, then the left front has a better chance for the next election, that your main aim is the 2026 assembly election, not this assembly election.
This is fanciful thinking by somebody who has to be told that the boot is on the other foot. Who was the one that brought the BJP into Bengal? Who is the one that was a cabinet minister in a BJP government? Who is the one that went into coalition with the BJP and gave them seats in Bengal? I mean, this is who? It is Trinamool Congress and Madam. And today, why is it with the ease with which the Trinamool MPs and MLAs are moving towards the BJP? Today it happened again. A very prominent person in the parliament who's been there with us for a long time as a colleague in the parliament.
Why do you think it's happening?
It's happening because the anti-incumbency, and two, the BJP is successful in doing it. Why do you think they formed the government in Karnataka? Why do you think they formed the government in Madhya Pradesh? And that is why the general saying nowadays is that, I mean, whoever may win the election, the government will be formed by the BJP. that is what is coming down to. So the question is, who is the B team of the BJP? And that the people of Bengal know very clearly, who is the B team. And let me tell you one thing. Maybe I'm just going a little too far. I'm just being a little loud-mouthed. But in case there's a hung assembly, what the Trinamool will do, I think people of Bengal are very clear that in order to be the chief minister, they will continue to, they may even go with the BJP.
As the CPIM General Secretary, you are saying from the stage of the India Today conclave that in the event of a hung assembly, you think Mamata Banerjee will tie up with JP Nadda?
Possibility.
Why do you say that?
Because of her track record. She never hesitated to tie up with the BJP.
She's
anytime.
fighting with them.
That's fine. But that is why, in case there's a sort of a hung assembly, she never hesitated to go with them. She fought them and then went with them. She resigned from the Union Cabinet, then went and rejoined after Gujarat, that communal genocide that took place there. So, I mean, her Consistency is complete lack of consistency. So she is likely to do it. That's why I said there's a possibility.
In this assembly election, your left parties have a tie-up with the Congress. There's been some talk publicly of a tie-up with the newly formed Indian Secular Front of Furfura Sharif Abbas Siddiqui. How do you see the ISF also come on board this front that you formed?
Well, I think these are matters that they are discussing at the state level. Honestly.
What's your view?
Honestly, we want the unity of all the secular democratic people. The alternative we are talking of is a secular democratic alternative. Left secular democratic alternative. Now, if that is the case, all secular people are people we would welcome. But the bottom line is secular.
How does this tie-up with the Congress play out in a time span when at the same time, concurrently, you are having an assembly election in Kerala where the CPIM and the Congress are arch enemies?
Absolutely.
So that's just, you guys look very confused, sir.
No, not at all. You just remember 2004, 61 MPs of the left, 57 of them reached the parliament defeating the Congress. But we supported the Manmohan Singh government. So what is confusing about it? There's nothing confusing about the fact that India should be rid of blatantly communal politics, using extremely fascistic methods, spreading hatred, violence. This is something the country cannot afford. No part of the country can afford.
But we are here in Kolkata, which is why you're saying what you are. If we were to, and we will be doing an India Today conclave in Kerala, and if we were to call you over there, you know, you'll be bowling from the other side of the pitch.
No,
so right hand batting bhi karni hai, left hand batting bhi karni hai.
What is your objective? Again?
No, so if I call you to Kerala and we have a conversation there you will tell us everything that's wrong with the Congress party.
You see, Rahul, your problem is that you're looking at the players and not at the match.
Okay.
Bowling from the opposite. I want to win the match. I want India to win the match. So which is the better force? That is very clear. The bottom line is that they have to be secular democratic. Beyond that, which is the better alternative? And in Kerala, it's not now, it's been going on for the last 40 years. For 35 years, like you said, we fought the Congress in Bengal and then formed the left-front government, which continued for 3.5 decades. So that, those on issues of policies, what we remember, we still have very solid differences with Congress. But right now, what is the objective before the country and the people? Defeat this communal combination, which is not only communal, which is very dangerous, undermining India's constitution, hatred, violence, everything else that follows, and completely degenerating politics.
Let's spend a moment, sir, talking about what's playing out at national politics, because the left is being accused of being rigid in the negotiations with the government through the left unions when it comes to the issue of the new farm laws, because a lot of the original leadership before 26th of January was with Punjab-based left unions who owed their allegiance to a very strong leftist kind of ideology. How do you respond to this charge that you've got these left-leaning union leaders because of their political motives who are not allowing these laws to go through?
Well, you have right-leaning union leaders also. No? They also don't want these laws, they won't allow these laws to go. So it's not a question of left and right. What is in the interests of Indian agriculture, Indian farmer? And as far as we are concerned, CPIM, we had opposed these ordinances even before the laws came. We opposed them as ordinances in the parliament. And even before this agitation began, there was, for 2 years, if you remember, before the 2019 elections, there were huge Kisan protests all over. You had that long march to Bombay, to Mumbai from Nasik. I mean, all this was going on. So it is not as though that this has suddenly come because of the farm laws. The discontent in Indian agriculture with our farmers has been growing over a period of the last 4 or 5 years very intensely. So what you're seeing in this Kisan agitation is actually a reflection of all that. And secondly, you see, we are not allowing these laws to be passed because these are completely disastrous for our farmers and Indian agriculture. Why? You hand over our agriculture, our lands, our produce to the corporates, both foreign and Indian. And the net result would be, the food insecurity. It will lead to hoarding and very high prices for the consumers. And every country in the world that implemented these sort of laws, you can see the impact of that. What I'm saying is exactly turning out to be true. So it's in interest of the country. And if there's anybody who's obstinate or obdurate, it is our Prime Minister and the BJP government at the center. What are the farmers asking? Repeal these laws, discuss agri reforms with us, with your corporate friends, with all the stakeholders, then formulate new proposals, bring them to the parliament, discuss them through the parliamentary committees, and then enact them. What is the problem? If the Prime Minister announces, I'll keep it on hold for 18 months, what is the problem in accepting this? And why are we not accepting keeping on hold? No law can be kept on hold. Once it's notified in the Gazette, a law is a law. You can't say that I'm keeping it on hold. Anybody can invoke it. So either it has to be repealed or an ordinance brought saying that this is on hold. So do that, which is as good as repeal.
So you've seen so many elections in the state of West Bengal. How is this election different from past elections that your party has won, fought, lost some, won some? How is this election different?
This election is different in the sense that it is being based on very intense communal polarization. And this, let me warn you and warn the people, is very, very dangerous for Bengal. You see, people often forget, Mahatma Gandhi was not there at the Red Fort when the tricolour was being unfurled on the 15th of August 1947. He was on an indefinite hunger strike in this city. He wanted to go to Noakhali. He was not allowed to go. He went actually, but then from both sides there was a lot of tension. He returned to Calcutta, sat on the hunger strike. And he was on a hunger strike when India became independent because that was the horrendous. Noakhali riots in history is one of the most horrendous communal conflagrations that took place during the time of the partition or any time, any other time. So that background is there, that historical legacy is there in Bengal. Now if you try to stoke that and try to revive it, it can mean nothing else but a complete disaster. And that is the difference in this election. This is what is being attempted. You saw the Home Minister's speech, trying to woo the Rajbanshis, trying to woo the Matuas, come to Calcutta and say CIA is not going to be implemented now. CAA, and then go there in order to woo the Matuas, say that CAA will be implemented the moment vaccination is over. Now, this sort of politicking, to get some votes or buying up MLAs and MPs, this is not the agenda for prosperity and for people to improve their lives and live in a happy, prosperous manner. That is the difference in this election. That is why they have to be defeated. And which best way to defeat them is actually that you will have to also in the process defeat the TMC, otherwise the danger that they will win will arise. That is the difference this time.
Realistically speaking, Mr. Yechuri, how many seats do you think the left front can end up with in this election? Will it be fair for me to say that your best hope is that there be a hung assembly after the results come out, and in which case between the BJP and the Trinamool, who are you more likely to support, and which possibly means that since the BJP is completely ruled out, you will be in bed then with the Trinamool?
No, that question doesn't arise. The question, who will be chosen is the Trinamool will have to answer. It is they who have to answer in case there is a hung assembly. The question is posed to a wrong person and a wrong party. It is they who will have to do the answering. And secondly, it's not that we just want to increase the numbers. We are actually seriously in the campaign, and if you look at it, 3 days ago the women, yesterday the youth and students, earlier the Kisans, everybody is on a war path in protest. It's a different matter. It's not part of the media narrative. It won't be. I mean, showing us doesn't increase your TRPs.
So you
that
are
doesn't
you are
matter.
live on the India Today network at this time across our platform. So therefore, we are very keen on listening to what the left has to say. But are you actually serious when you say you think that you have a chance of forming the government, or is this just one of those things which you say because it's the right thing to say and you can't concede defeat before the elections
Any
happen?
political party fights elections in order to form a government. Otherwise, why are we fighting elections? So we fight elections in order to form a government, in order to implement the policies which we think are in the best interest of the country and the people. So that is a given in politics.
Are you thinking at a more philosophical level about how to reinterpret Marx in Modi's India? Like, what is the future of the left? How do you hope to rebuild? Because it seems on the outside that the left is a diminishing political idea and a diminishing ideological idea.
Then why is it that the charge comes from the Prime Minister himself downwards to everybody, which you also repeated here? The left is preventing solution to the farmers' agitation. The left is the main cause for this, these sort of issues. Why is the left a cause if we are a marginal, minimal force? Our strength lies there on the streets, in the fields, in the factories. And that is the force that every one of them is actually scared of. And that is what is rising now. The trade unions have gone on a general strike all India. The bank unions have announced now a 2-day strike against bank privatization. And this loot of the country taking place with the privatization of the public sector. There are big working class actions that are going on. Now, the strength, unfortunately, particularly of a left party or a communist party, cannot be measured only by the electoral verdict. That's important. Electoral performance. That's important, no doubt. I'm not discounting that. But there's another yardstick. That is the strength of the people's movements that is in a position to influence the national agenda. And that is where we are not a diminishing, but in fact a rising force.
At the national level, as one of the key political opponents of the BJP, how do you see the Indian opposition rise against the might of the BJP?
It must, according to us, it must be more coordinated and united. It must pull up its socks, come together, ensure there's no need for having any united front or an adjustment or a united party to be formed, etc. But to ensure that these parties work together in order to achieve this objective. And much more has to be done in that direction.
Why is it taking so much time, and why is more tangible action not visible?
Well, it's a combination of factors, honestly. One, of course, is also rank political opportunism by parties. I mean, that is obviously there by some parties, I mean, not all. And then, of course, there are also methods and manner in which parties are browbeaten into what you call keeping quiet or supporting the BJP. You've seen how the CBI and the ED work nowadays. You've seen how the courts are working nowadays. So any one of these political leaders, you open their cupboards, you'll find some skeletons. So each one of them has been, I mean, this has been used, and that is, I mean, this is the crassest form of politics that you can see today. By all means, we have been in the forefront always, we will be to fight against political corruption. But using that as an act of intimidation to browbeat political opposition into submission, which is what is happening to many parties. No, that is another factor. And then the third one is purely monetary. I mean, you've seen the huge sums that transfer and how that is happening, where that money comes from, that also people know. And the electoral bonds, the various methods, everything else people know. So this combination of these three factors, this is what is leading to a delay in this coming together. But when the people's movement rose, the parties that voted with the BJP on the farm laws in the parliament had to support the December 8 Bandh call given by the Farmers Union. I'm talking of Andhra, I'm talking of Telangana, and many other places, though they did not openly support, but they allowed it to happen, like in Odisha.
Why does the left struggle to attract talented youth to its ideological fold in a modern, more liberalized India? Is it that as globalization deepens, as people get educated in the times that they do with the advanced use of technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, that the left just seems like an idea that's been left behind?
The left is the idea that is the future is what the youth and students are feeling. That is why this attack on the universities. Why is JNU under attack? Why is Hyderabad University under attack? Why are all these universities, not minority universities? Premier universities ranked number 1 in the country, even under this government. Why are they under attack? That's precisely because you cannot defeat the ideas. You ensure that these ideas cannot be propagated, so destroy the institutions. Remember, the rise of such fascistic ideologies is always accompanied by a complete attack on reason. It's an assault on reason. It's an assault on rationality. Irrationality and unreason are essential ingredients for such an ideology to rise. And that is exactly what's happening. No one questions the supremacy of plastic surgery that created Ganesha in India. The Prime Minister says. But it gets away with it. That is unreason. That is irrationality. Karna is a stem cell baby. Or how did Draupadi produce 100 male children? So you had, what do you call, the artificial insemination. All sorts of things are floating around from the highest of quarters. Is that scientific rationality? Is that reason? So this assault on the universities is precisely the recognition of the growth and influence of the left ideas ideologically on the youngsters.
You haven't announced yet the exact seat share split between the Congress, the CPIM and the other parties who are part of your alliance.
Yeah,
but when do you hope to do so?
Well, very soon. I think the talks are going on. They're continuing. Because the Congress chief is also the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha. So I think the session is just ended. Not really ended. It's the broken. It's adjourned for the break. So I think now it should happen anytime. It should be finalized.
In the way that populist leaders on the right have emerged, even though Donald Trump got defeated recently, how do you view this in the Indian context? This idea that the populist leadership on the right is becoming more and more successful the world over.
It is a global phenomenon, and it naturally happens. Remember, the rise of fascism in Europe was during the fallout of the Great Depression of 1929. At times of intense economic crisis, a rightward political shift inevitably takes place, because it's only through such a rightward shift can those who have power control to remain in power and strengthen their power. Whether it's Bolsonaro, whether it's Trump when he was there, now we'll have to wait and see, or take any other country. You'll have this sort of tendencies all over the world. That is the basic reason at the global level. In India, it is added also to another dimension, and that is the very conception of what is India. Remember, a big ideological battle took place during the freedom struggle. What should be the future of independent India? Will it be a secular democratic republic, or will it be a Hindu Rashtra? People thought after the assassination of Mahatma Gandhi and the banning of the RSS that battle had ended. That was a big mistake people made, or now they are realizing. that assault continues. And what you are seeing today, the undermining of the constitution, the attack on civil liberties, democratic rights, everything else is part of the unfolding of the transformation of a secular democratic India under Indian constitution into their version of a rabidly intolerant, fascistic Hindutva Rashtra.
Mr. Yechuri, we're out of time, but we're very delighted that you could come here, speak about what you believe is the role of the left front in the context of the Bengal elections. It was interesting to see what you said and also what you left unsaid. We'll see how these dialogues for seat sharing proceed from here, and whether you fight with the ISL on your side or on the outside with the AIMIM between them. So it will be interesting.
Yeah, that'll be worked out at the state level. But definitely one thing is there is today a very, very, very sharp and a big aggression, political aggression, not violent aggression, but a political aggression by Bengal's youth, by Bengal's women for a progressive change. And that is the left democratic secular.
And in this interview, you've spoken so much against the BJP. And I wonder, as I said, if and when we meet in Kerala, whether it's a different script and a different agenda.
I'll speak against BJP much more in Kerala because I know what is happening there. But speaking against BJP is universal. That is the given truth at the moment.
But Congress kahin dost, kahin dushman. That changes.
I'm sorry?
Congress?
Yeah.
Friends somewhere,
absolutely.
enemies.
I mean,
frenemies. How do you describe it, sir?
No.
Frenemy.
In electoral politics, there are adversaries. There are no enemies. Enemies are those who want to destroy the system.
No, true, but that's for the BJP. I'm saying, how would you describe the Congress at this time? Is it a frenemy? Because it's not an adversary. In one place, it's your friend, in another place, it's an adversary.
No, it is an adversary in Kerala. It is an adversary.
In Bengal, it's your partner.
And it's seat sharing here in Bengal. In Kerala, it plays in tandem with the BJP. And every agitation, you find the BJP and the Congress in Kerala, what they call the UDF, on the same page.
See, that's the point I was making. When we talk of Kerala, you'll start speaking differently, but we'll talk of Kerala another time.
No, again, I tell you, it's not election. I mean, politics is not only electoral adjustments. Politics is also about the alternative that you're offering. That is the most important thing in politics. Unfortunately, it's being reduced to this sort of a narrow definition.
We thank you for having taken out time and come all the way from Delhi to Kolkata. For this, there's a big protest happening outside. Yesterday, there was a left protest. So it's good to see, what's left of the left on the ground, on the street.
It'll happen again tomorrow. Watch.
Okay, so thank you so much for joining us. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Yechuri.
Thank you, India
sir.
Today,
Thank
for
you very
calling
much.
me.
Thank you so much.
We're just moving into our next session in a minute from now. We're just awaiting this next speaker, who is a celebrity face and entertainment editor who's about to join us. We're just going to start in a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for your patience. Okay, going straight to our next session. It's called Iconic Interaction, Being Prasenjit, the Master of Reinvention. And to take that session forward, inviting onto stage Sushant Mehta.
Thank you, Shiv. All right, can we get a huge round of applause for Prasenjit? 34 years in cinema, not only a Bengali legend, but a legend pan-India. His body of work speaks for himself. Please. Huge round of applause, Kolkata, then we'll start. Firstly, let's start off with a bang. I'm going to show you a picture, which is your portrait from your film that you did on Netaji. And then there was this portrait, with the president, and it spiraled into a huge controversy. Your take on that?
Good evening. Thanks for, once again, for...
There it is.
Yeah, there, this picture. Right. I think I have tweeted, though I was a little late because I was shooting full night. So in the morning, the entire social media and the media, they have already been like, it was a shock for me. And I knew the picture was been given from his family. And my reaction was first that thanks to Srijit Mukherjee and thanks to my makeup team. And of course, my doing Netaji Subhash Bose for 7, 8, 9 months. So I think that these three things, when it came together, as an actor, I was very happy. And that this is my achievement. This is my director's achievement. He at least casted me, because I still remember when Srijit wanted to cast me as Subhash Bose, I was really okay with Gumnami Baba. Yes. But I said, I don't look anyways like Netaji Subhash Bose. But he was very confident. So after this entire thing, I should give a thanks to Srijit, saying that he at least casted me and my makeup team. But of course, when it was like in the evening when I saw, then I really wanted to tweet and say it was a real picture, and of course the painting was also fantastic. But again, as an actor, I was really happy.
Right, but before we move on, were you disappointed with the politics played around Netaji's name and how this just became an unnecessary controversy? Plus, what did you learn about the man? Because you portrayed him on the big screen.
One thing is very sure about it, that today's date, Netaji Subhash Bose is required today. His captaincy, it's very important now. And as Subhash Bose, in one word, I will say, there's a lot of things to learn. I mean, it's difficult to explain, but in one word, I will say a person who in fact, who was desperate. Was really desperate, and he never wanted to compromise. So that's one thing which I learned from Netaji Subhash Bose. And believe me, and after doing Gumnami, after even shoot was over from 10 months, 11 months, my team knows, my family knows, my other directors also knows about it. I used to walk like this. The man with that hand back and straight, it became my habit. It was like with me. So, yes, and today's date, of course, I mean, politics, I will not say anything about politics, but I will surely like to say few things, that there are few people, there are few images, there are few personality. I think they are above politics. Especially like when we talk about Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, he is just not a human being for us. I mean, he can't. Yeah. So I think sometimes we need to keep a few people with respect to some. When हम लोग भगवान को रख देते हैं ना, like we should keep some people apart from the politics, apart from everything, and give that respect. I mean, no, I know that, but I'm not getting into it.
Okay. How many of you know that Maine Pyar Kiya, the iconic Salman Khan film, Prasenjit was actually selected for the film, and he said no. He actually didn't do the film. So I want to know the story of Maine Pyar Kiya, which, I mean, it's Salman's gain and your loss, but what happened there? What was that story?
Oh, well, I had refused a lot of films, you know. People know mainly about Maine Pyar Kiya. I'm still in touch with Bhagyashree. I'm still in touch with the director, Suraj ji. So yeah, I couldn't do the film, but I still remember I was a struggler. I was struggling, and I did one film after a huge struggle, which was, I'm sure, at least the Bengalis will know about the film. It's called Amar Shongi, which ran for 75 weeks. It is not 75 days, it was 75 weeks. Wow. So when people talk about, even my colleagues, when they become very excited that my film is doing 50 days, 75 days, I feel like, what days? It should be 75 weeks. So, so when Amar Shongi, after Amar Shongi, in fact, I think Rajashree Pictures was searching for a new face. And there was an office in Kolkata, near the old censorship office. There was a Rajashree Pictures office. I think they got the print somewhere from the producer, and they had sent it to Bombay. So they watched the film Amar Shongi, and in India, I came to know it was around 340 or 344 or 345 boys were selected, and finally they wanted me, and I went there. Tarachand ji was there that time. Suraj ji was there. Of course, the directorial entire team. So I was selected, and I was being asked. The problem was that after that huge struggle I had, you know, my Amar Shongi became a hit. And somewhere people were trying to cast me in Bangla. And I was rocking, suddenly. And they told me that you have to be in Bombay for the rehearsal for 1 year, for Maine Pyar Kiya.
So you were to commit to the film for 1 year?
Yeah. So I was little, honestly speaking, confused. I told them that after a long time, after a huge struggle, I have given a super duper hit film in Bangla, and suppose I do the Hindu film and it doesn't really do good. But later on, let me tell you, I was offered to do the film called Sajan.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
Okay. So
Sajan was Salman Khan, Sanjay Dutt, Madhuri Dixit.
So
Again,
there are
blockbuster.
lots in my career where I said no because of my commitment towards my Bangla film.
Your kind of films? Huh?
My Bangla film.
Bangla films.
Yeah.
Okay. But you don't regret that?
And no, not at all, because when I go to anywhere in India, at least when people talk about Indian cinema, and today's date when they talk about Indian cinema doesn't only mean Hindi film. It means like Bengali, Tamil, Telugu, Marathi. They produce huge number of films. So when they talk about Bengali film, I think somewhere people recognize me, and I'm so proud that I am being recognized as an Indian film actor doing only Bangla film, majorly. So when we talk about an actor like Mammootty ji or Mohanlal ji, they are like kings. They are kings. But it doesn't mean that they had to do Subodh Bhave from Marathi. They are fantastic actors and they're stars. But in Indian film industry, people know. So I'm so happy that I somewhere represent my Bengali film when it comes to nation.
Which role were you offered in Sajan? Sanjay Dutt's part or Salman?
I was offered for, that time it was a cast was Prosenjit and Rishi Kapoor. Let me be very honest. Rishi Kapoor and Rishi Kapoor ji or mere ko cast karna tha.
But which one was yours? Do you remember?
Mine was Sanjay's.
Sanjay Dutt's role was yours and Rishi Kapoor had to play Salman's role. Okay. With your career, how did it all start for you? You know, I know that you started off in the 80s, a 17-year-old kid getting his first film. And it won't have been a bed of roses, you know?
Yeah, of course. My father was one of those, you know, Bengali and Bombay. He was a superstar, the hero of Bisalbad and hero of so many Silver Jubilee, Golden Jubilee Hindi films. But when I started my career, of course, I did my first film when I was around 5 and a half, which was Chotto Jigyasha, which was directed by late Rishikesh Mukherjee. So that was my first film, and I won, I still remember, I think I won the BFJ award. BFJ award was huge that time. So BFJ award, I got some awards from Russia also. And Raj Kapoor ji wanted to do that film in Hindi. That film was super duper hit. Madhavi Aunty, I mean, Madhavi Mukherjee was my mother. So after Chhotto Jigyasha, I got a lot of films as a child actor, which my family didn't allow me to do. But then I really started my career in a very different way. I mean, I was not launched by anyone. I was not been given an offer. There was no godfather for me. I just struggled, just like any other actors who has to who doesn't have any backdrop or background or baggages. So I went to all these studios. I met all the directors, all the producers, even my senior actors to say that I am getting ready, and I started doing plays. I used to act in Star Theatre. I used to act in group theatres. So because I didn't want to waste my time. And there are so many things to learn. So I think I always thought that that was the right time where I can learn something, because I know there will be a time when you will hardly get time to learn something. Then you have to deliver. And to deliver, you have to be ready. So I didn't want to waste my time. But yes, I will not say that somebody really saw me with like Proshenji, the son of the superstar Biswajit Chatterjee, and I'm going to give him a break. No. I did some films where I played maybe a third lead, not even second lead, third lead I will rather say. In some films I played a romantic hero in a way with some senior actors. So of course I played a young, I will say a teenager kind of a role for Uttam Kumar in Dui Prithvi, which he was the hero of the film. Yeah. And Uttam Jatu wanted me to play his younger version, not it was like 15, 16. So in that way, I was introduced slowly to the Bengali audience. And I was waiting for a right film, which came after a long time, which was Duti Pata. And I was around 16 plus. And that film really was a super duper hit film. And that was, I think, first, in a way, first Bengali color film. I'm really lucky to have that. My first Bangla was color. I introduced CinemaScope in Bangla cinema. So in a way, there are a lot of things which I introduced.
So first color film going on from Doordarshan, single screen, then came the multiplexes, VHS to DVDs, now that is all there.
Even Autograph, in a way, Autograph is the first film which was shot in digital.
Yeah.
So people started saying, "Yeah, क्या television का कुछ काम हो रहा है क्या? ये film बन रही है क्या television का काम हो रहा है?"
Yeah.
It's a काम. Digital people used to think, how can you do a film in digital? So the Autograph was the first film where we shot in digital, and that was a super hit film.
So now after the pandemic, now there's a lot of talk about theatres being dead. Like, that theatre business is gone. Now everything is OTT, digital space, as we spoke about. How do you look at the future?
No, I'll just make it a little, I don't want to make it very serious because I can see hardly there are film people here. So I'm just trying to say one very important thing, when my career is around 34, 35 years. So for last 35 years, my media friends or my colleagues or my industry people, I think some of the Bengali people will understand that there is always a write-up that, we say in Bengali that aar koto din, aur kitna din? Prasenjit aur kitna din? Now somebody else has to come. So every 10 years, 7 years, I've been listening to this.
Okay.
Of course, I mean, how long Prasenjit is going to be there? After every 7, 8, 10 years, somebody has come. People said, now Prasenjit is gone. But final vote is from my audience.
Definitely.
So they are going to give me the final vote. And I'm sitting here even after 36 years. And I'm ready to serve my audience till the day I will be alive. So it is same with cinema. I have been listening that cinema hall mein abhi aadmi nahi jayenge. Television aa gaya na. Home theater aa gaya. This is coming, that is coming. So now you can watch all super hit latest film on televisions. So people have been always saying ki theater is gone. But I am again telling it, theater has its own, it's like, going to a temple. You have to go to theater, people will watch in theaters. Maybe you will have lanes, little different lanes. We used to easily say that this is a flop film and this is a super hit film on the theatrical business. But now if you make a small film, which is a meaningful film, and it's watched by OTT platform or by television and huge audience have watched it, so it's a super hit film. So your lanes, you will have, by lanes. These films are for theaters, these films are for television, these films are going to be for OTT. But people are going to watch films in theater. People are going to, you have to watch a Bahubali only in cinema hall.
That's our culture. Okay, with the elections round the corner, who's winning Bengal? We had the CM yesterday, we had the Home Minister yesterday.
Who is winning?
Yeah.
Then I would have become God if I would have said this. No, nobody
Take
can
a guess.
Can somebody say after watching a film this is going to film as super hit? Can anybody say that? I don't think so. If somebody can say this is a film which is going to be a super duper hit, that man or that particular person would have sat somewhere and earn money, not on crores. So
what's your gut telling you?
I have
TMC, BJP.
Well, it's difficult to say now. I think you people can say better.
No? Not going to choose one?
No, I can't choose because it's same like I told, like Prashanjit, the final voters, the audience, the public, they are going to give it to the votes.
Okay, you're not giving me answer to that one, but yes. So we saw a lot of actors right now tweeting, from Akshay Kumar to Sachin Tendulkar to Lata Mangeshkar. After Rihanna's tweet on the farmers' protest, they tweeted a lot, and then that also spiraled into a controversy that are superstars being influenced basically by the government. And then the defense was that no, they are tweeting, for United India.
For the particular one language.
Yeah.
There was a one word, I think.
No,
Yeah.
India together. They said we are tweeting against propaganda. So where do you stand on that? And politics and film stars or any sort of cultural icons hand in hand now?
I'm sure that everybody knows that I am like 1,000 miles away from politics. I don't know politics. I don't understand politics. But yeah, I think as a human being, as any other human being, I'm not saying, especially I would rather say that after this pandemic, we should say that we are just human beings. And my profession is to act. I'm little known. Your profession can be something else. His profession can be something else. But we are all professionals. So I don't believe now that we are star or we are superstar. Nobody is star and superstar. That God has proved. So let's take in a day. Somebody can easily show or come out with their expression. We have a social media. And that rights nobody can take. Nobody can take it from me, nobody can take it from others. So I'm sure that the people who have tweeted are quite sensible, cerebral people. So they have tweeted they came out with their own version, their own thoughts.
All right, and what's next for Prasenjit? We were talking about your upcoming movies.
Well, yeah, I have been always trying and doing some good experiments. As I discussed with you, of course, my two films are ready, Bangla. I am starting a huge, big project in Bombay. In fact, last year, we were supposed to shot in Bombay. It's directed by Vikramjit Motwane. It's a project for Amazon, where it talks about Bombay talkies. It talks about Devaki Rani. And Devaki Rani's husband, who is the first producer of Indian cinema, or a studio owner of Indian cinema, Himanshu Rai. I'm playing Himanshu Rai. I'm so honored to act in a series where Vikramjit Motwane is directing. His last film, of course, everybody has seen, AK versus AK.
Yes.
So that's again, I will say another kind of because we as an actor, as a professional, I think we have to also understand the new technology. We have to entertain the new technology. We have to get into the new technology.
So you'll be playing the producer,
I'm
basically
playing
the first studio
the-
of India.
yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
that's fascinating. For OTT, that marks your
Yes.
OTT debut as well. So all the best for that. Finally, any actor, actress, director that you want to work with, you haven't worked with yet?
Oh, plenty.
Which ones?
Yeah, plenty. Of course, I mean, I would surely love to work with today's generation, Hansal Mehta, I love
Hansal
to work
Mehta.
with. Yeah, I love to work with him, and of course, I'm all-time a huge fan of Mr. Mani Ratnam sir.
Mani Ratnam.
I have been telling him, he had seen my lot of work. We had a long discussion when we went to some international festivals, but I used to always believe that that man has a huge contribution in Indian cinema because he had changed a lot. When I saw Roja, when Roja was released in South, people never understood what was Roja, but when it was dubbed and released in all India, then people understood the kind of cinema with, of course, a huge A.R. Rahman. So this Mani Ratnam sir is again one of my very favorite directors.
All right, Kolkata, put your hands together for the one and only, the legend.
Thank
Roshan
you.
D. Thank you,
Thank you
sir,
so much.
for coming
Thank
to
you.
the India Today Conclave East 2021.
Thank you, Prasanji. Thank you, Sushant, for that lovely session. We're going to move very quickly into the next session. This year, remember, ladies and gentlemen, happens to be the 50th year of the 1971 war victory. And that's why we're very honored to have this next session for our guests here today. It's called Neighborhood Navigation, 50 years of Bangladesh, the future ahead. And to take this session forward, I'd like to call up on stage our Group Editorial Director Publishing with the India Today Group, Mr. Raj Chengappa. Okay, I'd like to invite one by one the guests on stage as well. Very honored to have Lieutenant Colonel Sajjad Zahir, Bangladesh Liberation War veteran. He's a very well-known military historian as well. Colonel Zahir. Colonel Ashok Kumar Tara is a 1971 war veteran, very well known. 50 years of the 71 war, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible, half century since that decisive military victory. And also General Shankar Roy Chaudhary, former Chief of the Army Staff of the Indian Army, is also with us.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 2021 will mark an important anniversary, 50 years of Bangladesh. For those of us who were born and around at that time, and for those who are not, for India, it was a significant turning point when the Indian Armed Forces defeated Pakistan in the 1971 war and liberated East Pakistan, that led to the birth of Bangladesh. Since then, Bangladesh has a history of ups and downs in its growth and in its relations with India. Currently, we are witnessing a high in our relations between India and Bangladesh, and that is good. There is also a huge potential for linking not just West Bengal, but the northeastern states to what we can call the new East India hub that could ensure mutual growth for both Bangladesh and India and the region. But today, we will look at a completely different aspect. We will, in some senses, go down memory lane. We would look at the momentous occasion of the formation of Bangladesh that India aided. And amongst us, I am honored and privileged to welcome 3 war heroes as our panelists who would enlighten us and bring that piece of history back, apart from looking ahead. Let me begin with General Shankar Rao Chaudhary, familiar face to India, a member of parliament, but most importantly, former Chief of Army Staff between 1994 and 1997. During the war, he was an armored corps officer who was seconded to the Mukti Bahini forces that were fighting in the East Pakistan Army in 1971. He was a brigade major of Charlie sector in West Bengal that supervised their training, equipping them and launching the Mukti Bahini guerrillas into East Pakistan that later took part in the liberation of Bangladesh. So let's give him a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Then we have Lieutenant Colonel Sajjad Zahir. He has a fascinating bio. He was a Pakistani officer who crossed over into Indian territory in Punjab in 1971, carrying with him maps and vital information which helped the Indian forces in their fight against the Pakistan army in the western sector. He later fought with the Mukti Bahini artillery unit in Sylhet. He has written 54 books and was awarded the Swadhinta Padak, I hope I've got that pronunciation right, the Independence Award, the highest civilian award in Bangladesh in 2013. And he has worked towards reuniting the families of India and Bangladeshi soldiers and giving them recognition. And this year, ladies and gentlemen, he was awarded the Padma Shri by the Indian government. Let's give him a warm round of applause. We also have Colonel Ashok Kumar Tara, Veer Chakra, Friend of Bangladesh Award. Colonel Tara, again, I mean, this is a tremendous history that he has brought to us. He entered Dhaka during the liberation of Bangladesh, walked into Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's home, where his family was being held hostage by Pakistani soldiers, and brought his family out to safety. And among them, among the captives he freed is Sheikh Hasina, who is currently the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. So when he retired in 1994, let's give him a warm round of applause for that as well. I'm going to begin this session by talking to General Chaudhary. General Chaudhary? Beginning the session with you. Why do you think the 1971 war conflict was in many ways different from all the conflicts we have fought in the 20th century? And what were the big lessons we learned from it? Sir, you'll have to use your mic, sir. If you can, it's right next to you. Here. No, that's for him. Oh, sorry. No worries. Please hold it close to your mouth, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, the biggest feature of the 1971 war was that it was a war where we defeated Pakistan totally and we won a complete victory. It's a rare event on a battlefield in modern times. A clear-cut victory and a clear-cut defeat. The 1971 war in Bangladesh, as fought by the Indian Army and their allies, the friendly forces of the Mukti Bahini, was a brilliant example of improvisation, of tactical improvisation. But the result was a feature which is not generally found in warfare nowadays, a clear-cut victory. And that it was something to be remembered.
General Chaudhary, if I can ask you at this moment, you had trained the Mukti Bahini. Yes. Do you see, given the fact that, in some senses, is there any parallel we can look at now in terms of training a guerrilla army that, India has done? And what is the relevance of that?
There are plenty of occasions when we can still do that. We've got the expertise, we've got the knowledge. But I would rather not look too far forward into the future. There are plenty of vulnerable areas.
Like?
Well, Balochistan for one.
You would actually think we should train a guerrilla army to go into Balochistan?
Wherever you have a friendly people, I think you should support them. The Bengalis in 1971 were a friendly population wanting to move out of the Pakistani domination. And what one reads, what one hears, what one sees, I think Balochistan is a logical area.
You're not talking about Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, are you? Or any other places?
That can follow later, but the obvious place we can go to is Balochistan.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to come back to you. Let me get our next guest into this. Let's talk to Colonel Ashok Kumar Tara. And sir, I just want you, sir, your mic please. You had liberated the Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's family at that point, including Sheikh Hasina. Can you just tell us that moment that you went there and how was, how were you greeted there? What was that, the entire incident that? Sir, hold your mic close to the mouth, sir. Thank you.
This is, I think, most sensational point of the war. It was 17th December, 16th Pakistani already surrendered. But poor communication, everybody didn't know about it. When I was securing the Dhaka airport, the one Muktivani Yoda, Haji Ghulam, if I'm not wrong, he came and told my CEO that the family of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman is under arrest, under the captivity of the Pakistani soldiers. And any time they could be eliminated. But as the Pakistani already surrendered, everybody took it very easy. And my commanding officer called me and said, you go with him and sort out his problem. I also did not take so seriously. I took 2 Jawans, move up. When we are just about 100 yards away from the house, there was a big crowd and they stopped us and told us that if you go, they fire at you. And they showed me a car, bullet-ridden car with a dead body, most probably the media person. Now, I thought for some time, and as usual, if I asked my seniors, excuse me, sir, they will ask me 101 questions. And even then they agree. By the time the troops will come, it will be a hell of a time, and time was a prime. And I had only 2 persons with me, and I could not act. And most important was to save the life of the people inside the house. Then I am a old para-commando Indian Army. With that instinct, I decided to sort out psychologically. I handed over my weapon to my 2 Jawans and told them not to follow me. And I went alone. First I stopped near a car. I asked, is there anybody? No response. Once again I repeated, no response. And I moved slowly. When I was just 4 to 5 yards away from the gate, they challenged me and told me to stop. The moment they opened, they spoke in Punjabi, and being a Punjabi, I could understand. The whole conversation was in Punjabi. They abused me, their own language, but I kept calm. Again, they told me and warned me that if you come ahead, we'll fire at you. And the commander on the roof also ordered his Jawan to load the weapon. They loaded the weapon. They thought there might be something which I would try to get away. But I stayed there calmly and told them again and again that you surrender. And they kept on abusing me and threatening me. Even they fired 1 round on the public which was on the rooftop looking at the action. But I kept quiet, calm and look at them. And slowly reached the gate. And I told them that if you don't surrender, the Pakistani army has already surrendered. Indian army or Muktivani Yodha will come and kill you. And you will not be able to reach home and see the children. And when I was talking this thing, and it went for about 20-25 minutes, I'll take only to the point that the rifle, the bayonet of the rifle of the sentry was touching my body. And he was shivering because he never saw an army officer so close to him. But I knew any deliberate action on my part could bring the devastation. I slowly, without any much action, pushed up the rifle away from me. And those were mellowed down, but they told me that they wanted to talk to the senior officer.
Where was the, sorry Colonel, where was the family of Mujibur Rahman there?
No, Mr. Rahman in that house. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I got a photo I want to show, but no. That house was a bunker, because giving very short this thing. The bunker on the top, bunker at the gate, one bunker behind it. And the man holding the bunker at the gate, his rifle, the bayonet was touching my body. And when they said that they wanted to talk to the officers, there was a shout from inside, they are brutes. Don't listen to them. They would do anything wrong. And this was my apprehension. I told them, the officers have surrendered. Therefore, you also surrender. Any delay on your part will kill you. And if the Muktivani comes and kill you, you don't know what will happen to your dead body and maybe in some gutter. And where the people at the home, they're waiting for you, is best chance for you to get away. And your senior will not help you except me. They cooled down, they wanted, I could make out. Without wasting much time, I said, I'm Indian Army officer, promise you that if you surrender, I will take you to headquarters, and from there you can go back to Pakistan and meet your family. I know the weapon are loaded. So therefore I told them to leave the weapon and come down. Somehow they managed, they came down. Immediately I opened the door of the house. The first lady who came out of the house was Mrs. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. She embraced me and told that you are my son. God has sent you to save us.
And where was Sheikh Hasina, sir?
And with her were the present Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, her younger sister Rehana, younger brother Rahul, and one more person who was related to them. And they all of them came out. And media
Have you, sir, have you met her after that? Recently, have you met Sheikh Hasina after that?
Then after that, I was permitted to go home and all that. When my battalion moved out, in fact, Mrs. Sheikh gave me a wristwatch as a token of love.
Excellent.
And when my battalion moved out to Vizo Hill back, I was told to stay there because Sheikh Mujibur Rahman wanted to meet me. He knew that I saved his family. I stayed there. He came on 10th January 1972. And on 12th January 72, he called me, invited me, and conveyed his gratitude for saving his family. But I like to say something, one very important, that when he was talking to me, we having a cup of tea together, I could make out the pain in his heart, in his words. And what that was which he conveyed indirectly, not openly, that how to heal the wound of the people who suffered the atrocities and get them back their dignity, their pride, and their culture, improve the economy. This was his feeling that particular time.
Thank you, Colonel. We are running out of time.
I take 1 minute more, 1 minute
sir,
more.
Sir,
One minute.
I'll come back to you, sir. Let's just give our guest from Bangladesh some time. You are recipient of 2 prestigious awards, one from Bangladesh and one from India, the Padma Shri. But you also carry a death sentence that the Pakistani has pronounced from you from 1971 and apparently it's still not withdrawn. What's the reason?
Well, sir, I have received a number of awards, as you said. In the Liberation War, I was awarded a Veer Chakra, which is, of course, we call it Veer Pratik. I felt very happy. And I felt very happy when I was given our Shadinata Padak equivalent of Bharat Ratna. I felt very happy. But the Pakistanis also gave me a very big award, awarded death sentence, which generally we don't get. And I'm still happy that they haven't withdrawn it. That's the only and the biggest example of my patriotism, actually. And actually, they have a reason. Because in the Battle of Shakkargarh, whose plan I brought, Indian army penetrated 66 miles inside Pakistan, crushing through their defenses. And in the command post, I have come later on, they are screaming that AROP, Sajjad is sitting in the AROP and directing fire. I was not there. So, and that's the reason they also burnt our houses, killed some of my relatives. My father, my mother, and my sisters had to run away to India. My mother became very sick in the refugee camp and later on didn't survive. So there is a tragedy behind every comedy also. But then Indians helped us so much in 71 war. And I could at least help the Indian soldiers in the Western Front. And that's my pride, my privilege, and my submission that we could pay a little bit for them, although my family suffered so much. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted one thing. I mean, this must have been the most difficult decision because you would have been called as a traitor in your own country, which was Pakistan at that time. That must have been one of the bravest decisions to move out and actually come with these plans. What prompted you to do that?
The tragedy of Hamlet, actually. To be or not to be, to do or not to do. I am very well-trained officer, Pakistan's elite 14 para brigade. I know their tactics very well. I know how to fight as a commando. And I am sitting in Pakistan and my people are being slaughtered. What the hell life is all about? You have to fight for your country. And a soldier is never scared. And I took the decision alone. But I was 3 people inside me, myself, and I. So I took all decisions by myself. But before that, I indirectly talked to a number of Bengali officers, but they said, you have a 5% chance of escaping, you are being watched. You will be caught and shot. And I said, I'm smarter than them. And 71 war has also proved that I'm smarter than them. So that's all right.
And finally, sir, from you, because we are running out of time, but I'll give a little more time to both of them, is India and Bangladesh. You know, our relations have been up and down, soured at very many times. What needs to be done now, you feel?
Sir, I am very happy that our generation recognizes each other. We feel for each other. The blood of the Indian soldiers are still flowing and will flow through Padma, Meghna, Jamuna, and Tista for eternity. And that legacy has to be kept. I am little sorry to report to you, our new generation and your new generation do not recognize 71 in the way we do. That is the biggest victory we had. That's a victory of humanity, victory of suffering community. And 1,602 soldiers were martyred inside Bangladesh. More than 12,000 wounded. Now we are honoring every Indian martyred soldier, and I am very pleased to tell you that Honorable Sheikh Hasina has given me the responsibility of doing that work, and by the end of this year, we'll finish the job, so that our people remain grateful. An honorable country is a country which is grateful, and we must remain grateful. And the new generation of Indians should get closer, and we should have more communication. It was not an ordinary war. It was a people's war. And in the people's war, leadership was given by your officers like General Shankar Rai Chaudhary. At that time, he was a young major, but still he looks very young. Isn't that? Yeah. So, the legacy of blood should carry forward. It's not for only talking. The spirit should talk.
Right.
The spirit should be taken up, and the torch should be now carried by the young generation, so that the legacy of blood goes from generation to generation, and that will become and make our countries more friendly, more prosperous, like in 71. Together we fought in 71. Together we'll prosper in the centuries to come. That's what I personally feel.
Thank you. I think we have virtually run out of time. General, one big lesson that you would like to say, looking at contemporary, what did 1971 teach us? Sir, your mic, sir.
Yes, sir, sorry. 1971 is permanently celebrated in the Indian Army in the form of Vijay Divas. Vijay Divas, Victory Day, that was the biggest victory the Indian Army has had post-independence, a clear-cut victory in a modern war.
Lesson from that big war?
The lesson from that big war is you have to keep all your options open. You must be wary of your opponents. You must be prepared for them. But at the same time, you see what are the options open to you and ensure supremacy, moral, material, as well as ideological. That is the way to go, and that is what we must now focus on, because we must see that our armed forces, they develop. At the same time, we must see that our armed forces are vigilant, and there's a very old saying, if you want peace, it's a contradictory saying, but true. If you want peace, be prepared for war.
Excellent, excellent. Final words, Colonel Thara, to you. The big lesson that you've learned from that, or we should be learning from that. What's the one big lesson? I'm afraid the bell is going, but you have half a minute.
Though it is a very difficult to convey the thing, but I don't want to get involved on this thing. I just say my own views. First of all, whatever the war went, we should not forget the Bangla Tigers. Though every Bengal was Bangla Tiger, and they proved it as Mukti Wani and how they stood with us without weapon, with weapon, all information, all intelligence. I give a lot of credit to Bangla Tigers, every person of Bangla Tiger. Now, the other question comes, he said, well, this is this thing, that's why I want to talk to you this, the leader, what pain they have for their country and for the people, and the Bangladesh Prime Honorary Minister, when they came to Delhi, and she told Modi ji that about this whole action, how he saved the family, and my hat off to Modi ji. Then the public, with the foreign minister and all leads are there, he told the whole story, and he told that how he saved the family. That is the gratitude from both sides. Right, Hasina, that she has not forgotten how he was saved by Indian Army, and Modi ji also thanked her for the same thing, to maintain the relation, whether good brotherhood relation, which we need today for both countries, like a other brother and younger brother. That is the relation we have.
Beautifully put, Colonel, and thank you very much. This is a big message. Let us not forget that important, significant war, the lives lost, the victories that we won. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and let's give them a very warm round of applause for this. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're just going to move into our next session from military history. We're going to move back to the big battle in Bengal, moving back to politics now. We've had a lot of big high voltage political sessions. We're now moving into another one. Give us a minute and then we'll be ready to begin. Fundamental facts, campaign cacophony, the art of secular appeasement. Taking this forward, News Director Rahul Kanwal.
बीजेपी की सेंट्रल लीडरशिप के सीनियर लीडर्स बंगाल आते हैं जाते हैं, लेकिन एक शख्स ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने बंगाल को अपना घर बना लिया है पिछले 6 साल से, और इनका मिशन है कि यहाँ पर कोलकाता में भगवा झंडा लहराए। कैलाश विजयवर्गीय जी अपने जनपद से बहुत दूर कोलकाता में बीजेपी का मोर्चा संभाल रहे हैं। आप जुड़े हमारे साथ, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। स्वागत है आपका इंडिया टुडे ईस्ट कॉन्क्लेव में, कैलाश जी।
धन्यवाद राहुल जी।
मैं आपसे सबसे शुरुआत में जानना चाहता हूं कि पिछले 6 साल की आपकी तपस्या अप्रैल मई के इन चुनावों में रंग लाएगी और यहां पर कोलकाता में भगवा झंडा लहराएगा। इस पर आपका कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल फिलहाल कितना है? क्या आपको लग रहा है कि आपने जो तमाम एफर्ट की है वो रंग लाने वाली?
200% कॉन्फिडेंस है। सरकार बनेगी, हमारा मुख्यमंत्री शपथ लेगा और एक जंगल राज की समाप्ति पश्चिम बंगाल में होगी।
बीजेपी ने तमाम चुनाव लड़े हैं, जीते हैं पिछले 6 साल में। बंगाल का चुनाव बाकी राज्यों की तुलना में अलग कैसे है और अहम क्यों है?
देखिए, मैं मध्य प्रदेश से आता हूँ राहुल जी, आपको मालूम है, और मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत पीसफुल राजनीति है। और जब मैं छोटी पार्षद था, विधायक था, मेयर था, तो मैं समझता था कि अखबारों में और मीडिया के माध्यम से कि बिहार में बहुत हिंसा की राजनीति है, उत्तर प्रदेश में बहुत हिंसा की राजनीति है, पर बंगाल की राजनीति के आगे बिहार और उत्तर प्रदेश बोने हैं बिल्कुल। यहाँ जो हिंसा की राजनीति है, जिसकी मैं कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकता था, ऐसी राजनीति। और मुझे लगता है कि 4 दशक से ये सब चल रहा है और बंगाल की जनता चाहती है कि ये सब समाप्त हो और यहाँ डेमोक्रेसी की स्थापना हो।
पिछले 6 साल में जो आपकी स्ट्रेटजी रही है वो बाहर से हम लोगों ने देखी है, अंदर से आपने क्या किया और कैसे किया? क्योंकि पहले कई ऐसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स थे, कई ऐसे शहर थे, गांव थे, कस्बे थे जहां पे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जाने से डरा करते थे। तो आपने ये रास्ता कैसे आपने तय किया?
देखिए, मैं एक सामान्य कार्यकर्ता की तरह यहाँ रहा और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसी कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं है जहाँ पर मैं 10 बार से ज़्यादा नहीं गया हूँ। और मेरा ख्याल है कि मैं 294 विधानसभा है, लगभग सभी विधानसभाओं में एक से अनेक बार गया हूँ। इसलिए कार्यकर्ता को खड़ा करना, संगठन से जोड़ना, ये मैंने काफ़ी पहले, मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैं स्वर्गीय ठाकरे जी को मैंने काम करते हुए देखा, माननीय प्यारेलाल जी को काम करते हुए देखा, सुंदरलाल पटवा जी को काम करते हुए देखा। तो संगठन को कैसे गढ़ा जाता है ये मैंने उनको देखा है और मुझे उस मार्ग पर चलकर मैंने यहाँ संगठन को खड़ा किया। मेरे साथ शिव प्रकाश जी, अरविंद मेनन जी, सुरेश पुजारी जी, हम लोगों की टीम है जिन लोगों ने एकदम पोलिंग बूथ से लेकर और शहर तक के संगठन खड़े किए।
पर बेसिकली दीदी कहती हैं कि आप बाहरी हो, आप मतलब व्यक्ति विशेष नहीं, लेकिन कॉन्सेप्ट ये है कि आप बाहर से आए हो यहाँ पे, लेकिन इस चुनाव को वो बंगाली अस्मिता का चुनाव बनाने की कोशिश कर रही हैं कि बीजेपी पार्टी है बाहरियों की, मैं हूँ ओरिजिनल बंगाली और हमारी जो पार्टी है वो बंगालियों की।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का राजनीतिक सफर हुआ जनसंघ से प्रारंभ, और जनसंघ के पहले अध्यक्ष थे डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी, जो कि बंगाल के थे। और यहीं से उन्होंने हुंकार भरी थी कि एक देश में 2 निशान 2 प्रधान नहीं चलेंगे, नहीं चलेंगे, धारा 370 हटना चाहिए। जनसंघ का पहला आंदोलन था जहां देश भर के कार्यकर्ताओं ने जम्मू कश्मीर की जेल भर दी थी और वहीं पर उनका बलिदान हुआ था। और हमें कहते हुए गर्व है कि हम जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं। हमारे नेता ने कब कहा था, और धारा 370 अब मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हटी है। तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की आइडियोलॉजी के प्रति कमिटमेंट, और इसलिए मैं कहता हूँ कि हम बाहरी नहीं हैं, हम तो डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी के सपनों का बंगाल बनाना चाहते हैं और हम बंगाल के ही।
आपने अपनी स्ट्रेटजी का जिक्र किया जिससे आपने बीजेपी को गांव-गांव में, बूथ-बूथ पे पहुंचाया। उस स्ट्रेटजी का एक बड़ा हिस्सा ये भी है कि आप दूसरी पार्टियों से, खासतौर से टीएमसी से जो मिलता है उसको तोड़ के ले आते हो। इसकी आपकी पार्टी के भीतर ही काफी आलोचना हो रही है, ऐसा आपको क्यों करना पड़ रहा है बार बार?
देखिए, आपको पार्टी का विस्तार करना है, अच्छे लोगों को पार्टी से जोड़ना है। कुल मिलाकर आपके आइडियोलॉजी के प्रति, आपके नेतृत्व के प्रति जो आस्था प्रकट करे वो हमारे साथ आ सकता है, उसको वेलकम है। और इसलिए जब पार्टी का आपको विस्तार करना है, जहाँ पर कि हमारे 4% वोट हो, जहाँ वहाँ से पार्टी को शुरू करना है, तो यदि हम सिर्फ एक एक कार्यकर्ता को ऐसे ही कार्यकर्ता बनाए कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जन्म लेते ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हो, तो बंगाल में संगठन खड़ा करने में हमको 25 साल लग जाते कम से कम। तो संगठन में अगर आपको विस्तार करना है तो अच्छे लोग किसी भी पार्टी में हो।
पर आप अच्छे लोग कहते हो, फिर आप ले लेते हो, फिर आपकी पार्टी में हल्ला होता है, फिर आपको बाद में निकालना पड़ता है, फिर आप बयान देते हो कि हम लोग आगे चल के ख्याल लेंगे, हम होलसेल में नहीं लेंगे, हम बड़ा फूक फूक के हर आदमी को देख के लेंगे। अरे ये तो पहले करना चाहिए ना,
देखिए,
कर लिया, ले लिया, फिर आप देखते हो कि नहीं।
ऐसा कौन सा उदाहरण है कि हमने लिया और
बयान दिया क्योंकि बवाल हुआ पार्टी में?
ना 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 ना, कोई बवाल नहीं हुआ। ये मीडिया में जरूर बवाल हुआ है। हमने जरूर ये कहा कि भाई एक अनुशासित पार्टी है तो अनुशासित तरीके से पार्टी में एंट्री होना चाहिए। कोई भी व्यक्ति आएगा और 1000 लोगों को लेके ज्वाइन करा दे तो कम से कम हमें देखना तो पड़ेगा कि कौन हमारी पार्टी में आ रहा है। क्योंकि कई ऐसे टोलेबाज लोग जो टोलाबाजी वहाँ करते थे, जो माफियाओं के साथ घूमते थे, वो एक नेता के साथ भीड़ में आ जाए तो सबको थोड़ी लिया जा सकता। आखिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी कैडर बेस्ड पार्टी है, हमारी एक आइडियोलॉजी वाली पार्टी है, और इसलिए हर कोई धर्मशाला थोड़ी भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
पर आप मुझे ये बताएं, नाराजगी है कुछ हद तक, आपके जो ओरिजिनल ओल्ड टाइम संघ के लोग हैं, बीजेपी से जुड़े लोग हैं, उनको लगता है कि अगर यही सब लोग आ जाएंगे चुनाव से ऐन पहले और आप इनको टिकट दे देंगे और ये आगे रहेंगे तो हम लोग क्या करेंगे? इतने साल से हम क्यों बैठे हैं पार्टी में?
ना, ऐसी कोई नाराजगी भी नहीं है।
क्या बात?
ना, बिल्कुल भी नाराजगी नहीं। देखिए, हम बहुत साफ आपको बताते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी वो पार्टी नहीं है कि 2 नेताओं की पार्टी हो, 4 नेताओं की पार्टी हो। हम नीचे से सहमति लेते हैं, जिलाध्यक्ष से पूछते हैं, जिस मंडल में वो रहता वहाँ भी पूछते हैं कि भाई कोई नाराजगी तो नहीं है, उसके बाद हम उसको पार्टी में लेते हैं। इसलिए ये कहना कि कोई नीचे नाराजगी है, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। हम नीचे सबसे बात करके लेते हैं, सबसे बात करते हैं, मंडल अध्यक्ष से बात करते हैं, जिला अध्यक्ष से बात करते हैं, वहाँ का हमारा कोई प्रदेश का पदाधिकारी रहता है उससे बात करते हैं, भाई हम इसको ले रहे हैं, आप कोई आपत्ति नहीं, कोई आपत्ति नहीं।
अभी आज ही राज्यसभा में तृणमूल के एक वरिष्ठ नेता हैं दिनेश त्रिवेदी जी बैरकपुर से, उन्होंने इस्तीफा दिया। अब बड़ी चर्चा गर्म है कि आप उनको एक भगवा साफा पहनाने वाले हैं, कब होने वाला है?
देखिए, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। मैं समझता हूँ कि जो मैंने उनका भाषण सुना, मेरा ख्याल है कि सदन के इतिहास में पहली बार किसी सदस्य ने ऑन रिकॉर्ड अपनी पार्टी की हिंसा की राजनीति की आलोचना की, ऑन रिकॉर्ड। बाहर आके लोग बोलते हैं पर सदन के अंदर रजिस्टर हुआ ये, और ये बहुत गंभीर मसला। और विशेषकर दिनेश त्रिवेदी इतने गंभीर व्यक्ति हैं, इतने सीनियर लीडर हैं, इतने सीनियर पर्सन है कि वो यदि पार्लियामेंट के अंदर बोल रहे हैं, इसका मतलब है कि पार्टी में क्या चल रहा है इसका अंदाज सबको लग सकता है। और मैं मानता हूं कि दिनेश त्रिवेदी एक अच्छे राजनेता हैं, बढ़िया राजनेता हैं, और उन्होंने यदि कोई कमेंट्स किया तो इसको बंगाल की जनता भी गंभीरता से लेगी और देश की जनता भी गंभीरता से लेगी।
तो आप उनको चुनाव लड़ाएंगे जब वो ज्वाइन करेंगे?
मेरे से संपर्क अभी तक नहीं हुआ उनसे, पर वो दिल्ली में शायद हमारे नेताओं से चर्चा हुई तो मुझे पता नहीं, पर हाँ मेरी अच्छी मित्रता है उनसे।
नहीं तो वो जैसे राज्यसभा में वापस जाएंगे बीजेपी के साथ रहते हुए, या यहाँ पे आप चुनाव लड़ाएंगे?
नहीं, मुझे इस बारे में कुछ भी नहीं पता, क्योंकि मेरे से कोई संपर्क भी नहीं हुआ। वहीं पर दिल्ली में उनकी चर्चा हुई है, बस ज्वाइन करने के वो उन्होंने इस्तीफा दिया इतना ही पता लगा मुझे। यदि ज्वाइन करेंगे पार्टी में तो मुझसे पूछेंगे।
मैं बता दूं कि यहाँ जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं उनमें से कोई भी ये बात नहीं मानेगा कि जो आप कह रहे हैं वो सच है, कि आपकी जानकारी में नहीं है कि वो कब कैसे क्यों ज्वाइन करेंगे आपकी पार्टी। लेकिन ठीक है, आप स्टेज पे बैठे हैं, आप ये कह रहे हैं, वो आपका हक है।
आप जबरदस्ती लोगों को ये मनवाने के लिए अगर कह रहे हैं तो कोई बात नहीं, बाकी मेरी बात पे सब विश्वास करते हैं, आप पूछ लीजिए किसी पर।
आप हमें ये बताएं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ या जिस स्ट्रेटजी के साथ आप शुभेंदु अधिकारी जैसे नेता को अपनी पार्टी में लाए, क्या आपके हिसाब से जो आपकी एक्सपेक्टेशंस थी शुरुआत में वो खरी उतरी, ओवर एक्सीड हुई, अंडर डिलीवरी रही, क्या रहा?
देखिए, मैं इस बात को स्वीकार करता हूं कि शुभेंदु और राजीव बनर्जी 2 नेता जब नहीं थे हमारी पार्टी में तो हम टक्कर में थे कि टीएमसी और हमारे बीच में टक्कर है, पर जैसे ही दोनों नेता आए उसके बाद मोहर लग गई कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है, और इसलिए हमारा जो अंदाज था उससे ज़्यादा हमको सफलता मिली। एक परसेप्शन सारे प्रदेश में बन गया कि टीएमसी जासी बीजेपी अच्छी।
नहीं, पर ये भी तो हकीकत है कि शुभेंदु अधिकारी पे, मुकुल रॉय पे आप ही की पार्टी के नेताओं ने नारदा स्टिंग ऑपरेशन के गंभीर आरोप लगाए। आपके नेता सिद्धार्थ सिंह कहते थे भाग मुकुल भाग, सीपीआई आती है। फिर एकाएक वही आ जाते हैं आपकी पार्टी में और आप फिर ट्विटर में ढूंढते रहते हो कि कहाँ पे डिलीट करो, पुराना डिलीट करो।
देखिए, मैं फिर एक बात कहता हूँ कि इस देश के अंदर 77 की बात एक गठबंधन की राजनीति का दौर प्रारंभ हुआ है, और उसमें निश्चित रूप से पहले इतना दूसरे दलों में सम्मिलित होना इतना होता नहीं था, पर 77 के बाद से एक प्रारंभ हुआ है। और मैं समझता हूँ इसमें यदि कोई एक प्रामाणिक नेता किसी पार्टी का अपने दल में आता है और ऐसा लगता है कि वो हमारे नेतृत्व पर विश्वास करता है, हमारी विचारधारा में विश्वास करता है, तो उसका स्वागत होता है। पर उस वक्त वो विपक्ष में थे, यदि उन्होंने ऐसे कुछ काम किए हैं तो उसके खिलाफ बोलना ये हमारा दायित्व है, पर यदि वो दोषी होंगे तो उसको उसकी सजा मिलेगी। हम
जहां आप बैठे, कल वहां पे पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी बैठी थी, और ममता बनर्जी जी का कहना था कि बीजेपी की एक बड़ी वॉशिंग मशीन चलती है कि दाग वाले लोग जितने भी हैं उनको डालो और सफ़ेद एकदम कपड़ा पहन के वो निकल जाते हैं, कि ये बीजेपी की एक इलेक्टोरल वॉशिंग मशीन।
देखिए, ये तो मैं ममता जी के लिए कहता हूँ, मैं भी कहता हूँ उनके लिए कि छत्रधर महतो सबसे बड़े नक्सल नेता थे, उन्हें हत्याएं खूब सारी की, वो जेल में थे, उनसे जेल से जमानत कराकर पार्टी का पदाधिकारी बनाया। उन्होंने ही, उनकी सरकार ने ही नहीं, विमल गुरुम के ऊपर जो गोरखाओं के नेता 150 केस लगाए, राष्ट्रद्रोह का केस लगाया, हत्या का केस लगाया। अब वो ममता जी के साथ बैठ रहे हैं, जबकि केस अभी भी हैं उनके पास। तो बड़ी वॉशिंग मशीन कौन सी है? दूसरों पे आरोप लगाने के पहले अपने गिरबान में झांकना चाहिए ममता जी को।
नहीं, पर बीजेपी ने हमेशा कहा कि वी आर अ पार्टी विद अ डिफरेंस। अब दूसरे ने क्या गलत किया उसका हवाला दे रहे हैं आप ये समझाने के लिए कि आपने क्या किया।
मैंने इसलिए कहा कि उन्होंने हम पे आरोप लगाया, इसलिए मैंने कहा, मैं तो पहले ही स्वीकार कर चुका हूँ कि यदि कोई व्यक्ति हमारी आइडियोलॉजी से प्रभावित होकर आता है हमारे यहाँ, तो ऐसा थोड़ी कि उसने जो गलत काम किया हम उसको संरक्षण दे रहे हैं। जांच एजेंसी जांच कर रही है, और जब भी ज़रूरत पड़ती है, अभी पिछले दिनों ही सीबीआई ने मुकुलदा को बुलाया था, यदि ऐसा लगा कि उन्होंने गलत किया तो सीबीआई उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करेगी, हमने तो नहीं रोका।
क्या बीजेपी इस चुनाव में राम भरोसे, एक तरीके से जैसे जय श्री राम के नारे पर विवाद खड़ा हुआ, आप लोगों ने जोर शोर से नारा दिया, आपका आरोप है कि ममता बनर्जी नारे से भाग रही हैं, डर रही हैं, उनका कहना है कि ऐसा नहीं, हम तो जय सिया राम कहते हैं। इतना इलेक्शन जीतने के लिए भगवान का नाम क्यों लेना पड़ा?
देखिए, भगवान का नाम हमने नहीं लिया, आपके और हमारे लेने से नारा कभी भी नहीं बनता। एक बात ध्यान में रखिएगा, टीएमसी 3T के आधार पर काम कर रही है, एक तानाशाही, टोलाबाजी और तुष्टीकरण। ये 3 से पूरी पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता फेड अप है, त्रस्त हो गई है एकदम, और उनको ऐसा लगता है कि अब बहुत हो गया। मुझे लगता है कोई भी नारा है ना एक संदेश देता है। बंगाल में कोई जय श्री राम बोलेगा, मैं तो सोच भी नहीं सकता था, पर बंगाल में जय श्री राम एक तरीके से जैसे वंदे मातरम था कि नहीं, अंग्रेज भारत छोड़ो, जैसे बंगाल के अंदर हो गया जय श्री राम ममता जी बंगाल छोड़ो, ये नारा जनता के बीच में हो गया। और इसलिए ये नारा सामान्य नारा नहीं है, इस नारे का इतिहास के शब्दों में इस नारे को बंगाल में स्वर्णिम अक्षरों में लिखा जाएगा कि परिवर्तन के लिए इस नारे ने जनता के बीच में से आवाज लाकर एक परिवर्तन करके दिखाया।
पर जैसे ममता दी ने कहा कि हमारे यहाँ तो जय सिया राम है, हम लोग दुर्गा माँ की पूजा करते हैं, हम लोग जय हिंद कहते हैं, हम लोग वंदे मातरम कहते हैं, हम लोग जय श्री राम का कोई बंगाल में कल्चर इतिहास नहीं रहा। और यही बात मैं कहती हूँ कि बीजेपी बाहरियों की पार्टी।
अल्प ज्ञान ऐसा ही होता है, जैसा कि ममता जी ने कहा जय सिया राम, श्री सिया का ही पर्यायवाची, सिया सीता का ही पर्यायवाची, तो जय सिया राम और जय श्री राम का अंतर थोड़ी है। पता नहीं वो इस बात को क्यों नहीं समझ पाते।
एक जो बड़ा सवाल आपके सामने रहेगा, अगर अप्रैल मई में बीजेपी की पश्चिम बंगाल में सरकार बनती है, वो ये कि आपकी पार्टी का चीफ मिनिस्टर फेस कौन होगा। कल अमित शाह जी थे जहाँ पे आप बैठे, उन्होंने आपको तो आउट कर दिया, और आपका तो मध्य प्रदेश जाने में इंटरेस्ट होगा, अगर होगा भी तो यहाँ तो इंटरेस्ट नहीं है।
वो प्रश्न ही रोहित ने क्यों पूछा मुझे समझ में नहीं आया।
नहीं,
मैं तो यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री का दावेदार भी नहीं था।
वो मैं इसलिए मैंने बोला कि आपका जो दावेदारी है वो तो मध्य प्रदेश की है, यहाँ की नहीं है, वो अलग एक किस्सा है, उसको बाद में कभी पूछूंगा। लेकिन यहाँ पे आपके हिसाब से अगर मैं कहूँ कि तमाम जो कैंडिडेट्स हैं उनका स्वॉट एनालिसिस कीजिए, स्ट्रेंथ्स, वीकनेसेस, अपॉर्चुनिटीज, थ्रेट, ऐसा सोच बन रही है कि अगर पूर्ण बहुमत आता है तो आपका कैंडिडेट एक ओल्ड टाइमर आरएसएस लॉयलिस्ट होगा, अगर हंग आता है तो आपको यहाँ वहाँ से तोड़ना पड़ सकता है, तो फिर कोई जो शायद नया चेहरा आया है उसको आप लोग ले सकते हैं। आप इस सवाल को कैसे देखते?
देखिए, दो बातें हैं इसमें। पहला तो ये कि अब हमारा सिर्फ चिड़िया की आँख की तरह, जैसे अर्जुन ने देखा था कि सरकार बनाने की तरफ ध्यान है, मुख्यमंत्री बनाने की तरफ ध्यान नहीं है, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जहाँ पर हमारी सरकार नहीं रहती वहाँ हम कभी भी सामान्यतः नेता घोषित नहीं करते। आप हरियाणा का उदाहरण देख लें, उत्तर प्रदेश का उदाहरण देख लें, महाराष्ट्र का उदाहरण देख लें, वहाँ हम नेता घोषित नहीं करते। सरकार बन जाती है, फिर डेमोक्रेसी, हमारे यहाँ विधायक दल का बैठक होती है, उसमें विधायक दल अपना नेता चुनता है और मुख्यमंत्री बनता। तो इसलिए हमारे पास मटेरियल बहुत है, कोई भी बन सकता है, पर ये विधायक दल तय करेगा।
आपने सवाल का जवाब ही नहीं दिया। मैंने बोला स्वॉट एनालिसिस क्या रहेगा कि अगर पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार आती है तब अलग टाइप का कैंडिडेट, हंग असेंबली आती है तो अलग टाइप का कैंडिडेट।
मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ कि ये सब परिणाम आने के बाद, ये आपका काल्पनिक प्रश्न है। हंग आई तो फिर हम विचार करेंगे उस वक्त। अभी तो हम 2/3 बहुमत की बात कर रहे हैं, 2/3 से नीचे की हम सोचते ही नहीं।
ये जो सीपीआईएम कांग्रेस का अलायंस है, शायद आईएसएफ भी उससे जुड़ सकता है, आपके हिसाब से ये आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं, और ये आपका वोट तोड़ते हैं या टीएमसी का वोट तोड़ते हैं?
देखिए, हमने जो हमारा राजनीतिक रणनीति है हमारी, वो 51% वोट की है। हमें 51% वोट लाना है। 49 में टीएमसी किससे गठबंधन करती है, कांग्रेस किससे गठबंधन करती है, सीपीएम किससे गठबंधन करते हैं, ओएसी किससे गठबंधन करते हैं, हमें उससे कोई लेना देना नहीं। हम 51% वोट लाकर 2/3 बहुमत से सरकार बनाएंगे। ये हमारी रणनीति का हिस्सा है और हमारी दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति भी है।
अगर आपको पूर्ण बहुमत से सरकार बनानी है तो दक्षिण पश्चिम बंगाल में 2019 के चुनाव की तुलना में बेहतर करना आपके लिए बहुत अहम है। आपने कई कदम भी उठाए हैं, फोकस भी रहा है। आपके हिसाब से कितना कामयाब आप हुए? क्योंकि अगर 2019 का चुनाव देखते हैं तो नॉर्थ बंगाल से जो चुनाव स्टार्ट होता है उसका रिजल्ट एक तरह का रहता है, भगवा भगवा भगवा, और यहाँ पे आके पूरा नीला। तो इसको कितना रिवर्स कर पाएंगे और कितना आप कामयाब हुए हैं अब तक की अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी?
बहुत कामयाबी मिली हमें और यहाँ पर भी हम आश्चर्यजनक परिणाम देंगे, जैसे कि पिछले लोकसभा में हमने पश्चिम बंगाल में आश्चर्यजनक परिणाम दिए थे। ये पूरा प्रेसिडेंसी एरिया जो हमारे फोकस में है, और यहाँ पर भी हम अच्छे बहुमत से जीतेंगे, ये हमारा विश्वास है।
आपको चिंता है कि अगर थोड़ा कम रह जाए, हंग हाउस आ जाए, तो फिर सीपीआईएम और कांग्रेस का टीएमसी की तरफ जाने के ज़्यादा चांसेस हैं, आपकी तरफ तो आने के ऑलमोस्ट 0 चांसेस हैं। तो फिर आपके लिए इसीलिए पूर्ण बहुमत से जीतना आसान है, क्योंकि आपके एलाइज मिल सकते हैं, जैसे कांग्रेस जेडीएस के बीच में हो गया था शुरू में बेंगलोर में।
मैं नकारात्मक कभी सोचता ही नहीं, मैं हमेशा सकारात्मक सोचता हूँ और मुझे विश्वास है कि 2/3 बहुमत से हम जीतेंगे, इसलिए इस बारे में कभी सोचा ही नहीं मैंने।
सीताराम-येचुरी जी बैठे थे थोड़ी देर पहले जहाँ बैठे, उन्होंने कहा कि देखो आजकल ऐसा हो गया है कि चुनाव में जो भी नतीजा आए, बीजेपी साम दाम दंड भेद कुछ ना कुछ करके अपना हिसाब किताब बैठा के, वो मध्य प्रदेश हो या कर्नाटक का हवाला दे रहे थे कि आप लोग इस तरह की चीज़ें कर रहे हैं।
अब देखिए, सीताराम-येचुरी जी बोल भी सकते हैं और उनका इस प्रकार के आरोप लगाने का अधिकार भी है विपक्ष की हैसियत से, पर सवाल ये है कि आज इस देश का नेतृत्व मोदी जी कर रहे हैं और मोदी जी के प्रति एक वो विकास की प्रतिमूर्ति बन गए, एक नया कुछ होना चाहिए, एक नया इंडिया बनना चाहिए, इसकी प्रतिमूर्ति बन गए। आज बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो दूसरे दलों से लड़ के आते हैं, पर बाद में उन्हें लगता है कि मोदी जी के साथ जाने के बाद शायद हम कुछ कर पाएंगे। तो ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं। इसको आप इस दृष्टि से मत देखिए कि हम लोग कुछ करते हैं, हमारे चमत्कारिक नेतृत्व का कमाल है।
असुद्दीन ओवैसी ने बिहार में ठीक परफॉर्मेंस दर्ज किया, काफ़ी मदद पहुंचाई आपको।
या आप बोल रहे हैं?
नहीं, जितनी मदद पहुंचाई उसी से आप लोगों की सरकार बनी, ये हकीकत है नतीजे की। अब ये सवाल उठता है कि क्या ओवैसी को बंगाल में लाने के लिए ममता जी कहती हैं कि वो बीजेपी की सीट में मदद कर रही है, बीजेपी पीछे से ओवैसी को यहाँ पे भेज रही है ताकि मुस्लिम वोट उनका स्प्लिट हो जाए।
हम इतने कमज़ोर नहीं कि हमें अभी किसी ओवैसी जैसे व्यक्ति की आवश्यकता है। हम यहाँ बहुत सॉलिड स्थिति में हैं और हमें विश्वास है कि हमारा इतना काम है 6 साल का कि यहाँ हम सरकार बनाएंगे, हमें किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं।
आपको क्योंकि आपने 50% की बात की, तो आपके अपोनेंट के वोट को तोड़ना भी तो आपकी स्ट्रेटेजी का एक अहम हिस्सा
है ना। वो तोड़ के तो 51% बने हम,
और
हम
उसमें
4% चालू हुए, 17% पे आए, फिर 40% पे आए। अब हमें कितने 4% तो और चाहिए।
उसमें आपकी फुरफुरा शरीफ की जो पार्टी एक लॉन्च हुई है अब्बास सिद्दीकी की, इंडियन सेक्युलर फ्रंट करके, उसका रोल आप क्या देखते हैं? आपको लगता है अच्छा है जितना इनका वोट टूटे अच्छा है?
नहीं, हम तो सबको शुभकामनाएं देते हैं, हम तोड़ने की बातें नहीं करते, हम जोड़ने की बात करते हैं। हम तो चाहते हैं कि अच्छा है, ममता जी उनसे भी हाथ मिला ले, ओवैसी से भी हाथ मिला ले, सबसे हाथ मिला ले, उसके बाद लड़ ले, उसके बाद भी हम जीतेंगे।
पिछले करीब 25 मिनट में हमने आपका एक बड़ा सीरियस स्वरूप देखा। मेरे को किसी ने एक व्हाट्सएप पे वीडियो फॉरवर्ड किया, आप अपनी ही पार्टी के किसी कम्युनिटी के यहाँ पर शादी पे गए थे, वहाँ पे आप मोहम्मद रफ़ी, किशोर कुमार के गाने तो मैंने किसी से पूछा, हमारे रिपोर्टर से, उसने कहा कि बड़ा अच्छा गाते हैं कैलाश जी। तो मैंने बोला अरे ऐसा लगता तो नहीं, आप तो बड़े सीरियस टाइप के नेता लगते हो, ये आप जाके गाना भी गाते हो शादी में, ऐसा तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं था।
दरअसल क्या है कि मैं कोई प्रोफेशनल सिंगर नहीं हूँ।
पर मैंने सुना है गाते बहुत, मैंने कभी
नहीं, मेरी बात तो सुनिए। मैं प्रोफेशनल सिंगर हूँ नहीं, पर कभी कभी कुछ सीन देखकर एकदम गाना याद आ जाता है।
तो ये सीन देख के आपको कौन सा गाना याद?
नहीं, मेरे सामने तो आप देखें बैठे हैं, आपका सीन देख के मुझे कोई गाना याद नहीं आ रहा।
आप ऑडियंस को देखिए, आप ऑडियंस को देखिए, उनको देख के। अच्छा, आप अब अगर ये कहें कि आपने, जैसे अब आप किसी कम्युनिटी लीडर की शादी में आ गए हो, आपने हमें कोई गाना सुनाना, हम लोगों ने फरमाइश की है, आपकी पार्टी वर्कर्स आए आपके पास, उन्होंने कहा कि कैलाश जी, आपके पार्टी के कई लोग बैठे हैं, आप लोग सुनना चाहेंगे कैलाश जी का गाना? पक्का? आप अच्छे से फरमाइश करेंगे तभी। देखो, अगर वो पंप अप नहीं होंगे, वो कह रहे हैं ये सीन देख के उनको कोई फीलिंग नहीं आ रही, अगर आप अच्छे से उनको पंप अप करेंगे तभी। आपने सुना है कि अच्छा गाते हैं? हाँ, पर मैंने कभी लाइव नहीं सुना इनको। थोड़ा सा आप सब, अब तो सब गाना चाहना है। कितने लोग सुनना चाहते हैं इनका गाना? ये देखिए, बताइए।
मुझे अभी सैनिक बैठे हुए थे बांग्लादेश के युद्ध के 50 वर्ष हुए हैं, तो उन सैनिकों को प्रति अपनी श्रद्धा अर्पित करते हुए 2 लाइन सुना देता हूँ। दूसरा गाना सुना देता हूँ।
आप, मैंने सुना है आप किशोर कुमार और मोहम्मद रफ़ी के गाने, आप कहाँ पे वो सेना के चक्कर में पड़ रहे हैं? आप किशोर कुमार मौजूद गाने आते हैं वो सुनाइए। अब इतना दिमाग पे जोर डाल रहे हैं वो गानों की लिरिक्स, जो फटाफट जो जुबान पे है वो सुनाइए आप। किशोर कुमार के या मोहम्मद रफ़ी के? मेरे को, मैं पूरी रिसर्च करके आया हूँ, मुझे पता चला कि आप बहुत अच्छा गाते हैं और ये गाने आपको ज़्यादा पसंद, जो पसंद है वो सुनाए ना आप। ये
जुल्फे हैं जैसे कांधे पे बादल झुके हुए, आंखें हैं जैसे मैं के प्याले भरे हुए, मस्ती है जिसमें प्यार की तुम वो शराब हो, चौदहवी का चांद हो या आफताब हो, जो भी हो तुम खुदा की कसम लाजवाब हो।
क्या बात है, जोरदार तालियां। अच्छा, जब मुझे बोला कि गाते हैं तो मुझे लगा हाँ गाते, इतना अच्छा गाते ये नहीं बताया था किसी ने। आपने तो एकदम समा बांधी। एक फरमाइश और, वन मोर सो, इतना अच्छा गा, ये तो आप एकदम, आपने कभी ऐसा सुना कि सोचा कि मैं एक दूसरा ऑल्टरनेट करियर भी हो सकता है, बीजेपी को बंगाल में जिताने के अलावा आप कॉन्सर्ट वगैरह भी कर सकते हो ऐसे?
मतलब राजनीति में फेल हो जाऊं, आप ऐसा सोच रहे हो तो कम अपना
नहीं, मैं एक
ड्रम पार्टी खोल दूं ऐसा?
मैं एक ऑल्टरनेट लाइन ऑफ करियर,
मेरे कितने अच्छे दोस्त हो यार।
मैं तो ऑल्टरनेट करियर से एक गाना और आपको गाना पड़ेगा, इतना खूबसूरत आपका। आप लोगों को अच्छा लगा इनका गाना? वुड यू लाइक टू हियर वन मोर सर? जो पॉपुलर सॉन्ग हो वैसे ही आप कीजिएगा, जो आपकी एकदम जुबान पे हो।
मेरे को नए गाने याद नहीं।
जो आपके नहीं, जो आपको, किशोर कुमार, मोहम्मद रफी, जो आपको पसंद है।
तुम्हें कोई और देखे तो जलता है दिल, बड़ी मुश्किलों से फिर संभलता है दिल। क्या क्या जतन करते हैं तुम्हें क्या पता, ये दिल बेकरार कितना ये हम नहीं जानते, मगर जी नहीं सकते तुम्हारे बिना, हमें तुमसे प्यार कितना ये हम नहीं जानते, मगर जी नहीं सकते तुम्हारे बिना।
क्या बात है, आप तो एकदम प्रोफेशनल सिंगर की तरह गाते हैं। और अगली दफा उषा उत्तप जी को या पापॉन को बुलाने की जगह आपने तो समा बांध दिया। ये तो आपका एक हिडन टैलेंट था, मतलब चुनाव लड़ाने जिताने के अलावा ये तो आप एकदम कॉन्सर्ट कर सकते हैं। कॉन्सर्ट लाइक क्वालिटी वॉइस है कि नहीं? अमेजिंग, फैंटास्टिक, थैंक यू सो मच कैलाश विजयवर्गीय जी। आप आए, जुड़े और आपने चुनाव की अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी भी बताई और ये गाने भी गुनगुना के सुनाए। एक दिन जब हम राजनीति की बात नहीं करेंगे, मुझे लगता है कि तसल्ली से आप और हम बैठेंगे और आपको हम इसी तरह से एक्शन में देखेंगे, तो मजा आ गया। थैंक यू सो मच कैलाश जी, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू राहुल जी, थैंक यू।
ऑल द बेस्ट, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू।
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in just a minute now. We're just waiting for our guest to finish here and then we'll move straight to our next session. Next guest is also ready. Quickly moving into our next session now. Enterprise example towards an Aatmanirbhar East India. And to take that forward once again, it's our news director, India Today and Aaj Tak, Rahul Kamal.
What we've heard over the past 48 hours is a political and cultural exposition of where Bengal is and where it needs to be. One of the key missions that India and the government have embarked on at this time is the idea of an Aatmanirbhar Bharat. In that, how can East India move towards becoming Aatmanirbhar? To talk about this, we're joined at the India Today Conclave at this time by the chairperson of the RP Sanjiv Goenka Group, Mr. Sanjiv Goenka. Mr. Goenka, welcome and thank you so much for joining us at the India Today Conclave. It's great to have you with us.
Hi Rahul, it's always great, it's always an honor to participate at the India Today Conclave. Thank you so much for having me.
And thank you for joining us. So, you're a very sharp and astute thinker. And I want to use the time that we have to draw you out on what you believe are the issues that the state of West Bengal face at this moment, which you would like resolved or worked on when it comes to politics, when it comes to governance, when it comes to administration, for West Bengal to be one of the key drivers of the India growth story.
Well, you know, I think the first thing I'd like to say is that West Bengal is part of a country. It's part of a whole. And as far as the national policy is concerned, we really can't ask for more. We've had an outstanding budget. We've had an outstanding policy announcement time and again by the Prime Minister, by the Home Minister, by the Finance Minister. Just a couple of days ago, you saw the tweet by the Prime Minister hailing entrepreneurs and saying that the nation needs them. And I think Bengal is part of that. I'm on record to say that after this budget, frankly, every budget we went and said, Dil mange more. This time we are saying, there is not more that we can ask for. It's now for us to perform. It's for us to actually become more competitive, to scale up, to invest in capacity, in research, in services, and actually go forward.
So one of the key challenges facing the Indian economy over the last several years has been the lack of appetite on the part of India Inc. to want to invest in the India story. So overcapacity, lack of adequate demand has impeded, new greenfield projects from coming up. To what extent do you think capacity utilization has reached a level where entrepreneurs such as you feel confident about making significant big ticket investment? The government is focusing on public investments in infrastructure. When will private sector start, making outlays for fresh investment?
Well, I can say that as far as we are concerned, we've already started looking at investments. We've just announced a major chemical factory, a carbon black factory in Tamil Nadu, which will be a completely robotized plant, completely automated, completely state-of-the-art. We are thinking of adding capacity in distribution and power. We have bid for one of the union territories recently. We are looking at others. So I think we are looking at investment in a very big way. We are adding to our FMCG portfolio. We are adding to our FMCG capacity. We've just made an acquisition in the IT-enabled services space. And I think we are very, very positive on the Indian economy, on the India story, and we are investing strongly in India.
So we hear from government ministers, we hear from bureaucrats, we hear from economists on their view on the bounce back in the economy. How deep is it? How certain is it? How much momentum it has? As somebody who's on the inside, what's your assessment at this moment about the extent to which we've been able to bounce back, and how sustained do you believe the recovery is?
Quite honestly, for us as a company, as a group of companies, the last quarter has been the best quarter in our history ever. We've never seen sales like this. We've not seen profits like this. This quarter seems pretty much the same. And the first quarter of the next financial also seems pretty much the same. So to my mind, it is a completely, the bounce back is for real. It's definite. And it appears it is here to stay.
Let's spend a moment talking about Make in India, because on Make in India, there are two perspectives, Mr. Goenka. One is that, this is a good idea, that we need to encourage and incentivize manufacturing in India. The other is that we are creating artificial walls and barriers, and this is a throwback to the demands made by the Bombay Club, which at that time in the early 90s were rejected, and India grew, and thank God for it as a consequence, that India cannot grow without integrating further with the global economy, and the Make in India concept goes against that. How do you see this debate?
I think Make in India is very important if India has to emerge as a manufacturing hub. And quite honestly, if you look at other countries, almost all countries are imposing tariff barriers in one name or another. And frankly, India has very little, if any, in terms of tariff barriers. So I don't really feel that we are putting ourselves in a privileged position. And frankly, if we did, we did.
What more do you need to see to ensure that Make in India becomes a success? Because one of the complaints we constantly hear is that while ease of doing business is spoken of as a key policy thrust, on the ground, and outside of the rankings that come, it hasn't necessarily become much easier to do business in India. What would you like to see for it to become genuinely easy for entrepreneurs like you to be able to operate in India?
I think sometimes you have situations where state governments start imposing different kinds of controls. Different states do different kinds of controls. If something is delicensed, then it is delicensed. If you've entered into a contract, then honor it. You've had a situation where in renewable power, certain state governments have dishonored or wanted to dishonor contracts which have already been entered. So sanctity of contracts, sanctity of commitments, sanctity of licensing, to my mind, this is very important. And this is going to be the next big step in terms of getting complete confidence, in terms of going ahead. We have great confidence. We are investing. But some state governments are actually sort of deviating.
Now let's spend a moment talking about the enforceability of contracts, because we've seen, and I don't want to get into one instance or the other, governments renege. Let's assume the previous government did something, the new government comes in, they don't like what's been done in the past, they start probing, and very often we've got international investors involved, and that really, while it's a political battle in that state, but per se for India it gives us a bad name. What do you think should be done to improve the enforceability of contracts in the context of this being a political bait for whichever party comes to power? It's a very natural thing for that government to want to do because it gets them the opportunity to show the opponent down.
I think in a way we should divorce the politics and the economics from decision making. So if you've entered a contract, unless you have a significant reason, so say किसी ने चोरी की है और चोरी के बल पे वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लिया है, तो आप रिविजिट कर रहे हो, एक बात है. But you're revisiting it or you're reneging on it just because a previous government has done it. I think we need continuity of commitments, of contracts for the tenure of the period mentioned in the contract.
As one of the most important corporate players in East India, what according to you should be the agenda for the forthcoming assembly election in West Bengal? So we see multiple themes play out, in terms of religion, in terms of governance. What would you like netas? I'm not saying one party or the other. What do you think should be really the issues politicians and parties should be focusing on? What would you like to see the election being fought around?
I was taught one thing when I was young. Stick to your knitting. Stick to what you do well. I run my businesses well. I'm not in politics. I don't understand politics. So for me, it's best to stay away from that.
You've very smartly dodged and ducked the question, which is a wise thing. But I'm actually talking about a different thing. I'm saying in terms of, let's assume that you were to work on laying out a new agenda for governance in the state of West Bengal. For example, making Bengal as it used to be many decades ago, one of the industrial hubs of India, key industrial hub of India. How do you think, whichever government comes to power, and this is completely politically agnostic, should that piece be addressed?
I think Bengal suffered from, in the left rule, in the 34 years of the left rule, Bengal suffered from a huge image erosion. So to my mind, one of the biggest things for any government is to take that perception back. I think the image has improved partially, but Maharashtra or Gujarat may have a better image. Gujarat certainly is a great place to invest in. Maharashtra is a great place to invest in. I invest heavily in Bengal. And Bengal for me is a great place to invest in. But I think it's also about how people perceive it.
No, so how should that be changed? What needs to be done to change the perception around Bengal? Why, for example, Bibek Debroy was here at the India Today Conclave and he spoke of the flight of human capital from Bengal. He spoke of how earlier he used to think of himself as a victim, but ultimately he proved to be a beneficiary of the flight of human capital. How do you go about ensuring that the smartest young Bengalis actually stay back in Bengal to work on the development in Bengal and they don't feel that their careers and their lives are better served by being outside the state?
I think it's not only about Bengalis staying in Bengal. I think we are one country. So it's about really trying and getting whatever appropriate talent for whatever job is required. You get the best that's possible. And you should aim to get that and try and attract the best talent. I mean, so if you don't have the right atmosphere, you will not have the right talent. If you have the right atmosphere, you'll have the right talent.
Let's spend a minute discussing the challenge of employment. In a country like India, given the population that we have and given how automation, artificial intelligence, machine learning are coming and disrupting the job market, how should corporates and government and society address the issue of creating employment for those who are entering the workforce at this time?
Once the investment cycle starts, once you're seeing capacities being created, jobs will automatically flow. It's a natural corollary. So I think we are very influenced by what's happened during the pandemic period. But give it 6 months, give it 9 months, and you will see that the whole cycle of the job market would have changed.
Let's spend time talking about skilling. How do you think we should address the challenge of creating skills which ensure that our working population is equipped to deal with how, especially in a post-pandemic scenario, the requirements of the workforce are changing?
So I think skilling is what corporate world calls training. Skilling is paramount. Training is paramount. And reinvention is paramount. You have to adapt to the new changes that are required. So for example, in our retail business, during the pandemic, we discovered that people wanted home delivery. So it was not just e-commerce, that was one part of it. They wanted home delivery. And we started that to begin with in Gurgaon and Bombay. And within this period, it's grown to be a multi-hundred crore area for us. Now, it's about skilling your people, it's about training your people to make sure that they can do this. It's about responding to how your customer wants a situation. So it's about just being nimble, and this puts a greater onus on HR departments in each of the companies. And I think it's so important because customers are becoming very, very demanding.
So of all the various sectors where you have interests in operations, where do you believe growth in the future lies? We've seen, for example, some of the biggest companies in India, like the Reliance Group, transform themselves around data, around technology, around mobile telephony. How do you see that play out in the context of your own concern?
Frankly, technology becomes a necessity. You have to keep abreast of technology. We believe we've got to be the most efficient, or if not the most efficient, at least in the top two in terms of efficiency in every sector that we operate in. That's what we are striving to do. That's what we've targeted to do. That's what we've so far achieved. Now the trick or the success is going to be in keeping ahead of the race. So you have to invest in not only tech as in tech, but tech as in technology, as in knowledge, as in research, as in reinvention. So we are doing this in a big way. So even in our staid chemical business, we've got patents, or we've applied for patents for several products. We've got a full new research facility in Gujarat. We've got a new research facility which started during the pandemic in Belgium. It's about actually investing for the future, investing in products which are value added for the future, services which are value added for the future.
This has been a fascinating conversation, and we've had an opportunity to hear from you on how you see skilling change, how you see the economic environment change. And we want to thank you for your time and wish you all the best, Mr. Goenka, for the next several months in terms of how the economy bounces back and where India Inc. is able to take the India story. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you,
at the
Rahul.
India
Thank
Day
you for
Conference.
having me.
Thank you.
We're about to move into a very interesting session, so I request everyone to be seated. If those outside can hear me, come inside. You don't want to miss this one especially. things have been happening in the political landscape while this conclave has played out. The India Today group is always nimble, so we've made space for the big news that's been breaking in Delhi as well. So our next session is going to reflect some of those things. So please bear with me for just another minute or two, and then we'll be ready to begin. Just a couple more minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
बोलो मुझे क्या पता
सर आईपैड में होगा
Now, stand by. Hello again, everyone. One of the things about being a news organization is that you move quickly. And the program for the India Today East Conclave was made many weeks in advance. But what we didn't know at that time was that one very senior leader of the Trinamool Congress, who we were inviting to the conclave, in his capacity as Rajya Sabha MP of the Trinamool, would drop a bomb on the last day of the first part of the budget session and announce his resignation. There are literally dozens of reporters waiting at his house after his dramatic speech in Parliament. There hasn't been such a moment where someone allocated time for a particular party stands up and says, actually, I'm resigning and this is the forum, this is the opportunity, I am gone. So what happened? That is exactly what we hope to find out over the next half an hour. I now want to welcome via virtual link to this India Today Conclave East, former Railways Minister, senior Bengal political figure, joining us at the India Today Conclave. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome Mr. Dinesh Trivedi?
My big hello to Calcutta, the city of joy, and I wish I was there physically. But as situation would have it, I'm there emotionally with all of you. And I think, Rahul, you know, it's just a coincidence. It reminds me of the day when I had resigned as the railway minister. And Mr. Puri, if he's sitting there, he would remember, I was not slated for the India Today conclave, which used to happen in Delhi only. And then they grabbed me and said that, you know, I was having lunch with Henry Kissinger. So he said, no, you have to come. We have to have a special slot. And here I am today, India Today conclave and another resignation. So I think India Today has some special relationship with me. So Mr. Puri, Rahul, thank you very much for having me there.
You do have a flair for the dramatic. We love having you. But what's with these dramatic resignations? I remember interviewing you when you were railway minister. You know, you had tears in your eyes after the budget when you'd increased the rail prices. And now again, you know, what is with Dinesh Trivedi and dramatic, unexpected resignations?
No, Rahul, I am very emotional and very sensitive. And I think that is the minimum a human being has, no? And there is nothing dramatic as such. It was happening, you know. जिसको कहते हैं ना मंथन चल रहे थे मेरे सिस्टम और सिर्फ मुझे नहीं सबको पता है कि कुछ हो रहा है. And then there comes a moment which I said, I don't know how many of you could hear that. जो करता हूँ वो दिल से करता हूँ. वो अंतकरण में जो आता है वो एक मोमेंट होता है और वो मोमेंट तभी आता है जब उसके पहले मंथन हुआ हो. So it was not anything pre-planned, it just happened. But before it happened, there were a lot of manthan and a lot of things because you understand the party which I personally was instrumental, a part of it with the leader. And if I have to leave that party, there are emotional involved and there has to be some very substantial good reason. And whatever I said on the floor of the house, that is it. There is nothing less, there is nothing more.
So you've been on the political fence, as it were, for quite some time, not just weeks, months, but actually years. Why is it, Dinesh Trivedi, that you've decided to take the political plunge and leave the party which you say gave you so much and you've been so close to?
Yes, so what's the question, Rahul?
Why did you leave the Trinamool Congress?
No, I told you exactly. See, what happens that if you are part of a party, you have to be in that frame of discipline. And I'm quite a disciplined person. And when you see so much of violence happening, there's so much of, I mean, I couldn't deal with corruption. Every day somebody or the other would come, कि मेरे घर में रंग हो रहा है और आपके लोग आ गए पैसे मांगे. ये मुझसे नहीं सहा जा. And every day if I go to parliament and give a speech, and the speech could be very critical of some of the policies, but some of the insecure leader will insist that I abuse the prime minister, I abuse the home minister. I said, why should we do that? Bengal culture is not of abuse. Bengal culture is not of violence. And I just couldn't take it. Then there comes a time. So every time, Dinesh Trivedi did not abuse the Prime Minister of India. Dinesh Trivedi didn't abuse the Home Minister, Amit Shah. I mean, why should we abuse? Please understand, if we talk about Rabindranath Tagore, if we talk about Mahatma Gandhi and Netaji, why should we abuse? Vivekanand, that is the land. There is no place for violence. There is no place for any kind of abuse. Do you know when Mr. Nadda's car was attacked? In one of the television interviews, I condemned. And I was condemned for condemning violence. I mean, how long can you take that? Then I said that Bengal needs to get into 21st century, 22nd century. And Bengalis I consider myself as Bengali. They are full of brain. They are peace-loving. They are philosophers. And if there is any place in the world after Silicon Valley, it can really happen, not only for the namesake, but really. Because that's the brain. And why should this brain go somewhere else? I think Bengal needs to really find its own strength. And believe me, it will find. How it will find, I don't know, but it will find, because enough is enough and people have realized. I will tell you lastly, there's something called peace and prosperity. If there is no peace, there is no prosperity. So we need peace in Bengal. And that is what I was getting a little frustrated. I'm sitting here as a member of parliament and I can't do anything about this violence.
So you've so far always told me that you felt suffocated and unable to speak your mind. You've now unshackled yourself. So what does an unshackled Dinesh Trivedi have to say about the state of politics and governance in West Bengal? If you were to now dispassionately do a SWOT analysis of the dispensation you've been a part of, Mr. Trivedi, where is it that you believe that the Trinamool Congress government has let down the people of West Bengal and failed to deliver the Paribartan it promised?
You see, first of all, let me tell you one thing, that I have been grateful to the party. There is no doubt about it that I was the founder with Mukul Roy. We both used to run, and Mamtaji used to say that I have got these two people. But that was before we got the power. After we came to power, that conversation was just not there. I mean, you couldn't go and talk about the country, about the progress of Bengal, nothing. And where do you go? And then there are some insecure people who cannot differentiate between a panchayat and a municipality. I mean, they come and take the leadership and you have to listen to them, who have no idea about what's happening. And you have to listen that you have to abuse them, you have to abuse that. The party has really suffered because of the sycophants. Otherwise, I can tell you, Mamtaji single-handedly, there were no corporate advisors. There were no professional who takes money and advises you. Mamata Banerjee didn't need anybody. She had the pulse of the people. That was the Parivartan. And she said, Bodla nahi bodol chai. Means we do not want revenge. We want change. But then that change got into all sorts of violence, all sorts of corruption. Rahul, every day, if somebody or the other comes to me as a member of parliament that I am painting my house, people have come and asked for money. So I used to say, maybe they are not from TMC, but they are using the TMC. So I have nothing, no law, no order, I couldn't go anywhere. So I said, where do I go? What do I do? And if people say that if you can't do anything, what is the point of sitting in that august house? And that was going on in my mind. As in the railway ministry, when I resigned, I said, you know, for me, country is much bigger. And that also happened. And believe me, if that money would have come to Bengal, what I had budgeted for Bengal, I mean, you could have had so much from metro rail all the way up to Barrackpur. Barrackpur would have been a mini Kolkata. I mean, there was so much of development. If you do not have water in the tank, you can't get it in the tap. So all this kind of was a pent-up feeling. And why? Because without even reading the budget, this insecure people would send message to Mamata Banerjee, oh my God, the fares have gone up. This is not it. You know, I'll tell you a story. You have time to listen to this incident?
You are the man of the moment, the biggest newsmaker of the day. We have all the time in the world for you. Go on, Mr. Trivedi.
So, Rahul, first of all, I really feel very sad and relieved both. So after I resigned as the railway minister, I was waiting for a flight at Calcutta. So one gentleman comes to me and said, sir, may I talk to you? I said, sure. He said, I am Professor so-and-so from IIT Kharagpur. I said, okay. And he said that, do you know Kasab? I said, we don't know Kasab, but we know about Kasab. He was a terrorist. He said, but then he got a chance. He was in jail, there was a trial, and he was asked the process. I said, that's democracy. And then he said, what about Nathuram Godse? Then I thought that what's wrong with this guy? I said, what about Nathuram Godse? He said, he also got a chance to explain himself. I said, that is democracy. He said, what democracy? You did something good for the country. You resigned, and nobody asked you that, why did you do this? Why did you increase the fare? Why did you? There was no chance. You were not even given a chance to explain yourself. And then he gave me his card and said, if this is democracy, I don't want this democracy. I could see the frustration on this professor. And then I said, amazing. So this is what the love of the people, that everybody understands what your motives are. And I have always been emotional about the country. And I've always said country come, and it's not just a phrase, which is a fact. That's how my gurus, my parents, when I got the award for the best parliamentarian, I said, because they have put value in me. Now, every day, do you tell me, Rahul, you can differ with a political party, but is it necessary to abuse them? Is it necessary to go below any level of dignity? No party is perfect.
So now multiple times, Dinesh, you've spoken of these insecure sycophants who kept messaging Didi and drove you out of the Trinamool Congress, those who are your parliamentary party leaders. Now, just as a journalist, if I do some deductions, you're in the Rajya Sabha, your parliamentary party leader in the Rajya Sabha is Derek-Obrien. So if I ask you to name names, so who are these insecure sycophants you're referring to again and again, who you believe are responsible for driving you out of the Trinamool Congress? Let's get specific.
It is not befitting on my part, and I would be totally out of context if I say that it's only for them. It is not them, it is the leadership. I can go and keep on, anybody keep on telling Mr. Puri that how Rahul is behaving, but Mr. Puri is intelligent, will tell Rahul that what's happening. Will not believe people just like that. I have no complaint about these insecure people. But what about the leadership? You have formed the party. You're part of it. You're part of the struggle. And there is no communication. If you want to talk on a budget, and there has to be a communication. Okay, what point we should take? Should we take farmers' agitation? Okay, 10 of us, let's sit down. What are the points? What should we discuss? Is farmers' agitation right or wrong? If it is wrong, can we go to the Prime Minister and tell him that this is what we want? But that's democracy. Democracy is not abuses all the time. No. And you don't have to go to the well of the house and tear up things. I have never gone to the well of house since 1990. I am MP. In between there was a gap. And there is a complaint that Dinesh Trivedi doesn't go to the well of the house. He doesn't scream. He doesn't shout. Now, you don't need to do that. You don't need, that is not Bengal. Please understand, that's not Bengal.
No,
so this relationship has to be of colleagues. It is not 9 to 5 job that there is some boss and you are subordinate. No. Politics is all about being a teamwork, colleagues, talk to each other. We may be wrong, we may be right. Listen to us, then you decide. ये नहीं है ना, उसमें दुख होता है और कुछ नहीं. Otherwise, Banerjee is a great leader. I have no complaint personally, but I feel sorry that the party has really gone out of her hand. And you don't require a professional guy who's paid hundreds of crores to tell you what you should do. I mean, no, you can't be replaced. Mamata Banerjee can't be replaced by somebody. And then if that somebody becomes the owner of the party, then I think it's a sad affair. And we have not come to TMC or form TMC seeing somebody else. It was with Mamata Banerjee. And people in my party will not speak. But whatever I am telling, they'll agree with you. When I was today outside the parliament in front of TV camera, I wouldn't like to name that MP. A sitting MP of TMC goes and gives me thumbs up. He said, well done. I mean, I think introspection is required, no? Because this election will come, go, somebody will win, somebody will lose. That's not the end of life. Be constructive.
So I was speaking, we had Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal at the India Today Conclave yesterday. And I spoke to her, I spoke to other senior Trinamool leaders who've been here at the conclave. And the sense that I got was that the TMC believes that Dinesh Trivedi is ungrateful. That you lost your Lok Sabha election in Barrackpore, that despite that you were nominated by Didi to the Rajya Sabha, and despite that, right ahead of the elections, instead of supporting the party when it needs you the most, the party that gave you as much as it did, Dinesh Trivedi, you are accused by the Trinamool Congress of backstabbing them.
Well, on the contrary, I have given them the leeway that they can choose whoever they want to choose. So, as a matter of fact, I have taken a bold decision that I have given them total ground free. Now they can choose anybody else they want. You know, and I've got 5.5 years left. If I would have done this thing after the election results, and if supposing if TMC had lost and I had decided this, then somebody would have said, you are an opportunist. I have not done purposely then. Because I knew that during this election, what do I talk? There's nothing I could talk. So it's better I leave. When I must tell you, when Narada happened, I had told the party that those who are tempted, please keep them away. But they didn't believe. They said, no, it was not done. Then said that the money came from Dubai. I said, both the things can't happen. I said, accept it and let party don't take the blame. Let the individual take it on. And if they have done something wrong, they must face it. They must accept it why they have taken this. I became a bad guy. In 2016, Mamata Banerjee herself said that Dinesh Trivedi will not campaign. I said the right thing against corruption, against violence. It's not the first time. I have been at it. But when I realized that we have reached the end of the tunnel, and end of the tunnel, there is another tunnel. There is no light. What do? You sit in the house, enjoy a big bungalow in Delhi at taxpayers' money. That's not satisfaction, no? So I have only good wishes for all my colleagues in TMC, Mamata Banerjee. They are free to say whatever they want to say. Well, don't forget that TMC and Mamata Banerjee also walked out of Atal Bihari Vajpayee when Atalji needed her the most. And I was the one who told Mamataji that please come and meet Atalji. I had fixed up an appointment also. But that didn't happen. Whatever Mamataji wanted, Atalji did. But in spite of that, he walked out. He wanted a resignation of George Fernandez. She wanted so many other things. Everything was accepted, but still. So ये नहीं होता है कि wholesale में आप चले जाओ तो वो दगा नहीं होता है. Individual जाओ तो वो दगा होता है. Today you are fighting against Congress. Tomorrow you join hands with the Congress. तो वो दगा नहीं होता है. तो ये तो अपने पर है. As long as my conscience is clear, as long as I am happy with it, I have to look into my own conscience first and then the rest.
Okay, so Dinesh, we spent the last several minutes talking about why you took this dramatic decision of leaving the Trinamool Congress. I want to spend the next few minutes talking about what happens next. Dinesh Trivedi 2.0, the new avatar. The hot money on the street in Parliament and in Kolkata is that over the next 2-3 days, Dinesh Trivedi will be joining the BJP and will now be carrying the saffron flag. Is that done? And is that deal done?
I have always carried my conscience. And हमने जो कहा पार्लियामेंट में, actually around people whether they want to, it came from the core of my heart. And at times, whatever you say, whatever comes from your antakaran. I know these days, if some politicians say that the question is, अरे बाबा, politician को भी antakaran होता है क्या? And I don't blame them for the audience asking that. But the fact of life is, honestly, it just happened today. It was nothing. Everybody was surprised.
What, you're saying you just stood up and decided, you hadn't thought this through, you hadn't planned that you do this on the last day of the first part of the budget session. You just stood up and said, chalo, ho gaya.
I must tell you, when I was going to Parliament, you have your mentors, you have your gurus, and you just check with them. So everybody has, I am a sister of Swami Chinmayananda, of Chinmaya Mission. So I did speak to, that Swami Guru Chinmayananda is not there. So I did speak to Swami Tejubayananda. I said, am I taking the right step? He said, you must go ahead. Whoever I consulted, they say, you must, if you're doing for the country. And for the country, you have to do it. Whatever is good for the country, not what's good for you. Whatever is good for the country, you have to do that. So I have done, and obviously I spoke to my family too. So my conscience is very clear. And before that, let me tell you, all the leaders of TMC who matter, fortunately, I have texted them that this is the condition of the party. No reaction. And I had always told that I will tell Mamta ji first, and I had sent her a message that it's enough. I cannot take it anymore. For me, country is bigger than anything else. So I had promised people that she will be the first one to know. Whether she believed it or not, I don't know. But my good wishes will always remain with her. I'll never get personal with anybody. And political life, there is no full stop. One has to keep on going as long as you're there. So these are all, कहते हैं कि वो ऊपर वाला डिसाइड करता है, आपको प्रोत्साहन मिलता है. हमको आज प्रोत्साहन मिला करने का, हमने किया.
So do you?
और हम, can you see on my face? I'm so relieved, so relaxed.
You
and
look
so
like a happy
about
man.
it.
You look like a relieved, content, happy man. You've been
Honestly,
stuck and suffocated for a while.
I tell you how relieved I am. ये मेरे ऊपर जैसे बोझा था कि हम बोल नहीं सकते हैं, किसी का काम नहीं कर सकते, I can't do anything. तो वो बोझा मेरे सर से आज हट गया. But at the same time, I certainly will wish the entire TMC, Mamta ji, everybody good health, good life. But I will folded hand, please condemn violence. Don't accept violence.
Okay.
You are at the helm of affair. प्रशासन आपके हाथ में है. Violence दूसरा भी करता है तो उसको आप ठीक करो. मगर गांधी जी का नाम यदि लेते हो, सुभाष चंद्र बोस, विवेकानंद और वायलेंस, और ये कड़वाहट क्यों, गाली गलौज क्यों? एक बात जो है हम लोग कर सकते हैं अच्छी तरह, गाली गलौज मत करो, ये बंगाल का भला नहीं होगा. और हमेशा बाहर वाले अंदर वाले, और पता नहीं गुजरातियों के ऊपर क्या है, गुजराती को रोज गाली नहीं, जरूरत नहीं यार. देखो गांधी जी गुजरात के थे, वल्लभ भाई पटेल गुजराती थे, नरसिंह मेहता, वैष्णु वजन तो तेने रे कहिए. Then just because the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister of Gujarat, to maximum translation of Rabindranath Tagore, Sharat Chandra Chattopadhyay is done in Gujarat. So don't get into, India is one, right from Kashmir, Kanyakumari, Bengal, everybody is one. That's why Janagana Mana.
No, so I want to ask you a direct question, and I'm hoping you won't duck, dodge or weave. Would you be fighting the assembly elections on a BJP ticket? Do you now see yourself in a different avatar, not this Rajya Sabha politician Dinesh Trivedi, but coming back to your roots in Bengal and actually fighting on a BJP ticket in this assembly election?
I mean, very honestly, and I'm not trying to be very modest. You know, in public life, you can do good to people without being an MP or MLA or a minister. If that platform of a minister is there, you can do much better, much faster. But Rahul, honestly, today, everything was very sudden for me also. You won't believe it. On oath, I'm telling you, when I got up this morning, I had no idea that I'm going to do this in the afternoon. But then, it's like the pressure cooker. I had no idea. But then when I was going to Parliament, I talked to my wife and I said, maybe I would like to do this. When I got up in the morning, I had no idea. Then I spoke to my, whoever I consider my mentor, and everybody said, go ahead. Because that thought came in my mind.
No, but surely you don't believe people are so naive that they'd imagine and accept that you resigned without having a pre-existing arrangement about an induction into the Bharatiya Janata Party already worked out to the last detail.
देखो भारतीय जनता पार्टी, let me tell you, not today. Narendra Bhai has been a friend from 1990 and we still remain friends. If I wanted to join BJP, I would have done in 2014. The doors were always open. They were never closed. Never ever. So with Amit Bhai, with them you can discuss, differ, argue, but here you can't do it. And I used to tell my friends in TMC also. And I used to tell with Narendra Bhai, you can discuss, you can argue, you can differ. But here you can't do that. तो ये जो साइकोफेंस होते हैं ना, वो बात कर देते हैं. So I think country is much bigger. And believe me, whenever I have spoken to Mr. Modi or Amit Bhai, it's only about the country. Nothing ever. Only about India. And even when he was Gujarat Chief Minister, I as the TMC MP, I have gone to him many times. Many times. People won't understand. So for BJP, I was not looking for an opening now. It was always there. I could have gone, become a minister, whatever. But then I had formed a party on my own. I didn't want to leave. And Narendra Bhai understands all this thing much better. And he also understands the emotions involved. But then he also understands that enough must have been enough. So, Rahul, I'm as close to Mr. Yechuri too. You ask him, Biman Bose.
सर सीधा बताओ ना, आप जलेबी बना रहे हो, बीजेपी कब ज्वाइन कर रहे हो आप?
देखो हम BJP, if I'm joining BJP, nobody can stop me, no. And I don't think so. I'll be doing something terribly wrong. No. BJP is a national party. And if they have, I was told that, the big leaders said there is most welcome, I'm grateful. So, there is nothing wrong in joining BJP. There is just nothing wrong. And I'm not going to play hide and seek. But as of this hour at 6:35, I still have to collect my thoughts and understand what it is. And then I'll be free to think about the next step. So, I'm not in a tearing hurry कि सब कुछ हो गया है, आप जाओ, ऐसे नहीं होता. हमारे सब दोस्त हैं, जब जिस दिन जाना होगा, I'll go, and I have no doubt about it, because they have seen me work, and they also know कि हम जो करेंगे कोई लेन देन थोड़ी होता है कि आप हमको ये दो तो ही हम जाएंगे. ऐसा नहीं होता. ऐसा नहीं होता. हमारे साथ तो नहीं होता. जब ममता जी के साथ पार्टी बनाई थी, तब क्या था? कुछ भी तो नहीं था. आगे में संघर्ष था. संघर्ष के सिवाय कुछ नहीं.
If I think of this as an IPL,
हमने और राहुल आप बताएं.
If I think of this as an IPL franchise, the BJP is already a star-studded lineup. Apart from everyone they have, Rahul Sinha, Dilip Ghosh, Suvendu Adhikari, Mukul Roy, Babul Supriya. There are already so many batsmen. What value do you bring to this franchise, which is beyond what they already have?
No. I mean, you're talking about value to me or to BJP or both?
Both. I'm saying as a political activist, what is the value that you believe you add to the BJP bandwagon?
But that you are concluding. I know you are a great journalist, because if I say I bring that value, you will say, oh, you're going to BJP. So I have not even thought about those lines as of now. And every party, every individual, if you don't bring value, then nothing happens. So value is brought, it's the people's choice. And every party knows, if I have formed TMC and if we fought, it was not only TMC giving me something, we have given our prime time. So we have worked together. And I remember when we used to go to Nandigram with Mamtaji in the car, the goons used to, I can't even tell you what they used to do, but we have jellified those things. So I think I have no regrets. I was very happy to be a part of that movement. It was important to free Bengal from CPM, but then we followed their model, unfortunately. Okay. We did not do the kind of parivartan, let's say, in education. By now, you should have had in universities of higher education, you should be competing with all the big ones. Okay. Why should Bengali go to Harvard or a Princeton or a London School of Economics? You should have that there. And when you go to London School of Economics or Harvard, the professors are from Bengal, from India somewhere, from Rajasthan, from Madhya Pradesh. If we have all the best students are from India, the innovation is done in India. Okay. All the Indians, not in India, but Indians are doing there. So Bengal is the best of mind, the best of doctors, the poet, the philosopher, the theatre, the cinema. This is Bengal. Okay. And I think we need to get Bengal in synergy with the center, and it's enough of fight with the center. It's enough of the victim card. this is the time where we have to say, okay, we join hands with you. It is a federal structure. We are paying you tax. Let's work together. And let me tell you, let me share a secret with you. I had given this proposal to TMC, to my leader, and I had spoken to Narendra Bhai also. Narendra Bhai was ready. He said, ask your sister. And when he came to Calcutta, he said after that, कि दीदी आप बंगाल संभालो, हमको दिल्ली संभालने दो. Early in 2014. But we were victims. We always played the victim card.
Okay.
Time has come where there has to be synergy with the center. You can fight their policies or they can fight our policy, it doesn't matter. But as far as the benefits to the people are concerned, whether it's on health, whether it's on Ujjwala, whatever, because that money is your money and you are depriving your people of their money. So I did not understand these kind of, even Singhu, let me share with you. After we came to power, I met with Ratan Tata. He was ready to, so let me not get into the nitty gritty.
When I hear you speak, there's an outpouring of emotion, outpouring of angst, outpouring of pent-up frustration, and it's all coming out today. And
Rahul,
yes,
actually that frustration, it's because Dinesh Trivedi individual, nothing happens. I wouldn't even have told the world what you are telling you today. The bad part is the people, yaar. You are representing people. Parties will come, parties will go. Why should people be deprived?
Sure, and as you said, your jailification, as you put it, is finally over. There's a new political innings that's starting. You've always been, very outspoken, even if at times sycophants, as you say, have tried to constrain you, leash you, hold you back, speak against you. I hope there are no more dramatic resignations and we wait to see what happens in your new innings. But
I need the support of all your audience who are sitting there, and the kind of messages I have got across the country, so many from outside, telling me you have done the right thing, so I feel happy about it. And I'm sure there are two sides. A lot of people will feel that, oh my God, you shouldn't have done that. That's fine. People should have their opinion, doesn't matter. As long as you think you have done okay and there are no hidden agendas, you're okay. So I need support of all your audience there, and I wish them a very good evening.
And as I said, that we look forward to seeing and tracking how your new innings in your new avatar in a new party takes off from here. There are literally dozens of people who are wanting to speak to you, hugely sought after at this moment after his dramatic resignation in the Rajya Sabha. We wish you all the best.
Now, Rahul, in conclusion, I must tell you that day when Honorable Prime Minister and Ghulam Nabi Azad, the farewell, I mean, can you imagine? That's India. One corner, Ghulam Nabi Azad, the leader of opposition, the Prime Minister of India, both are getting emotional. And nobody knew that this incident ever took place. The entire house, I got emotional. That, my God, this is feeling, this is sensitivity. And as long as this sensitivity remains, India is strong. Let us not lose that sensitivity in our zeal of election. Our
next speaker at the India Today Conclave, your party colleague to be, Babul Supriya, is here. Babulda, do you want to welcome to your fold and welcome to the BJP Dinesh Trivedi ji, who in very dramatic circumstances you fought with each other. Give Babulda a mic and we can have an official welcome to the BJP from Babul Supriya to Dinesh Trivedi. They fought each other, Barakpur, Asansol, on different tickets. Now very soon they'll be on the same ticket. Can we have a mic coming as we get Union Minister Babul Supriya to welcome Dinesh Trivedi to the BJP and invite him and join. Babulda, new batsman coming to pad up along with you?
Well, we'll find out whether I wouldn't say he's a great batsman, I would say he's an all-rounder. I know he can bowl too. We have faced his bowling. I hope now he's going to get us a few wickets. We need that. And welcome to BJP, Dada. As you know, you and me have had long conversations, but We are all bound by the oaths we have taken by the Constitution, so I'll not spell anything out. But I just know that you have sown the seeds of this courage long back, and I'm very happy that the flowers have bloomed in the shape of lotus and nothing else.
You know, Rahul, this is exactly what I was telling. That Kabul has been such a great friend of mine, and we have been talking about the country and development of Bengal. And who will believe that it's not today? It's been ongoing thing. If I wanted to join BJP, could have done it much. That doesn't mean I'm saying no, I'm not going to join BJP. No. But your question when you ask, the doors are open always. But whatever is good for the country, and Babul is a great guy. I tell you, he also is as emotional. He's an artist at the end of the day. Yeah. So,
but I don't cry anymore, Dinesh. I don't cry anymore. I want people to cry from the Trinamool Congress in Bengal. So that's exactly what the agenda is. So happy to have you on board. And I said you are an all-rounder. You've got a nice haircut now. So welcome to BJP, and we'll all work together towards achieving this goal in 2021 that Honorable Amit Shah ji and our Honorable Prime Minister has set for ourselves, that to give Bengal a good government, a government which means governance and not, everything else that takes you away from that.
चलो आपका welcome भी हो गया. Dinesh Trivedi for
हमारा
joining us
राहुल
at the
बाबुल दा को हम यही कहेंगे, he is a golden voice, and everybody is fond of his voice. Doesn't matter which party they belong to. Bengal needs to go to 22nd century. Bengal needs to show way to the world, and they will do it. All we require is peace and prosperity.
Okay.
We don't require this here. And Babul Supriyo is capable of doing that. And with his team and whatever I can do, I will always be there.
This is part of the magic of the India Today Conclave. On the day that he resigned, he's joining us via satellite link from Delhi, just hours after his dramatic resignation. And here he is talking to his future party colleague and being welcomed on board even before it officially happens. That's the part of the magic of the India Day Conclave which you've all witnessed play itself out over the last half an hour. Dinesh Trivedi for joining us. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you to all of your audience. I love them all. Hope to see them physically very soon.
Thank you, Dinesh Trivedi. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, our next guest, you've already heard from him before the session even began, and it began rightfully with some breaking news. So I want to welcome onto stage two-term Member of Parliament, Minister, Union Minister, and leader from Bengal, Babul Supriyo.
Babulda, very strong start already. This particular session is called People's Politicians, the Public Connect. And we're seeing so much of that, right, in this election campaign. You've been a two-term MP. I'll come back to that in just a while because I want to know about your experience as well. But at the conclave yesterday, I'm sure you've seen the big takeaways from the two big sessions that happened yesterday. I want to start with something that's happening right now. From your party, there's a Parivartan Yatra that's happening. When Mamta Banerjee is asked about the Rath Yatra, she says, I am a street fighter. I am a people's politician. While the BJP people are stuck inside their vehicles,
They are not people's politicians. They don't come in contact with the public. How would you respond to that?
How can I respond to something which is untrue? And that is exactly what I want to tell Didi, that when, as a chief minister, you're expected to use a certain kind of a language and not call untrue, and probably use the word untrue instead of saying lie. I think that political discourse in Bengal, the one that has been led and Anupraranad, inspired by Didi, has to change. Governance has to come back. If she's a street fighter, she should have the ethos or the sportsman spirit to say, Salam Alaikum to someone, Jai Shri Ram to someone else, Joy Ma Kali to someone else, and not run after people or think that Jai Shri Ram or any such slogan could be something that can irk her and kind of say that I was being heckled by that kind of a thing. So I am a two-time MP. I have a little bit of tamjam that moves around with me, which makes me a little embarrassed when I visit places where Didi's police and people torture
But
people.
you break out of that.
No, but I don't have black glasses. But ask what her people around her, she's the post and the rest are the lampposts, as one of her ministers said. Check out their cars. All of them are with absolute pitch dark glasses, which is not only not people friendly, but also illegal in terms of the Motor Vehicles Act.
Are you saying that this whole street fighter image is a thing of the past now, and they're trying to just invoke that in people's minds because of the election?
The biggest change, why should I say, the Trinamool Congress itself, when they used to erect Mamata Banerjee's banners, used to say Shototar Pratik. They have themselves taken it away. So why do we have to say anything? What we want in Bengal is a real climate change. As a climate change minister, I can play with words. Then I could say that the left and the Trinamool Congress under Mamata Banerjee were two bad weathers that Bengal faced. The climate of Bengal is that of literature, that of science, that of elan, that of great freedom fighters, that of heritage. So that climate has to come back. We do not need to be on national news for an entire day, only when the elections are happening and Didi's goons or her men are rampaging democracy, killing people and BJP workers is one thing that you have already heard yesterday. So we need governance back in Bengal. This entire weather has to change, and the real climate of Bengal, that of governance, that of what Bengal thinks today, the world thinks tomorrow, right? That class has to come back, and for that, this entire political discourse that has started with the left and now has reached the lowest possible level with Trinamool. Once that comes to an end, and we will definitely do that by
because the Trinamool accuses you of having no agenda and therefore trying to make Jai Shri Ram, which you just mentioned right now, into a kind of war cry in Bengal. They say that it is religious, it is polarizing. We heard Amit Shah, the Home Minister, yesterday saying that it is a cultural refrain, and why shouldn't it be part of the election campaign as well? But by saying Jai Shri Ram repeatedly, and now with Mamata Banerjee also adding to that and invoking Durga, so it has become like a Ram versus Durga kind of thing in Bengal. Is it that? Is that the kind of reaction you wanted from Mamata?
No, you can't expect the kind of reaction that is befitting of a chief minister. Honestly, I came from outside politics. Yeah. I had nothing to do with politics. I was not in college in any kind of political party with a political aspiration. So I saw things a little differently. And trust me, as a guy who's an MP for 6 years, what I've seen in Bengal is absolutely atrocious. What she has done with the administration, how she creates roadblocks, is the center. And if I take this bottle, how do I show you? This is my first-hand experience. I would tell you, if this is a bottle in a federal structure, how she has killed the federal structure. And I think the constitution makers, they did not envisage a state which would have a chief minister like this who's going to kill the federal structure, leave apart democracy in this manner. This is a bottle in a federal structure. Some of it is supposed to come from the central government. The rest of it should come from the state. right? There are 3 pillars, including the panchayats and the municipal bodies, which again come under the state. But apart from wasting the money that come from center or blocking it or disrupting in some manner, she also ensures that this portion from the state doesn't come and the bottle also remains punctured. If I can give you an example, this is what I would say about Didi. And this is my experience not as a politician, but as a person who has entered politics from outside. So whether it is Jai Shri Ram, whether it is she's calling, Jai Ma Durga, I don't think that she needs to put this, this Hindu gods against each other.
Because
this is what she's doing. Why she's putting, Jai Shri Ram against. Yeah, but there's no need to. This is dividing the lords. If you come and tell me on stage, Salam Alaikum, will I say that you're trying to heckle me because, members of our party, as accused by Trinamool Congress, is allegedly using Jai Shri Ram as a war cry? No, I will say Salam Alaikum to you and I'll start the program. That's what is expected of people who have taken the oath from the Constitution. But she wouldn't do that. And that is exactly, the less we talk about Mamata Banerjee is better now because it's not what she says. It's what the people have already decided they're going to say come the elections, and we're going to make sure that democracy is not killed and everyone gets to cast their vote.
I have to ask a couple more questions on Mamata Banerjee because she is, after all, the Chief Minister. She is the defender. The BJP is the challenger here. You took the example of how she looks at it as heckling, and she has her mannerisms, the body language has shown that there is some discomfiture, at least from my point of view. But this is not new, is it, Babulda? We saw it during the Lok Sabha election campaign as well, when Jai Shri Ram was said on the streets. There was some annoyance, there was some irritation. Is she uncomfortable with it?
She has, it's like,
Because first she was uncomfortable, then she said, I'm
she's the one who created it.
Of Durga.
She is the one who has created it. She is creating divide and between gods. Hinduism is a way of life. It's not really a religion. If you go and read history, that's what it is said. Now, we have 33 crore deities, as they say. So everyone is entitled to chant or say anything what they want to do. With Didi, nothing has worked. Whether it is getting agitated in this manner, yes, it has worked when she wanted to eradicate left from Bengal. We will give her credit for that, for sure. But what she promised to Bengal and what she gave was something diametrically opposite to each other. If there is one porivartan that she has bought, that is to herself and her way of handling West Bengal. She has taken it to a new low. I'll give you one example. I really want to bypass this Jai Shri Ram debate because Trinamool can go ahead and accuse whatever they want to say. That does not really mean that what Trinamool is saying is a reflection of what people are thinking. I think they have decided, and we'll see that in 21. She does this. I was just reading one note on my mobile, and she does this Global Bengal Summit or whatever that is called every year. Great endeavor. Yeah, I'll give you a list in the last 5 years. I'm not going to get into the lack of crores that they're talking about, 200,000 crores and all of that Amit Mitra, her finance minister, comes with. I will give you a list of the huge entrepreneurs and the businessmen who have attended those global summit. You can't really find anyone who has not come. Everyone, from the topmost guy to to a middle level entrepreneur, they've all been here. And Didi, if you see, I wouldn't get into a debate whether a chief minister should be the MC for a show, but she does that out of love, whatever it is. She has showered them with the costliest of shawls, pashminas and mithai and this and gifts from Bengal. I've seen her ministers at the airport personally handing them over to those luminaries, the entrepreneurs, when they're going away from Bengal. But tell me one thing: do any of them have any kind of enmity with Mamata Banerjee if she was the right person to work with to come back and set up an industry in Bengal? I have a simple question. I'm not getting into the arithmetic of it. I'm just asking: did everyone attended in the last 10 years or for whatever time she's doing it? But did any of them come back to set up an industry in Bengal? No. Can you show me a picture where Mamata Banerjee is opening inaugurating a factory or a big industry, rather, I'll give you a list of the companies which said that they would want to come to Bengal, but they did not come because the atmosphere here, as I said, the weather here is not something where for investment, you know, with these Nardas and all of that, you know that you have to get a middleman, and that middleman will be someone, probably a parliamentarian or someone big in Trinamool, someone who stays around Didi, someone in an official post who has to be first approached, bribed, to get access to someone who can make that happen in Bengal. So who would want to do business here? So it's a simple question, and I think Didi will not have any answer to it.
Okay. Let me draw you in, Babulda, now to the whole insider-outsider debate. You are an outsider of a different kind. You are an outsider to politics, but you are very much from Bengal. One of the big attacks from the Trinamool, and especially from Mamta, is this people from the outside. These tourists, they call you the tourists who've come in, including the leadership of your party who've come in and are part of this Parivartan Yatra. Because she says, she takes pride in the fact that these outsiders can never have that public and people's connect in Bengal, and that the people of Bengal, the voters, the electorate, will reject people like JP Nadda and the Home Minister and others. Only the Trinamool has that people's connect.
I will request
because
her.
She says tourists, and she said it many times yesterday.
I would request her not to play the role of a fortune teller, you know, because her fortune, good or bad, is something that is going to be defined by the people, has been defined by the people. She has got 2 terms, 10 years, it's not less. So she's got that. That is given by the people, for the people. So it is people who gave her that, you know, fortune. So let her not become a fortune teller at the end of it. Because what happens in 21, we are all going to see. So people will decide. But the point is that, you know, we are a national party, a true national party in every sense of the term. The biggest political party in the world. So we have great leaders who are, you know, huge figures in their own states, who need to come to Bengal to give us the margdarshan, to give us the, to share their acumen with them, to tell us where we are going wrong, where we are going right. And because we are a national party, and therefore people will come to Bengal. What is Trinamool Congress? Trinamool Congress, you just name your party as All India Trinamool Congress, doesn't make you a national party. Yes, Mamta Didi had been a cabinet minister, that's all fine, but it does, anywhere Trinamool Congress has fought an election outside Bengal, anywhere, it has always got its, you know, deposit forfeited. Is that right or not? Absolutely. That's right? So just becoming, and I don't want to really, you know, give importance to people around Didi who are from outside, who have been hired to work for Didi using public money, you know, as our honorable, you know, governor has also said. So I don't even want to give importance to them. But fact is that she is trying to digress from the fact that, you know, people understand what Bengal needs today, and Bengal needs a clean government which is walking in the direction that our honorable Prime Minister wants the nation to walk. And that is, you know, it has never happened in Bengal for the last 44 years. First the left, they continuously fought with the center, disrespecting the federal structure. And now the Trinamool Congress has taken that to a very different level. The language that the Chief Minister speaks, you know, the lingo, that in itself, you know, it makes us, it embarrasses us in front of the entire world.
We've seen the West Bengal Chief Minister and the Prime Minister on the same stage recently. They've shared a stage in the past as well. They are both, you know, obviously each side will say there is no comparison between the two politicians. But as far as people connect is concerned, Babulda, they both pride themselves on it. Both the Prime Minister as well as Mamta Banerjee pride themselves on their people connect. And Mamta Banerjee in many ways has tried to say that there is no comparison from her side because of this whole sub-nationalism issue. She keeps invoking Gujarat, she keeps invoking the outsiders. The reason I'm asking you this is because you have the unique perspective of being a Dharti Putra, but based in Delhi now, and being an outsider from politics.
You know, does it really matter? What matters is, you know, if you see, there are great entrepreneurs who are not Bengalis. They stay in Bengal and they have contributed largely, hugely towards the GDP.
Large community of them.
Yes, large community of them. I don't want to take names. One of the sponsors of today's program is Sanjiv ji. He's you know, he's a Bengali in every sense of the term. Now, what are you going to? Didi is disrespecting a huge class of people who have contributed hugely towards the development of Bengal. And this outsider-insider debate is just noise. I'll tell you, it's just noise. People are rejecting, and everything that Mamata Banerjee or Trinamool Congress is saying right now, they've got their chance. You see, a government getting 10 years to do something for the people. Well, they have done a few things. You can, 10 years if they're in power, they will say, I've done this, I've done that. Yes, you may have, but have you done what was required? Have you taken West Bengal ahead from where the left had left? No. Because, if you see even financially, what was the debt on the state when left? It was about 1,19,000 crores. And what is it today? Close to 5 lakh crores. If it is not mishandling, or if it was what a government needed to do to take away, to go away from what the damage that left did to the state, she would have done something good. Why this, in every sphere you go, whether it is health, whether it is, whether it is school, whether it is everywhere, you'll find that there is no governance. And what has happened is, it's only been all kinds of gimmicky politics, right, that is happening now. We really don't want the Chief Minister to do caricature of different rivals on stage. We want her to talk. We want the West Bengal Chief Minister to talk sense. Even if you're doing a political fight or countering your opponents, you don't speak that language. I think that the discussion is going more towards Mamata, and let it go. I think because this is the last 3 months that you're going to discuss her. After that, it is definitely going to be a federal structure, a respect of that, and the center and the state working together. As I said, center pours some, the state pours the rest of it, and the entire bottle of water goes to the people. That's in simple terms. As you said, I'm an outsider in politics. Yep. Now I'm not an outsider anymore. I'm into it for 6 years. Correct. I have seen how personal intervention of Mamata Banerjee has ensured that district magistrates don't come to meet you. They don't want to hold meetings with you. You are the MP, elected MP of a place. You have 7 other MLAs from there. As I said, that all 8 of us should sit down and work together what we could do no one in 6 years. I have not had a single meeting with the MLAs, Trinamool MLAs of my area, of Asansol. That's exactly what the political discourse of Bengal is, and we need to change that. We will change that.
So you're talking about the federal structure. Since you're saying that in 3 months, nobody will be discussing Mamata. We asked her that question as well. We said, and one more question on Mamata, and then I'd like to move on to your campaign, which is the suggestion that for the BJP, this is a challenge, this is a prestige battle, but for the Trinamool, this is a survival battle, this particular upcoming election. And when that question was asked, Mamata Banerjee said it no less than 3 times yesterday on this stage. She said, Jo dar gaya, wo mar gaya. She kept repeating that phrase over and over again.
She was saying that to herself because she is scared. She is scared. So actually she is seeing that on the mirror and she is telling herself, जैसे हम लोग कभी-कभी कैमरा के सामने बोलते हैं ना, आईने के सामने बोलते हैं, बेटा अच्छा लग रहा है, ये सूट ठीक है, ये एग्जाम पास हो जाएगा. If you're going to play a cricket match today, I'm going to concentrate. I'm not going to sneak a ball outside the off stump. So like you tell yourself, you speak to yourself. Cricketers do that. Mamata Didi khud, she is scared. And whatever she said that 3 times, right? Yeah. So she reminded herself 3 times, jo dar gaya, wo mar gaya. So it is something that she's telling herself. Please don't connect it to people outside. People in Bengal, they were bulldozed by Mamata Banerjee and her men. All the goons, all that, that surrounded Didi did not, and was blessed by Didi, because I don't think that this kind of anarchy can happen in a state without the blessings, or as we say in Bengal, Anuprerana of the Chief Minister. She has orchestrated the entire, mayhem that has happened here, sometimes with her quietness and sometimes by being vocal. So in 10 years, if you ask me as an outsider, see, I left Kolkata at the early age of 21, 22. I've really traveled the world. My music took me everywhere. I think that, that small ad that comes in television where a child says that I go with my father to play golf every Sunday, and I see that he has a lot of opponents, but no enemies. So yes, the government at the center could be that of an opponent party, but why turn them into enemies? And by doing that, you're actually depriving the people of what they have, what they deserve. and that is, and the mathematics show that she has not done what needed to be done for Bengal, and that's why I'm saying that federal structure, which is the essence of a constitution, needs to be reinstated back in, in Bengal. Anuprerana word has to have its real meaning, and this poribarton that she brought, people now want poritran from it. They want to escape. They want to save themselves from that poribarton. So that's what it is. And I have grown up seeing Mamata Banerjee. I have really never seen what would I say, whether it is the demeanor of the entire government, the administration, the police being politicized, corrupted, criminalized in this manner, where people say, you ask someone during the elections, when have the people got a real chance to vote their own leaders into power? They don't, because her goons are everywhere. Her own pet guy, I want to name him, says that Anuprerana is standing in every corner of the road. Now he refers to Anuprerana as goons of Trinamool standing in every corner. So people who are going to the polling booths, are trying to go to the polling booths, are going to be sent back to their homes, and someone else is going to do chappa vote, as we call in Bengal, for them. And I have experienced that, Shiv, so many times. I've experienced that for so many years, in 6 years. Every election day, my car got broken, our leaders got beaten up, and entire day, everywhere polls happened, but only Bengal stayed in the limelight. So that is not what Bengal is all about. We have destroyed the name Bengal, the elan of Bengal.
Babul, the violence is another thing that's invoked quite often by the BJP, the political killings that you allege have taken place in this place. After what you're saying just now, is this going to be a very, very violent election going forward in that case? I mean, with the temperatures rising, with the connect that both your parties have, as far as this campaign is concerned, I don't want to say it like that, but it looks like the violence will only increase then.
Well, that's what Trinamool Congress is trying to do. It's trying to invoke fear before the elections are here, and that's exactly why we had our Honorable Home Minister say yesterday that the Election Commission is looking into it, and the leaders here in Bengal, Kailashji, Dilip Da, we have all from Bengal, we are stressed for a multi-phase election, so that the paramilitary forces can reach the polling booths, and those kind of vandalism and hooliganism when we are supposed to celebrate democracy cannot happen. And that's exactly, so Didi doesn't win votes with people's verdict. She did in 2011. She definitely did that in 2011. But after that, she had crafted a manner in which violence can silence democracy. And, we are going to ensure that that does not happen in 2021. People will get to cast their vote. Once they do that, you will see the result, and we'll take that as it comes. But we'll leave no stone unturned to see that Bengal get what it deserves, and that is a clean government where people's work is done with people's money. And we want to really send Trinamool Congress far away. I wouldn't say even Bay of Bengal. I would send them to Arabian Sea, so that they are not even close to where the people's money is kept. Okay. Nowhere close to the state exchequer. Okay. And I'll tell you one more thing, a funny side. I was passing the Alipur, the jail a little while back. I don't know why they have painted it blue and white. That's Didi's favorite color. Okay. I don't know if the party is going to run from those premises. I was just driving from there, and I was seeing, why would a jail be painted blue and white? So I definitely think that she is envisaging the fact that the party office might be run from there, and therefore, because our men are known to carry on extortion rackets from inside jails, they need to sit beside Arabian Sea and need to be उखाड़ के फेंक दूंगा की जो बात चल रही है ना,
which is what the Home Minister also said yesterday.
बिल्कुल हम वही करेंगे और लोगों के लिए करेंगे. See, these people in Trinamool Congress, they're career politicians who are only talking about, let's just do a fact check. You will find that out. So, उखाड़ के फेंकना जो है वही करने आए हैं और बिल्कुल वही करेंगे और हम सब उसी के लिए मेहनत कर रहे हैं.
Okay, so from a landmark in Kolkata, the jail that you mentioned, to let me bring you now to quickly on the idols, the icons of Bengal, which have also become a part of the conversation. On the, whether it is Tagore, whether it is Netaji, once again, it seems like the Trinamool is accusing the BJP of invoking all these idols, trying to appropriate their legacy, trying to bring them up because of some kind of a lack of something else, a political connect, more strength on the ground, and to raise these emotive issues. Though I must say that on the Netaji front, it did seem like the BJP was the first mover on that, and then the Trinamool looked like it was trying to catch up and match what the BJP was doing on that issue.
I would
almost
again tell
acknowledging
you,
the emotive nature of it.
Well, let's not bring this, real heroes of Bengal, real luminaries of Bengal, real people, real Bengalis who we are proud of. Because now, we say Banglar Gorbo Rabindranath, we say Banglar Gorbo Satyendranath Bose, we say Banglar Gorbo Bankim Chandra, we said Banglar Gorbo Netaji. Now they have started postering places with Banglar Gorbo Mamata. So we are going to try to find some other language for it, because we don't want to put herself, she's herself driving to put herself in the same bracket. So many times such memes go around in the Facebook. What I really want to say is that how does it matter? I have been a singer. My Ravindra Sangeet album, with all humility, Kotobaro Bhebechinu, was one of the biggest seller ever. So Divi used to herself go to functions asking me to sing 2-3 songs from that, the title song and 2 other songs from it. I don't remember the second one, but yes, she used to ask me to sing. Now, because I'm in BJP, she has stopped those songs from playing in Babughat, signal posts and all of that. What kind of hypocrisy is that? So let's not talk about Rabindranath, Bankim Chandra. Let's not talk about Mamata Banerjee in the same breath. Well, she will go down in history.
It's a hypocrisy as far as I are concerned.
So absolutely, if we have, if you say, if I go to the northern belt where people are talking about Munshi Premchand, there is a language problem. Yes, sometimes a lot of translations, a lot of good word get lost in translation. So if I go to the north, I will want to know more from people. I will definitely talk about Munshi Premchand. I'll talk about Ghalib. As a Bengali, you don't even understand or speak Hindi properly. Forget about understanding what Ghalib wanted to say. So you will take their names. You will want to know more about them. So what's wrong if, our leaders, which is a national party, coming from outside, are trying to get to know these luminaries of Bengal and mentioning them in the speeches. It's petty, classless politics that Mamata Didi wants to bring even that into our political discourse. This is what needs to change, Shiv.
Okay.
I don't know if tomorrow she's going to accuse that Babul insisted that a MC with a Hindu god's name gets to interview him. Shiv.
Okay. I wouldn't be surprised, to be very honest. But let's now, we're almost out of time, but I still do have 2 questions left. From your own party now. Campaign is climaxing. It's going to go ahead. Few more weeks to go for the election. Babulda, you heard the Home Minister yesterday talk about, and he was asked quite a few times about the choice of Chief Minister. And he declared very clearly that it's going to be a Dharti Putra. It's going to be a Bengali from Bengal. Are you also in the running? Would you like to be the Chief Minister of Bengal? Is that something that's on your mind? You are a Dharti Putra. I'm not asking with anything else. I'm just asking you straight, because you tick all the boxes.
You're asking the wrong person. You're asking the wrong person. I don't know, I heard the cricketers say that the Chipak pitch tomorrow is going to be different from what it was earlier. So can you tell me how many wickets are going to fall tomorrow? So my job right now is to make sure that all the wickets of Trinamool Congress falls. So I'm not into getting into that. I just know that I'm a loyal, I came to politics because of Narendra Modi ji. I believe in what BJP is trying to do. I believe in the vigor and the confidence. A leader needs to have the confidence to spell out his dreams. Sometimes you achieve it, sometimes you don't. But you should have the confidence. You have to be a winner before you have won. And that's exactly what our Prime Minister is. So I am a loyal soldier, a foot soldier. And whatever responsibility is given to whomsoever in the party, he or she is going to take that, is going to carry that flag. So asking me if I am a candidate for that is probably will drive me into selective hearing.
Okay.
So I might not hear the rest part of the question.
Last question in that case, and this is because you are a young Neta as well, and
Thank you so much. Coming to politics, I'm hearing the word young again.
Relatively young, let me say that.
Yes.
And so my final question to you is, any regrets at all about leaving, I would assume a less complicated life, even though no less busy life, because you were going all around the world with your successful music career, jumping into politics. You've been in it for 6 years right now. Would you have done anything differently?
Not at all.
And what advice would you give to people on the outside who want to join
Bombay
politics?
doesn't need me now. We have a fantastic singer in Arijit Singh. all our contemporaries, I found at one point of time, my blood group is B positive. So I always, so fantastic, So some things happen pre-planned, like both of us are B positive. Did we know that? No. So things, sometimes, if you choose your calling, I felt at certain point, and I did not leave singing to come into politics. That's my form of meditation. I sing at 12:30 in the night. My chauffeur should have fallen in love with me by now, because the most beautiful songs I sing inside the car. I do my riyaz in the car. So, he's driving the car and I'm singing. I put out some of those videos on social media at times, but then, people think that because you're singing, you might not be working. So I've stopped doing that. But day after tomorrow, there's a album that is going to get launched between Ustad Rashid Khan and myself. I've sung a Robindra Sangit. I hope Didi doesn't say that I'm trying to invoke that, she's definitely not going to say that, I'm sure. But music is the, is the battery which charges me. Like if you don't charge your mobile.
Would you like to sing something?
No, I won't, because what will happen is
you want us to wait for the album?
No, not at all, not at all. If I sing now, what will happen is that, when you show the promo of Babul Supriyo's interview, you're going to cut whatever good I've said, bad I've said, and then only show the song as a promo to it. I don't want to do that.
I respect that. Babul Supriyo, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. We look forward to you on the campaign trail as well. Big hand for Babul Supriyo.
Just last thing I want to say, since you talked about music, I am buy one, get one free. Next time you have a lamp there, you'll have me light the lamp, bring some light into this, in this place, and also sing for you as a singer.
Note.
Yeah.
Okay.
So on that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, 2021, it's been an absolutely brilliant 2 days. We'd like to thank all of you. We would especially like to thank our sponsors. The organizers have done an amazing job, to the technical team, and to all of our guests who've been here today. It's been extremely enriching. Only the India Today group could have pulled off a conclave of this kind. Like we always say, we bring you every side, we bring you all the stakeholders. Thank you very much and have a very good evening.